Good morning, Wichita, and welcome to City Hall. We'll call this meeting to order. With us this morning is Minister Nina Shaw-Woody to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both. We do not have Ms. Shaw-Woody, so we will ask Vice Mayor J.V. Johnston will provide the prayer.
Let us all bow our heads and put us in the presence of God. God, please look over us, all of us who attend today, council members and the audience, that we will always do your will, whatever we ask. It may not be easy, but we can get through it, and we know there's a reason why you ask us to do it. Also, let us pray for all the people who are more unfortunate than us, that they will have the basic needs that they need to survive and hopefully eventually prosper. All this we pray in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vice Mayor Johnston, for providing the invocation. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting, February 25th, 2025.
Council members, any items to be corrected from the minutes? I see none. I move to approve the minutes for the regular meeting, February 25th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Awards and proclamations. The proclamations this week are American Red Cross Month, Procurement Month, and Women in Construction Week.
May I please ask the members of the American Red Cross Kansas to please come forward at this time. Good morning to all of you. The proclamation reads, the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas American Red Cross Month recognizes the compassionate acts of people in Wichita and renews its commitment to lend a helping hand to neighbors in need. Whereas Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross more than 140 years ago to bring out the best of humanity in times of crisis, advancing this noble mission, the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters who give back remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. Whereas the American Red Cross shines a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours by delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crisis. Today, the American Red Cross works to uplift our community and is made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Wichita and encourage all citizens to reach out and support its humanitarian mission.
you, Mayor Wu, and I would like to thank you for coming to our Sound the Alarm event too on Saturday, and to the Wichita Fire Department for your partnership with our free smoke alarm program. Our mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering, and we do that globally across the nation, and obviously in Kansas and right here in Sedgwick County. So I want to take a moment to thank all of our volunteers, our financial donors, and our blood donors for their commitment to our mission. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Shannon, and the American Red Cross team and volunteers, along with city staff who volunteer their time throughout the year. You can still get a free smoke alarm by calling 211. And that effort continues, and it continued this weekend in North Wichita by providing those free smoke alarms. I would like to now ask the City of Wichita's Finance Department and Purchasing Division to please come forward at this time. The proclamation reads, the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas the public procurement profession plays an important role in obtaining the greatest value for each taxpayer dollar spent in the procurement of goods and services, whereas the purchasing division at the City of Wichita provides logistical and operational support to all departments within the City of Wichita and works to ensure fair and transparent procurement practices, procurement in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Whereas the purchasing division is committed to providing high-quality services efficiently and effectively, strengthening supplier relationships, and promoting emerging and disadvantaged business enterprise program opportunities. Whereas the Institute for Public Procurement has proclaimed the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand the awareness of the procurement professionals' role to government officials, the public, business, and corporate leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Procurement Month in the City of Wichita, and encourage all citizens to recognize the role of the procurement and supply chain profession within business, industry, and government.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for providing us with this proclamation today. Procurement Month highlights the contributions of our many diligent and experienced procurement professionals that make our organization successful. Really, the procurement professional has four objectives. One is to facilitate the achievement of departmental goals by helping them purchase goods and services, everything from paper clips to sewer treatment lift stations and everything in between. Another thing that our procurement professionals try to do is we take this very seriously. We procure those goods and services looking for the best value for the taxpayer. That's very important to us. We also want to operate our procurement division as efficiently as possible. And finally, as the mayor noted in the proclamation, we want to do that within the parameters of the purchasing policy and the many other regulations that we need to abide by. Finally, effective purchasing would not be possible without a very vibrant vendor base, and we spend a lot of time trying to develop our vendor base. We also couldn't do it without the many departments that are partnership with us. We're grateful to them. And finally, we could not do it without the support of the City Council and the City Manager's Office. So I'd like to introduce the members of our team here today. Josh Lauber, our Purchasing Manager, unfortunately could not make it today, but we have with us Jason Brogdon. You're not in order, but that's okay. Chris Hazlett, Tracy Jordan, Leanne Hendricks, Valerie Fallow, Rachel Carroll, Loretta's not here, Loretta Knott, and Kyle Beckstorm. So, Mayor, thank you very much for recognizing these staff with the proclamation today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you again, Mark, and the entire team in the finance department. Really appreciate all your hard work. I do have to brag about the finance department really quickly. The finance department just received the highest rating, or the city of Wichita received the highest rating for S&P, which allows us to borrow money. And it is at the AAA rating, which is the highest. And the only other city in our region that has that rating is Oklahoma City. So it is under the guidance and leadership of Mark Manning and the finance department that this rating did increase. So thank you very much and your team. May I please ask the NAWIC Greater Wichita, Kansas Chapter 120 to please come forward at this time. The proclamation reads, the city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas the Greater Wichita, Kansas Chapter 120 has distinguished itself for 57 years as the voice of women in construction in Wichita, Kansas. Whereas the work done by the Greater Wichita, Kansas Chapter 120 has benefited Wichita through community development and educational programs, as well as promoted the employment and advancement of women in the construction industry. Whereas the construction community represented by Greater Wichita, Kansas Chapter 120 has been a driving force in fostering community development through renovation and beautification projects, promoting of skilled trade careers, and a positive vision for Wichita. The Greater Wichita, Kansas Chapter 120 has sought to achieve successful results in our community in a cooperative spirit with other organizations this year. Women in Construction Week, the Keys to the Future, celebrates the strength and knowledge of women and the vital role they play in shaping the future of the construction industry. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of March 3rd through March 9th, 2025 as Women in Construction Week in the City of Wichita, and encourage all citizens to celebrate the organization on its many accomplishments.
Thank you, Mayor Wu, and thank you to the community for bringing awareness to women in construction, especially this week. If you'd like to know more about us, we have a Facebook page, LinkedIn page, as well as a website, and we would love to have you join us in our many events that are taking place this week. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Public agenda. The public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. A time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker is LaFonda Gray, grants or donations.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to Mayor Wu, the councilmen, councilwomen, representatives for Wichita, Kansas. My name is LaFonda Gray. Everybody calls me Sergeant Gray. I represent the Post 273 American Legion here in Wichita, Kansas. And I'm coming to you because I've come to you previously in regards to dealing with grants and possible loans. I was going to read off this paper, but I forgot my glasses, and so I'm going to have to wing it. First of all, I want to acknowledge Councilman Ho Heisel for his support. He's ideal. I mean, unquestionable, and Mayor Wu as well. I'm speaking for the veterans that can't speak for themselves. I fought in 3 wars, and I believe that we're deserving of attention to grants and loans or possible donations to the American Legion to keep it sound and the structure up to par. I'm just some areas of recognition that the American Legion represent. Our American Legion is. I listened to the immortal words that Mayor Wu said about the beacon of help. I can't state and place enough emphasis on how important it is that we support the veterans of Wichita, Kansas. It alleviates crime. If we help them, then they won't have to go out and be pushed against the wall and have to do something crazy and get themselves in compromising situation with the law. We represent the mammogram support systems at the American Legion. We bring in the big bus or RV that you want to call it, and the nurses of American Legion, the nurses of Wichita, Kansas, come in and support that and get that going every year. The American Legion sponsors education to young people about citizenship, sportsmanship, and fitness. Financial assistance to American Legion raises money to help veterans and their families during time of need, as well as underprivileged families in our community. The mental health aspect. The American Legion offers peer-to-peer resource and destigmatize mental health support. The American Legion emblem is a badge of honor and symbolizes service and sacrifice. The American Legion family consists of the Legionnaires, the Son of Legions, and the Auxiliary. We were founded in March 15, 1919 in Paris, France. In closing, I'm asking you to please consider and take the time to look at the veterans here in Wichita, Kansas, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We're talking about our city, Wichita, Kansas. Now, I went around and I diligently took time. These are hundreds of signatures here in Wichita, Kansas, or not 1,000 of signatures around here. Every page is full, every page. And I did what it takes, and I need to find out what I need to do to get these funds to where the American Legion can sustain themselves and not be headed towards sanctions or closing possibly. Thank you very much, and y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Sergeant Gray. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your tenacity and coming back and seeing us. I really appreciate it. I mentioned one of the other times that you came to visit us that I'm a member of the Greater Wichita Veterans Advocacy Board, and I'd love to connect you with that. I also saw that you were going to be coming to speak, and so I happen to know one of the past executive directors of the American Legion at the national level, and he also chatted with me a little bit. One thing that he did mention is that local chapters of American Legions are not able to accept funding from city or state. And so we may not be able to allocate any funding to you, but there might be some other resources. So I'll make sure to connect with you again and make sure that you get with the Greater Wichita Veterans Advocacy Board and then, some other entities that might be helpful to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
We will continue with public comment. Mr. Clerk, please call the next individual.
The next speaker is Sybil Strum, City Council not answering her questions about why her house was torn down and nobody is doing anything about it.
My name is Sybil Strum. I reside at 326 North Walnut. I was not notified that the Central would come in and take my house. My house was a historical landmark, 1910. Why went it on the historical landmark registry? That's another question I want to ask you. My house was a safe haven for kids that were in drug-infested houses and alcohol houses. I had done things for the community like go teach at Franklin Elementary, teach at Allison, teach sometimes at West High. I was not aware that the Central was going to come in my house, take pictures without my permission. And then what happened is my stuff was stolen. My Victorian tub was stolen. My property was stolen. That is not what we're supposed to do. I mean, how would you like if someone came in your house without permission and destroyed it? I was upset. I went to Brandon Johnson, Becky Tuttle, and others about it. I said, why? Why did you let this happen? I was on 2909 North Richmond when I got a call from one of my neighbors who is deceased. He said that a guy came in and just took pictures. And I called Dave Unruh about it. I said, hey, somebody is in my house, ransacking my house, taking pictures. What can I do? I informed the police department. I am upset. I want answers. That's why I come back here. All I asked is, why am I not on a historical register deal? It was 1910. It was made by Mr. Spratt, a plasterer. Yes, it was an underground basement. He did bootlegging. But I was not informed of it. And I just think if that's the way you want to play, that's not going to be good. I heard about the Crown Uptown Theater. That's been there for a long time. And now it's going to be demolished. How many historical landmarks are y'all going to take? I mean, my house was a safe house for the youth of America. I was outraged. I have a picture of the house, but that's beside the point. It was a place where kids would come to my house and sit on my porch and say, I can't do it. I can't be with a parent that's going to be taking drugs. I can't be with a parent that's going to be an alcoholic. I can't be with a parent that's going to be angry and frustrated. I need to come over to your house. Even the police department brought him over in the middle of the night. All I ask is why? Why you all did not tell me about it. My stuff was stolen. My Victorian tub, which cost $2,498, I don't know where it went. They took it. And I'm outraged. I'm very outraged. I've been for the community. I have always been for politicians, but I am not going to stand for it no more. I need to know, where does people get off stealing things and not getting in trouble for it? I mean, I've been there. I am really upset. I'm going through emotional trauma, mental problems, and physical problems. Because the house I have, I'm fixing it up. It was supposed to be fixed up by the Central. And the Metropolitan Planning was bad too. They were not involved. They were involved. Yeah, they were involved. All these people were involved. Give me an answer. Give me a sign, because I'll be coming back here all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sybil.
We will continue with public comment, which means there are 3 individuals who can come forward and address the council. Please state your name, your address, and then you can begin your 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Stokes, and I'm at 2614 South Topeka, and I live in an apartment. I'm here to introduce myself, and I'm glad to be in. I never really addressed and been in a council meeting, and I'm really glad. I'm enthused to be here. You know why? Because of the issue with the city housing and dealing with black mold, toxins, okra toxins, and it's a serious issue in dealing with black mold, and the landlords for as tenancy, and it matters because of the health hazards with the elderly people like myself. We're coming through COVID-19, and you know, I was pretty enthused that I even survived. I had it, looking at the statistics on that, it hit like in my family and all of my members in Florida, I lost 2 family members back to back, and while one member was passing away from COVID, the other member, which was her brother, couldn't even make it to the funeral because he had COVID and he was in the hospital. He was never going to make it there. Back to the topic, dealing with okra toxins, it was in my apartment where my former apartment that I lived in, I had to be out of there because I couldn't get anybody seem like to take it hard that this stuff was in there. I couldn't get maintenance in there to help me. I couldn't get the city or anybody to seem like get on point with me on what was happening in there. Actually, the bathroom, I'm a tall guy. The bathtub had cracks in it, and leaks is gonna cause that black mold. The furnace got black mold in it, which destroyed the house. You know, I had to get rid of a lot of the property in there, you know, so it took a while after I've called everywhere I could possibly think of in here, and everybody turned me down for getting an apartment inspected. So I finally got an independent to come in here, and every time you talk to people about mold, you talking expensive. You ain't even talking normal, you know, man to, you know, you talking expenses with these people. So I got them in there, and they had me to do a test through a lab, and I had we normally should be at 6% toxins. Normally, all of us in here, I was 17.5%, and they found 2 toxins in there. So that's pretty high. Then I had to hire that same team to try to get me to a doctor. I went to one of my primary doctors at the VA. They didn't get me tested. So it's been a battle just really trying to address this issue. I've been to the emergency room about 30 times. And they didn't treat me. They kind of helped me. They kind of gave me a little Band-Aid. They gave me this stuff called a GI cocktail. And what that does, it kind of soothes my digestive system down. I still got a lot of tests to go in this. I call attorneys to try to get answers. I couldn't even get anybody to address this situation for me, you know. So the doctors that deal with this, they're not around you. The doctor that I was seeing on this, I had to zoom in with this man in Palm Beach Garden, Florida. The medicines was expensive, and I'm still taking medicines. I'm still going through further research on the matter to try to find out, you know, what's going on. It's been devastating. You know, this has been a battle. You know, I'm coming out of COVID, and then now I'm dealing with this. I'm like, oh my God. I'm asking for suggestions. I'm asking for the city council to try to step up further in we being real slick with the little landlords. We're tapping them on the wrist and stuff, and they getting away with the briefcase too, man. I mean, I need you all to address this. It's for like myself, the kids. If it were probably a kid in my custody or in my house, that kid wouldn't be around, not when you got that much toxins floating around in the air. And it gets into the system too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Mr. Stokes, sir. I believe you are my constituent. Actually, with your address, that's where I grew up, so I'm pretty familiar with that area. We are working on some additional ordinances right now to kind of combat some of the issues you're talking about. I would like to
get in on the ground floor with this.
Yes, sir. Please contact me. I can tell you where we're at with what we're doing and where we're going to go and some of the obstructions we have towards effectively meeting the conditions that you're talking about here. So I'd love to have that conversation and see what I can do for you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stokes, for coming today. I also want to share that we definitely are working on that, and we've been talking about it as a council. Hopefully here in the next 60, 90 days, you'll see some conversations about things we can do to address that. I appreciate you having the courage to come up here and speak about it. I hate hearing stories like that. I truly hate it. And me and a few of my colleagues have been in spaces like the one you're talking about, and we've seen the black mold, and we've seen some really devastating things. We met a woman in District 6 who had been to the emergency room 9 times because of black mold, and her 1-year-old child as well because of that. We have to do something about it, and we are committed to trying our best to address that. So thank you for being here.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Stokes, I just want to echo my other colleagues and tell you we appreciate you coming. We know that you're not alone. My question for you is, how did the conversation go with your landlord? And if you're in an apartment, are the apartments around you? I assume there's mold in there too. Is everybody trying to talk to the landlord?
This is a downtown complex that I live in prior to where I'm at on the south side of the city. And there were other issues with other tenants. They just didn't handle it appropriately with me. They were like, well, we have to take this out and that out. Hey, you could have put me in a little motel somewhere, and fed me until you did that, excuses best serve the person that makes them. When you getting that money from us, we need you to do what you're supposed to do as a landlord. I wouldn't be having this problem and ongoing issues, had that been addressed. There are people that they just had to move out. And while I was there was a young lady, we had to move her out. But when it was in my apartment and it got into the furnace, they just wanted me out. Mm-hmm. See, and that don't fix the bill. It just only escalated. Newton says for every action there is an equal reaction. And this is how I'm responding to it today. I mean, I'm not really proud of being sick and having to go to the emergency room and take all of this stuff and taking all of these medicines and, but I'm gonna make the best out of it. I'm gonna make it. We will make it.
Well, I appreciate you, like Councilmember Johnson said, having the courage to come and tell us. Sometimes we don't know things at specific places until people take the time or send us an email or call us. So I really appreciate you taking the time to be here, and I'm on board with the rest of my colleagues to try to help and see what we can do.
It's a privilege to be here, and there's times y'all don't even, I can't even share that in my spot. It's so much that I couldn't go no further than my bed and my bathroom. That's far as I could make it. That's how bad this stuff was working on me. They're saying that it's not in there now, but I've been back to the emergency room again. So it's saying, you know, my body is, they're saying we don't see in it, but my body is saying, hey, that does not even compute. Otherwise, I wouldn't be having to have a procedure coming up on the 27th of this month, colonoscopy, you know, and all of this stuff. They got to check everything. You know, it's a mess.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor.
Anybody else got questions?
I just want to go on the record to say that I absolutely agree that property managers and landlords should cover the cost of moving someone out while they fix that, and you shouldn't have to pay anything.
Sure. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. We will now continue with public comment. We have 2 more spots.
Good morning, Council. It's Andrew Crane with Guiding Paws ICT, and also citizen of Wichita, Kansas, and a disability community, and that. I am here today to talk to you about the access and sidewalk access, and then also a big issue with the bikes and scooters that are on the sidewalk that are blocking the sidewalks, and also the traffic. Hang on. Traffic sidewalks also at push walks, crosswalks and stuff. That is a big issue in Wichita, and I challenge you guys today to really walk in the downtown area and see some of the problems, because it needs to be addressed to you guys, and it needs to be fixed. And people in wheelchairs can't get access, and it's gonna be a big problem. You're gonna see lots of disabled people in wheelchairs here, and you're gonna see a lot of blind and low vision folks here in the chamber, because we're tired of getting denied and not fixing the problem. The city needs to wake up here and start fixing the sidewalks and start fixing the access points. I definitely encourage you guys to start walking the city streets. I walk them every single day. And it's time to wake up here and officially make the city fantastic. Let's go. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Andrew. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. This question isn't for Andrew, and I know this is random because this wasn't on the agenda, but I think our agreements with the scooter companies, I think they're required to have those scooters on the corner and not in the middle of the sidewalk, and there was an additional fee that would have to be paid when they left them there. I can't remember if that was the initial contract or the new one. But I don't know. Jennifer, do you remember?
I don't know. I can sure get back with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. A couple questions. Are you speaking mostly about like trip hazards, uneven sidewalk? Is that more what you're...
Well, there's a lot of the scooters that are getting left in crosswalks and up to the crossing are getting left, and they're not picking those up, and it's a problem. If you guys are not gonna pick them up and move them so folks can access the sidewalk and people in wheelchairs can access the sidewalks, I mean, it's going to be terrible. And, I'm going to be tripping over, bikes or anything, and it's going to be a big problem. Hoheisel and council, it needs to change. We need to have somebody picking those up and putting them in the right spot.
All right, well, I appreciate you bringing this to me. We will look into this. So I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you again, Andrew. We have room for one more individual to address the council. I see none. We'll bring it back. You can't speak twice, unfortunately, but you can. Anyone else who would like to speak can address the council. All right, we will bring it back to the bench. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 13.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull, I believe it's 4B. Yes, 4B.
Any other items to be pulled? I see none. The board is still showing Ballard. Very good. Motion to approve the consent agenda without item number 4B.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ballard?
Oh,
it's on the board again. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those, please, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will now go to consent agenda item number 4B.
Madam Mayor, City Council, John Philbrick, Real Estate Administrator for the city. This item concerns leasing a vacant space in the Old Town Cinemas retail. And we presented a lease with a new tenant. It is set up as a $19 per square foot triple net lease with a 3-year term and a 2-year option. And I'm ready for any questions.
Councilmember Ballard.
thank you, Mayor. Mr. Philbrick, this is a different type of lease than we have done in the past, correct?
This is a different lease based on the discussion that we had in early February when we looked at extending a couple of the existing leases. We had been using a modified gross lease, and based on that discussion, we're using a triple net format where all the expenses are passed on to the tenant as additional rent.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you so much.
I have further questions regarding triple net leases. So I'll start off with, according to this green sheet, the fixed rate for this space will now be $10, but the triple net itself will be $9 for a total of $19. So the space itself will be permanent for the contract period, but the $9 could change at any point. I read the actual contract. And so if the property taxes go up and we did not collect enough, then it could go up beyond that $9. But does this contract allow for more than or only below? Because according to the contract, it seems like only below. If we don't capture enough, then it doesn't appear that we could claw back and ask for more.
the way the contract is written and the way triple net leases work is how you described it initially. We do an estimate of our expenses. Those are counted as part of the rent. At the end of the year, there'll be an accounting. If the actual expenses are higher, we will bill the tenant. If the actual expenses are lower, the tenant will get a credit on ongoing rents. And then the next year we'll adjust to whatever the then current expense levels are. So right now we're looking at about a $9 per square foot triple net. If expenses came in at 10, we would ask for an extra $1 a foot from the tenant. If they came in at 8, we would remit $1.
I'd also like to know, according to the base rent of $10 per square foot, which is usually what people first and foremost know it as, they don't necessarily talk about the triple net portion, they talk about the base rent. Is $10 fair market value in that area or in a comparable area? I know that I asked some tenants along Douglas, not too far away from there, and their base rent was approximately $12 to $14. And I know this is right next to a new or reinvigorated movie theater, and there's more activity happening in that area. So I'm just curious, is $10 base rent actually fair market?
Well, the base rent, and we have a subject matter expert here. We have Josh Turner, who's president of Landmark Commercial, that can expound further on this, but the base rent is basically what the landlord is going to collect. What tenants look at is their total rent. They look at how much they're paying, and if it's a gross lease and they're paying $19, all of that goes to the landlord and he pays the expenses out of it. If it's a triple net lease, in this case, they pay $19 and 9 of it's expenses. We use that for expenses and we get 10. But what the tenant looks at is their all-in rate, not so much their bottom line. It's base plus triple net is what they look at, because that's what they're concerned about, is what they're paying. And based on what we have heard from Landmark, seen in the market and so on, $19 is approximating market in this area, may even be a little bit above.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that you're saying $19, but if, for instance, some expenses are lower, really, that would be reduced. So it would not be $19. Say it's a $2 reduction in expenses in the triple net part, you're actually simply paying $17 in this case. And so is that fair market value? And is this competitive? And so maybe I should ask the subject matter expert regarding that question. What is the actual average around that area? And because people will look at, you're right, the entire rent, but triple net is the new method that we're veering towards. The gross one was one that had less transparency, frankly. This has much more transparency, and it allows the public to have a base level conversation, because that's usually what other community members who rent spaces all around the city talk about.
Yes, Mayor. The base rents are affected by a lot of things. One of the things, in comparing to properties on Douglas, because I looked at those as well, they have a much higher traffic count. Even with the theater and full activity, the traffic counts in this location have never been even close to Douglas frontage. Other things that affect it are expenses. So the expenses on this particular property right now are very high. So that affects your base rent, because ultimately the all-in, like Mr. Philbrick mentioned, that's what everybody's looking at, is how much is it going to cost me to occupy the space. So, we kind of have put together a plan to try and reduce the expenses, because they're pretty high, and there's definite low-hanging fruit that we can go for to reduce some of those expenses, which will allow us to, in the next couple of years, increase that base rent. We've said, by looking at the comps, Clifton Square is probably the closest comp as far as the layout and the traffic patterns. And they're all in there at roughly 15 with triple nets and their base rents. Their base rents are a little higher. Triple nets are significantly lower. We feel that the target all-in should be between 17 and 20 a foot. And that's kind of where these leases are falling. We just need to restructure them so that it allows for the triple net element to it. Because I agree, it's much more transparency, and it ultimately creates a fairer situation for everybody involved.
Thank you. I have one more question for you. According to this lease, for instance, the AC in this space, will that be the responsibility of the landlord, which would be the city of Wichita and its citizens, or would it be the tenant who we're signing a lease with?
I believe it will be a tenant responsibility item. Standard triple net leases typically put that on there. The biggest challenge we're facing there right now with maintenance is the expansion joints in the parking garage have deteriorated, and so every tenant has leaks in their ceilings because the roof there is the parking garage. So that's the biggest challenge we're facing right now. So we're constantly changing out ceiling tiles and items in the ceiling so another thing that's driving up our operating expenses.
And that is a concern of mine. I know that we've been talking about Old Town parking, downtown parking, and the deferred maintenance of parking structures. And this is a structure on top of these tenant lease spaces. So my question then goes back to the triple nets. Will that take into account also these major repairs that would still need to be considered by the city and its citizens to pay in order to not have leaking ceilings and all these major projects?
This is a unique situation that you don't find all the time. I would say typically capital level expenses of this nature would not be something that would be included in triple nets. That's typically a landlord's expense. However, I would say you could reasonably allocate a portion of the expense to maintain the parking structure immediately over these spaces as part of the maintenance on an ongoing basis. But if it becomes a capital level expense or it's a full replacement or something, that's typically not something that you see rolled into triple net expenses.
Thank you. My question now will be back to staff then. What are we doing as a city to prepare for these capital level expenses, which will be much more strenuous on the budget when triple net does not cover capital level type of expenses?
So Mayor, I'll try to maybe jump in, just making sure that we're differentiating as it relates to capital outlay for these retail spaces and not necessarily the capital outlay for the parking structure associated with it. The capital outlay for these retail spaces, again, as the base rents come in, those cover costs associated with administration, and then there are monies that are generally set aside for future capital outlay, right? If we're talking about the parking structure associated with it, that's kind of a whole different strategy. We're actually in the process right now of getting an evaluation. There's an RFP out on the street right now to have a better understanding of exactly what expenses need to be incurred and what improvements need to be made, when, where, why, and how, kind of worst them first. As it relates specifically to the retail spaces themselves, the base rents that we receive will go towards setting aside dollars for those capital outlays.
Which is, again, back to my question, is the $10 going to be enough to pay for a kitty that we're going to have to pay for capital level major projects? And this has been a conversation now for months regarding deferred maintenance and how we're going to pay for deferred maintenance. And so for me, I'm trying to figure out how the city will be paying for this deferred maintenance when we have an opportunity here to capture fair market. I still don't believe that $10 for base rent is fair market, but again, I'm not the subject matter expert, but I do believe that when you talk about capital level types of projects, they have to be considered, not just right now, they should have been considered years in advance, but we can't go back in time, so we can only move forward, and this is a new contract and one that we would be tied to for the next 3 years, 2 years or 3 years?
3 years.
3 years. So maybe I believe that we need to have a further conversation regarding the deferred maintenance, how we're going to pay for it. And I understand that right now there's a process to try to be more accurate on how much deferred maintenance actually is being accumulated in these structures, because right now it's 19 million, is that right? That was the estimate initially, 19 million.
Yes, that's correct. 19 million was the original estimate for all of our parking structures and lots, all of our parking assets. And so that does not include, again, the retail spaces that may be associated with those, right? I'm not aware of any kind of significant deferred maintenance in any of our retail spaces, any anticipated capital outlay in any of our retail spaces, but we'll be more than happy to kind of go take a look and investigate that and put together a strategy, sort of a 3, 5, 10-year plan on what we think and know and understand with regards to these retail spaces associated with the parking structures.
Again, I'm having this conversation so that everyone can see that this is a very complicated subject, and changing, number one, from a gross lease to a triple net, which is standard by community, is number one step for transparency. But also number two, making sure that when we have a base rent, we're also taking into account, are we able to pay for capital level expenses over time? And that is the biggest concern. When we have a structure or any building, maintaining over time has to be part of a savings account that we have to keep putting into. And when you have base rent that is, to me, at $10 base rent seems low, and I understand people look at it as in whole, the 19, but $10 is just what the city is getting, and we're not taking into account capital, future major expenses. It's a concern to me. So I will not be in favor of approving this. Again, I'm only one vote, though. Councilmember Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your concern for the maintenance of it, but right now this is an empty space. So right now the city is paying the triple net. They're paying $9. We're losing $9 a square foot on this right now because it's empty. If we fill it, then somebody else pays that $9, plus we get the rent of $10. So I'll very much be in favor of this. I'm familiar with the market rents in there, and I think it's fair. Anytime you have an empty space, it costs you money because you're paying the triple net. So I will be in favor of this.
With that, since Councilmember Ballard pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to.
Actually, sorry, I apologize. I think we changed it last year, so there is now public comment regarding this. I don't believe there's any further questions for staff, so we will now open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public who would like to address this matter? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. And again, Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take the recommended action, approve the lease, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bid and Contracts, dated March 3rd, 2025.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. Jason Brogdon, Department of Finance. Board of Bids convened yesterday, March 3rd, for the following bids. Third and Wabash Stormwater Improvements. Recommend Barkley Construction LLC for $47,490. Water main improvements, 12-inch water main along 167th Street West from Harmony Street Northwest, 1/4 section to serve Cypress Glen, 2nd edition. Recommend Meese Construction Incorporated for $117,495. Water distribution system and sanitary sewer improvements to serve NRD edition, Tide. Recommend Meese Construction, Inc. for an aggregate total of $422,773.25. We have for purchasing Liquid Polyelectrolyte, recommend Polydyne Incorporated for estimated annual usage of $100,800. We have Pool Chemicals contract change order for a change to the original contract amendment to $57,888.50. We have janitorial services for various buildings, contract change, Wilson Building Maintenance. This is adding our sewage treatment plants into it. Adding Group 21 for $47,060. We have janitorial services, various buildings, contract change order for the renovations of the libraries that we're doing right now. Stevens Industry, doing business as Air Capital Building and Maintenance contract for a minute cost of $22,607. We have one Bobcat model UW56 Toolcat utility work machine for Doosan Bobcat North America Incorporated for $84,138.49. We have GSI aerial imaging subscription renewal for Nearmap US Incorporated for $58,866. We have Wonderware AVEVA software support renewal for Logic Incorporated for $80,650. We have snow and ice removal contract change order for airport for SML Inc. doing business as Suburban Landscape Management, amending the contract to $55,500. For the airport, we have NEC phone system service agreement for Comlink ICT Incorporated for aggregate total of $108,000. We have the paging system assurance plan, electronic contracting company for aggregate total of $133,250. This is how to become a vendor with the City of Wichita. This is our purchasing calendar. We have some upcoming events that purchasing, either hosting or participating in with our small business associates. This is our current open public opportunities. And I will try to answer any questions and recommend you approve the board of bids.
Questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the board of bids.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendment to Ordinance 52-629, sidewalk repair assessment for 1314 North Oliver Avenue.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, Paul Gunselman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, the item before you, I do not have a PowerPoint, but however, when it was noted that when the statements were to be mailed out, we came across an error within the ordinance with the address of 1314 North Oliver Avenue. That is the address of the United States Postal Service there at 13th and Avenue, just south of the intersection there. And the United States Postal Office is exempt from special assessments, so we are removing that item from the ordinance to clean that up. And I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff? And so because the U.S. Postal Service is exempt, does that mean that the citizens of Wichita will now pay for that sidewalk
Yes,
repair?
yes, and that was $903.60, I believe, Mayor.
And can you remind us whose responsibilities are sidewalk repairs?
That is the adjacent property who fronts the street, adjacent property along the street.
So not the citizens of Wichita as the City of Wichita. Can you explain that further?
Okay, sorry. Yes, the properties, any frontage along arterial streets, it is the responsibility of the citizens that own that property. We do have some exemptions, as noted today, as well as at the intersections or corners, City of Wichita pays for those outside of the property lines as they intersect, as well as any city-owned property, then the city would pay for those as well.
And in front of City of Wichita parks?
Parks, fire stations, police stations, etc. Yes.
But if it is, again, a property owned by a private citizen, that citizen must pay for the repairs of the sidewalk, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Can any of these funds be used to restore service to neighborhoods they've taken service from? I'm just messing.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions for staff. Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the proposed assessments, pass the ordinance as amended on second reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Financial Advisory Services Contract.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today I want to present to you for approval the Financial Advisory Services Contract. We use a financial advisory service organization, or what we typically call our financial advisor, or sometimes you'll even hear us call it our FA. We have a contract with our FA. They assist us with our note and bond financing. That's a very technical process, and we have several experts that help us in that field, and our FA is one of those. They help us market our bonds. They also help us review refunding opportunities, and they provide us a lot of strategic guidance on our financing methods. The costs that we pay them vary based on the amount of time we use them, which is measured by the principal of our note and bond series that we issue. So the cost depends on how active we are in the capital markets. So our contract expires here soon. So we issued an RFP several months ago, and we received 5 responses. We formed a selection committee composed of staff from the city manager's office, the finance department, law department, public works and utilities, and the airport. We actually interviewed 3 of the firms after we'd shortlisted, and our selection criteria included things like the qualifications of the firm, the proposed scope of services, and the price. The committee recommends Piper Sandler as our FA, and the contract terms that are proposed are a 1-year contract with 4 one-year renewals. And that's pretty consistent with what we've done in the past. So the recommended action is to approve the proposed contract with Piper Sandler and Company and authorize the necessary signatures. And that is the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for staff? I see none. We'll now open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the contract with Piper Sandler and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Multi-Agency Center Lease and Operating Agreement.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So I won't belabor you all today with sort of how we've gotten to where we are. It's been a process, but this is the culmination of this idea of creating a multi-agency center. That multi-agency center, which is focused on achieving functional zero as it relates to homelessness, also responding to folks with mental health, substance abuse, consists of not only a congregate shelter, but a non-congregate shelter, a navigation center, and ultimately a housing component. So we have secured property, we have begun renovations. We're currently in the throes of an emergency winter shelter that is now winding down as that contract is set to expire March 31st. And so the next step in the process is to hire that operator. So what we're presenting to you to do is a lease and operating agreement with a new 501c3 that has been created to serve specifically to satisfy this function of leasing the facility and operating the facility as a multi-agency center. Again, covering governance, management, fundraising, and that agency is known as MAC Board, Inc. You'll hear me refer to that throughout. So just really, really high level. I'm going to run through these, while obviously not all inclusive, right? This does touch on some of the high points within the lease and operating agreement. It is for leasing the premises, which includes not only the building, but the grounds surrounding the building, and addresses the request of service provider providing operations for the MAC. The term is 25 years with renewals and extensions upon mutual written consent by both parties. The rent is $1 upon commencement and $1 each year thereafter. Each party is responsible for their respective insurance. The operator is responsible for routine building maintenance and repair. The city is responsible for structural maintenance and repair. Operator is responsible for maintenance of grounds upon substantial completion. City is responsible for maintenance of grounds through substantial completion. Operator is responsible for utilities upon substantial completion, and city is responsible for utilities through substantial completion. So just to kind of summarize those last four, right, that this project is under renovation as we continue to make long-term investments in the property. There are remodeling and additions being contemplated. So throughout that process, until such time as those renovations are substantially complete, again, city will be responsible for maintenance of the grounds and the utilities, and then upon substantial completion, we'll sort of turn over the property in its entirety to MacBourne Inc., and at that point in time, they will then be responsible for the maintenance of the grounds and utilities. Financial considerations, city did allocate $5 million in ARPA funding for operations back in December. The cost associated with ongoing maintenance and utilities through substantial completion is anticipated to be about $123,000. Law departments reviewed and approved the agreement as to form, and it's recommended that City Council approve the lease and operating agreement and authorize the necessary signatures. We do have representatives from MacBourne Inc. here to answer any questions if you have it. Otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. We will begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Troy. You guys have been putting in a ton of work on this, so I appreciate all the providers here as well and everybody on the MAC board. I just had a couple of quick questions and some clarification on the contract and whatnot. So you talk about it's our duty to maintain the premises until substantial completion. Page 6 on here talks about it'll be the operator's duty after that. When do you expect substantial completion to be finished?
So we are aggressively trying to obtain substantial completion by year end, by the end of 2025. That very well may bleed over into sort of Q1 of 2026, depending on some of the final determinations of what improvements, additions, alterations, modifications are made to the building. But we are working feverishly to try and turn over the property as quickly as possible. Okay.
So is the plan that, are we going to have Public Works or Parks and Rec help maintain the property until then? We
Yes.
have that plan figured out?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any idea what the first phase of construction is going to look like? What are we going to tackle first? Or is that still being worked out?
So I can tell you right now that the project is still currently under renovation. Probably the easiest, lowest hanging fruit that we are currently in the process of trying to address is the 2-story part of the old schoolhouse part of the building. Because there is sort of no access and no use of that part of the building today, that's been the primary focal point. Additionally, probably the other significant improvements that you'll start seeing are improvements related to the grounds, right? We are doing some utility relocates, some utility extensions into the property. We're going to start constructing that north wall here in the very near future. And so you're also going to see sort of a flurry of activity in and around site-related improvements. Those are the two things that we're really primarily focused on right now. We've been working with MacBoard Inc. and the service providers to better understand exactly what the final sort of footprint and building layout is going to look like. I feel like we have a pretty good idea where that's going, and so we continue to fine tune that. We've been engaged with the contractor and our development partner throughout, pushing them to sharpen their pencils and make sure that we can do sort of more with less. We're actually really excited about kind of the direction that that's going.
Okay, and on the sheet they gave us about timeline, they talked about some providers getting in there on the 1st of April. Do we have any idea what providers we can get in there?
I will defer that to the operator for their response.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. So to answer your question, we will be working to get a full-time shelter operator in there April 1st. That is key, primary, most important, because the key thing on April 1st is we do want to make sure that there is a 365-day, 24/7 shelter continuing operation April 1st. Now, until we get this agreement signed, we are not able to sign an agreement with a provider. That is top priority as soon as this piece of the puzzle is finished. We are in ongoing discussions with several folks that are already currently operating an emergency winter shelter, such as Humankind, Mental Health of America, and several others at this point in time. So we are having ongoing discussions. I think we'll be ready to do those things. It's just a matter of one step at a time.
I appreciate that. One of the other questions I have pertain to, it's on page 10 of the contract, confidentiality, and it says that when we get the information, we're going to comply with the Kansas Open Records Act and produce, upon written request, documents pertaining to this agreement, other than those covered by express exceptions to disclosure listed in this act. What other exceptions do we have to that? Is there any barrier that you guys foresee with that?
You answer that.
So I was looking around for our
maybe private information of people.
No, so I was looking around for our legal counsel to weigh in, but so long as we're not in violation of any other federal, state, or local laws, again, obviously, we're going to try to protect the confidentiality and the safety and the security of the patrons and clients frequenting the MAC. But again, just making sure that nothing that we're going to do is in violation of any federal, state, or local laws otherwise.
Okay, so when we request information, there's a 72-hour turnaround that we are expecting. Did I remember seeing that in the contract? 72-hour, okay. All right, the last question I do have is, sorry, I get into the weeds here sometimes. The city of Wichita will not conduct oversight of the operator except as oversight as authorized for the city pursuant to this agreement or any other agreement between the city and the operator. Do we have any other agreements that we're not aware of here, or is this just this document?
So this lease and operating agreement goes kind of hand in hand with the funding agreement, right? So there's a slew of other reporting and other requirements that are specifically laid out in the funding agreement. So the two in conjunction with each other really cover the breadth of our agreement with MacBoard Inc. for funding, leasing, and operating the facility as it exists today.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of questions. Sure. First of all, I just want to thank everybody, so many different groups of people that have been working really hard on this. But I have to be honest, I'm struggling with a lot of it. Maybe that is because I feel like as a council member, I'm the closest to it. Our adjacent property owners have been so kind to put their app on my phone with their cameras, so I get to see everything and more than I want to see that is going on. And that was one of my main concerns, is I need to know what is going to be different on April 1st, because I stood up in the front of the room at the Advanced Learning Library. I said there would be no loitering, there would be no trash, there would be not this. and all of that is happening. And I know it's extremely overwhelming, but it's unacceptable, and we have to do, but we just have to do better. And I'm happy to go pick up trash. I have myself. I want to be a good partner, as I know you guys do too, but there's just some things that absolutely have to change.
Absolutely, and appreciate that. And so we'll start with a couple of things we're doing currently before we take over April 1st. Start yesterday. We had a great meeting with WPD to discuss what are some of the issues that they're seeing. How do we, work together to address issues like people getting, based on disciplinary action, being kicked out of the building currently. We have created some dialogue around that. We will be looking at some of the ways that we can better reduce, issues with inside the building that will cause people to be pushed out into the neighborhood. One of those is de-escalation. Can we create a space within the building to help work on de-escalation? That's also bringing in training for staff members. How do we work more on de-escalating, the situation before having to have somebody ask somebody to leave the building? We talk about trash. We've been in contact with the United Way outreach team. One of the things we realize is that as we work with other community partners that are doing outreach, they have better connections with this current population of people than we do. We'll be working closely hand in hand with those people. I've already had meetings with the folks over at Breakthrough to talk about opportunities they may be able to help us with as well. And so as we continue on over the next month, I have board meetings with several other providers coming up to discuss ways that we can address a lot of these issues. We understand that the loitering piece, it's a public health issue, it's a public safety issue. That was part of the discussion we had with the police department. Again, we don't have any concrete plan because that is going to be a work in progress. But what we do understand too, and I hope you understand in this agreement, there's a little difference. We did agree to take over the entirety of the grounds so that, some of the trash issues are things that we will be responsible, working hand in hand with the city to get trash picked up and things like that. We are also making inroads and outreach to other, say, faith community folks as well. Can you help us? Here's what we need help with. Here's what we need assistance with. But what we do understand is that from a prioritization standpoint, the trash and the folks wandering around disrupting businesses is high on our list of things to tackle immediately. I have a couple other things if you want. So I think we are also currently holding weekly meetings with emergency winter shelter provider Humankind, again, to do analysis. What is working? What's not working? What do we continue? What do we have to change? Because again, currently we're operating an emergency winter shelter. In all of our discussions, it has been very clear that we flip the switch April 1st and say this will now be a shelter, right? We still want to maintain operations. We still want to make sure people are housed, people are fed. But that we're no longer in that emergency cold situation, and there are a lot of things that we will start to do. A lot of that is going to be very, very dependent upon construction schedule, and so part of that is as well, what spaces in the building are available to us, what spaces in the building are available to our providers will change over time as construction is ongoing, and we'll have to adapt, and we understand that, and we'll be getting prepared for that as soon as we get that construction schedule clarified, so we know what happens when and what we're going to have to maneuver around.
Awesome. Two more things really quick. Can you talk about what will be different with emergency services and, all of that as far as I think there's been 466 requests for service at the emergency winter shelter as far as EMS, fire, and all of that. And I think 67% of those were just transported to the emergency room. So
sure,
we were talking some serious money, and I'm not the expert in the room, but to me, it makes sense to bring somebody to the shelter. And I know the purpose of the emergency winter shelter is just keeping people alive and fed. And so I totally understand that, but there's a lot of visits from EMS over there.
Totally appreciate that, and I agree, right? And we understand that. So I believe we have two separate meetings set up, one this week with county and EMS and other healthcare providers, some of which are currently already working in that space, to really address that issue. How do we be more proactive? How do we provide some level of medical service we can't operate a clinic in the building, but can we provide some sort of medical service? Currently, I know, my understanding is that EMS has a unit that is stationed fairly close to the winter shelter, so it reduces call time and whatnot. But really the goal will be over the longer course of time is how to address some of those issues for the citizens or the persons in the shelter to prevent having to call an ambulance to go to the ER, right? Whether that is some sort of respite care, dealing with chronic conditions, dealing with the normal everyday kind of cough, cold kind of stuff. So we do have meetings set up to address those. We're going to work that out. We'll have an answer before the end of the month.
And my last question is security.
Sure.
I think we've talked about several times about potentially maybe needing more security for the safety of everybody around the neighborhoods, the people using the shelter, and staff.
Correct. And so, again, one of the things that does change, council has approved a very generous budget for us, right? So very different when we talk about the funding we have versus the funding that the emergency winter shelters had. That budget was fairly constrained, pretty tight. And with a high number of users that have been in the building this year, that budget is going away quickly. We understand that we've got a little bit more of a runway, and we understand that if we have to address that on a staffing basis, whether that is working with provider or hiring those folks separate so we can train them, that's something we're working on currently right now. But we do understand that security is in our top 3 priority pieces, because that is also a choke point for getting into and out of the building. If security is called off to go deal with an issue, there's nobody there to let people in the door. So we understand that, and we also look forward to figuring that piece of the puzzle out fairly quickly.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. My questions are probably more for staff at this point, but I probably do have some for you as well. Regarding the term of the lease under sub-item 2, 25 years seems pretty extensive for an organization, and I have full confidence that the organization is going to manage the property well, but 25 years seems like a long length period for an organization that's up and coming right now. What's the justification for that, given that we're going to have to update this agreement after renovations anyway, given the end of the agreement, subpoint 13?
So on both sides of one of the first things we heard with regarding the length of the term was making sure that there was sufficient runway for MacBoard to stand up and run, right? So commitments from community partners, investment from other folks who might want to make investments in the property or into the operations, they needed to know that this had a fairly long runway, right? Maybe not 25 years, but at least probably more than 5, probably at least 10, right? They wanted to see an initial period and term that if they were going to make significant operational changes, if they were going to make significant financial contributions, that there was a long enough runway that it wasn't just a 1 or 2 year lease. On the other side of the term, right, are the termination clauses associated with it, right? So there's nothing that precludes both parties from mutually agreeing to terminate the agreement. There's also termination clauses for convenience, right? If for whatever reason the city no longer wants to do this, or there's a termination clause specifically for the city party that if we want to terminate for convenience, we can do so. There's a timeline associated with that, but we can terminate for convenience at any point prior to the 25-year term. Additionally, the operator can also terminate out of convenience given a certain time period and notice. So we have the backstops for terminating the agreement if necessary, but we also wanted to sort of balance that with giving them enough runway to make sure that this is a long-term investment. We also think about things like 15-year terms for things like housing, right? That there's got to be a 15-year investment in things like housing and those kind of, so that's why we continue to kind of push the term out. If we need to reduce the term, I think both parties may be amenable to that, but those are the things we wanted to keep in mind with having a longer term, but making sure that we can terminate for convenience if we had to.
Okay. I'd just be interested to hear probably the discussion on the council. 15 years is substantially different than 25 years. I would be 5 years old, and this would just be coming up before the council again. So a lot changes since I was 5 to now. So I have questions about that maybe still. Regarding, let me see. Item number 6, the city, including any authorized representative and agents, reserves the right to enter the leased premises. Who is the determinative of authorized? Is that from the council? Is that under the manager's discretion? Who is authorized, who's not authorized? Could one of us show up to the shelter and be able to enter? Could a public works employee show up? Who determines the authorization?
So I think that is mutually shared, right? To your point, everybody you just named is potentially pre-authorized, right? You're right, we're gonna have to get into the building to do things like maintenance and repairs, right? There's gonna wanna be site visits, right? There's compliance measures that will need to be made. As you heard from the operator, Mackmore, that there are gonna be law enforcement individuals, EMS individuals, right? That there's gonna be a whole host of folks that are going to want and need to have access to the facility. And so that language, if you'll notice, is narrowly interpreted, right? We want to make sure that it's not just an open house, but at the same time, I believe that through our conversations, we both mutually agree that there are folks who are going to need to get access to the building to do the things that they need to do.
So there theoretically a subsequent document that talks about protocols. You know, my only concern, we were trying to balance this with security of the individuals there and also confidentiality is, let's say a city employee walks up and they just flash a badge. Are they just going to be admitted in, or is there a list of who can be admitted in and not?
So as we develop, as the operator develops those policies and procedures, we're going to be coming alongside them sort of every step of the way. You notice there towards the end of the lease agreement, there's a requirement that we meet regularly, right? And we meet routinely. So we're going to be coming alongside that throughout the process to make sure that the city's interests are communicated and incorporated into those policies, procedures, et cetera. We also have a representative. The board has been expanded from 5 members to 7 members. The mayor sits on the board as a representative of the city as well. So we feel like we have a pretty good conduit of communication and correspondence to continue to make sure that the city's interests
Okay,
are
that will dovetail. I have about 3 or 4 more questions. Regarding the city's representative on the board, that would be determined, I would presume, by the board's bylaws, correct?
Not yet. So we have expanded the board to 7. We have not changed the bylaws. We invited Mayor Wu to join the board. We will be, as we get through transition period and we review and revise bylaws, we will be looking to create a specific rolled position for a person from the city, probably the mayor, but we have not yet made that final determination. The vote that we did make was to invite the mayor, or not invite the mayor, invite Mayor Wu to join the board to help facilitate communication.
Okay. So it's really the determination, obviously, of the board, but the city's making a significant capital investment in this project. And I have full faith that you won't kick off the city's representative from the board, but unless that's codified, theoretically it could happen. And then the city's making this large capital investment as the landlord of the property without a guarantee that there's a long-term representative from the city on the board to direct policy. So question for staff, would it be appropriate to codify in this agreement if the city is operating as the landlord of this lease facility that we have a representative that's codified in the agreement, not just in a bylaws that the city can't determine that could be changed without the city's directive?
I think that's a conversation that we would probably have to have with the other party to see if those terms and conditions, how that language is drafted. I don't know if, I can't necessarily commit the operator at this point. That's really sort of their call. To your point, could that language be added to the lease and operating agreement? Yes, any language could be added to the lease and operating agreement. The question is whether or not that language is amenable to both parties.
Well, and these questions aren't indicative of MacBoard Inc. or
understand.
anything else. I just know in the past, the city has had complications with certain contracts that we don't have, I think, the clawbacks that we need, and also the, the safety for the citizens and the taxpayers in it. So I'm just trying to, this is not reflective of you all. I think you're going to be great operators, but it's more reflective of city contracting and making sure we have certain standards in place.
So let me address that question, and I understand where it's coming from, and I appreciate that. What we are asking today is for approval of this particular contract, mainly because of time constraint. The contract is very clear. We have opportunity to amend the contract at any point in time and can do that. We've had a really good working relationship with both city staff and city legal. We understand that there are certain things that may not be in here, everything that everybody wants. However, we also understand we've got a very, very finite time frame to get things done. As Troy said, we are always open to comments, suggestions, and thoughts if that is something. What we don't want is to derail getting this agreement done, because if we derail that today, that puts everything else we're doing and further behind. We do have to get an operating agreement with an operator for the shelter, so we have that ready to go April 1st. So, I would have no problem. Again, we have everything in here. It says we can amend this contract upon mutually agreed to pieces of both parties, and we're always more than happy to open up those conversations.
Additionally, I might just jump in, and we know that we're going to have to revisit this in really short order, right? There's a project 3 we've been talking about, right? That's the housing project. We're going to have to revisit this agreement in the very near future, because there's going to be terms and conditions that are going to be associated with Project 3 that need to either be incorporated or excluded from this agreement, right? And so we know that we're going to have to revisit this in short order. The kind of thoughts and suggestions that have come out today, I think, are certainly things that we can talk about introducing in the next iteration of it.
We know we'll have to revisit it, but this also is a 25-year contract. And
Sure.
so theoretically, both parties still have to agree to any revisions in the future as well. So those are things that I'm just struggling with. The board's full, so I have 2 probably quicker questions. One of the main objectives, and we discussed this in MacBoard Inc., is the fundraising component.
Correct.
Though also in this agreement listed under the responsibilities, and we're looking at the operations within the leased premises, which is item number 10A through L. It doesn't mention anything necessarily about fundraising unless I skip past it, and about the importance of that. Though that is, in my view, one of the primary objectives of MacBoard Inc. is the fundraising. So can you elaborate on that as well?
Absolutely, and I think that that's a really great question. What I would say is that, again, from an operating agreement standpoint, that is really our responsibility. We know that inherently, because we are going to say, if we're going to have a 25-year contract, it's our responsibility to find the money, right? We understand that, whether that comes from public, private, philanthropic donations. That is a huge part of what we're going to be doing as soon as we get some of these blocking, tackling things out of the way. One of the other pieces to the puzzle is we understand that we have urgency in hiring an executive director. That is part of the work we'll be working on starting tomorrow at our board meeting tomorrow, is what type of person do we want to have to be our executive director? What skills and talents do they need to have? Fundraising is going to be very, very top of the list. Second piece of the puzzle that's really important to that role is operations, right? We have to have a really good operations person. We understand that that may be 2 different people, right? And so we understand that not only an executive director, but potentially either a chief operating officer or a fundraising person of some sort. We have already, or in the process of securing grant funding from Kansas Health Foundation to help with some of the fundraising pieces of this, especially as a startup organization. So that is in the works, has been approved by their board. We're just finalizing some details, and we can get started on that piece as well. So yes, we do understand that every minute that we spend fundraising is going to help us on the backside of the agreement.
I think one of my primary fears would be the expectation, or false expectation, that the city would come in and subsidize the entire operating cost just because it's not codified. It's not in an agreement where we say we have 25 years. I don't want it to come back in 4 years and say, hey, well, it wasn't in the agreement,
right,
and so this is on you to be able to maintain the operations of the facility, and not on the operator of MacBoard Inc. So that would be one of my concerns. The last question I have, and this would be for city staff and not for you. Again, thank you for everything, and I'm excited about a potential partnership. Regarding our agreements, is it this, and this is an overarching question about a lot of our contracts, specifically this, is it the leaser or the operator that's presenting us a contract and having us sign it? Or did we write this contract and present it to them to have them sign it? I know obviously you're in consultation, but who is the primary writer of this agreement?
So this started several weeks ago. Man, it's been probably 6 to 8 weeks now that we've been trading papers, right? We had legal counsel on our team representing the city going through that. The operator had legal counsel on their side of the table negotiating it. I want to say the original draft came from their attorney, and then immediately we reviewed that and added language, terms and conditions that we wanted to see into the agreement, and then there's an evolution and that arrives at where we are today. This is a lease and operating agreement, probably unlike we have ever seen. So it's not as if there's a template out there that we can pull from, right? This was something that we kind of had to build from scratch, knowing and understanding what we were trying to accomplish. It was a mutual effort between both parties.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and I will have more accolades during the comment section. This isn't as much a question, but just an observation. Two thoughts. Last week we had meetings with Mr. Dixon and also Misty Bruckner from WSU PPMC. It was very helpful, lots of questions. I also took a tour yesterday, so I got to see, firsthand some of the concerns that Councilmember Ballard had regarding people outside. I thought yesterday was well managed but the weather was really good, and it was, probably just a different scenario. One of the comments that I made during our meeting, and I just wanted to reinforce the importance of it again, is when the MAC Inc. board is deciding membership, I do think it's important to have someone from City Council District 6 on the board. That's my opinion, because they're the ones who is going to hear the most feedback. I also think that it would be extremely beneficial to have someone from the neighborhood association adjacent to the multi-agency center emergency winter shelter be a part of the board. So that way they feel that they have a voice. Actually, let me rephrase that. They will have a voice and their concerns can be heard directly. So those are just two suggestions that I have. And as I mentioned, I'll have more accolades after public comment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do my accolades now. I want to thank the board very much for their hard work, and Wichita State Center, I appreciate that. I do have a question for Steve. Steve, do you have an idea of what the annual budget will be to run this?
So I do, but I'm going to bring James up to talk about that because he has this nailed down to the T, and I prefer to have somebody that really knows it explain it to you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor James Roberts with the Public Policy and Management Center. There are really sort of two budgets that have been created at this point. In August and September, a group of providers that were familiar with sort of the operations necessary to execute a facility like this were brought together to sort of do some initial estimates on what it would take. The benefit of that timing was that the facility was somewhat known, right? The purchase of the building had taken place, but there was no real understanding of what sort of operational limits would be from inside the building or otherwise. At that time, the budget was put together and estimated an annual operating budget about $4.5 million, right? Now that was designed for full shelter plus navigation center with all the facility and needs around it. That includes no offsets, no reduction from personnel coming from other organizations or offsetting the personnel needs there. Today, what we know, and I think the question is part of the question is what is the budget for the balance of this year and for next year? That budget is a larger scale than what anybody's anticipating for this year or next year, just because of the transition, the cost, the construction timeline, and what's necessary. So it's not quite an apples to apples.
Okay, what's your estimate of the remainder of this year and in 26?
Without agreements, right, which is, I think, as Steve mentioned, a difficult thing to do, the most approximate cash flow analysis now would be about $2 to $2.2 million for the balance of this year.
Next year?
I would not feel confident saying without knowing what the construction timeline is going to have.
Okay. I think we have to spend that $5 million in the next 2 years.
Yeah,
It will be
absolutely.
special. Sounds like
Yeah.
you're going to do that. Okay.
Yes, I believe it will. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions for staff or MAC Board Inc.? I have a couple. And for full disclosure, as it's already been said, I am on the MAC Board Inc. Board and just got on board in the month of February. So I was not privy to the first round of the agreement. So I am coming at the tail end of this. And because of that, and in consultation with law, I did not vote as a possible voting member on the board and abstained from the actual vote regarding this agreement so that I could vote on the behalf of the citizens of Wichita in my capacity as mayor of the city of Wichita. So that has been advised by law that as long as I did not vote as a board member for MAC Board Inc., I would be able to vote as, again, an elected individual mayor of Wichita. So my questions are now regarding MAC Board Inc. Councilmember Glasscock asked the question, and I want further emphasis on the role of MAC Board Inc. So number one, MAC Board Inc. is actually a 501c3. Can you first address that you are an official 501c3, and how do you know you're an official 501c3?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have an IRS determination letter in our possession that states that MAC Board Inc. is an official 501c3 entity that is housed with PPMC. And so, yes, we do have that as a final piece of the puzzle, or a piece of the puzzle.
And I'll do a follow-up question. Can you tell me when that was received approximately? Because in order to fundraise as a nonprofit organization, you must be an official 501c3.
Correct.
Therefore, you couldn't fundraise prior to that. Can you address the time frame?
Yeah, James, I think you know that date.
Sure. The organization was established, incorporated in October. The IRS determination letter was received in February.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. I will have comments regarding the timeline in a bit. My second question is back to the MAC Board Inc. role. Councilmember Glasscock asked, is fundraising a major component of MAC Board Inc.? I do believe that that is the main role. So can you address, again, we have a lot of funding gaps, as you've heard or you've mentioned, which means that it's still not going to cover everything.
Correct.
Which really means either people are going to donate, provide in-kind services, volunteer their time to provide for all these different expenses that are still incoming.
Absolutely.
Can you address again what the main role of MAC Board Inc. is in regards to fundraising? What steps are you taking to make sure that fundraising remains the number one priority?
Absolutely. So I think the first answer to that question is, again, hiring an executive director, right? That person, whether that role is either as chief operating officer or as executive director, fundraising, that's the out front point person for fundraising. Second piece of that is we are in constant communication with provider partners to see, again, what kind of in-kind services can we receive in the MAC. We have had a lot of conversations about meals, and I believe we are getting closer to actually increasing the number of donated meals that will be coming into the facility. Again, we are also working with several other in-kind. I just had a conversation today about some additional services that could be provided by others within the building once it's complete. But that is our mission, is number one, to look at what existing providers can come in and provide services that then are either cost-free or at reduced cost. Second piece of the puzzle is we also understand that we've got to go out to our business community. We've also got to work with the county. We understand that budgets are exceptionally tight and things are changing constantly all the time. We know that in order for this project to work, we will continue to seek every funding opportunity. Part of, again, the Kansas Health Foundation grant is really specifically designed to help us find new revenue streams, possibly even external to the city, meaning the city of Wichita, not the city council or the city budget, but external even to the city of Wichita. What other kinds of national, local grants can we go out and go after? One of the things that we want to make sure we do is we don't want to pull funding from the existing infrastructure, right? We don't want to pull funding from our existing partners. They are partners of ours. We are relying upon them to help us provide services within the building. We don't want people to say, hey, I was funding this organization over here. I'm just going to shift that $10,000 over to MacBoard, right? That's not right. That's not the way we should operate. So we have to look at what are the externals and what are the ways that we can accelerate fundraising. The grant will help us a substantial amount with that as well.
Thank you. So one last follow-up to this individual that you are going to hire, an executive director. Can you share that time frame of when an executive director who would then be managing the actual operation of this facility so that MacBoard Inc. can focus their time on fundraising?
Absolutely. So in our current timeline, we will be working again to get description done first. We have to get consensus among board as to what it is we're going to be asking this person to do. That will start happening this week. Secondary to that, we will then go out, start looking or posting. We're looking for an executive director. Here's the job description. Here's the pay rate. All those things. Hopefully, there are great qualified candidates here within the city or within our region. We don't know yet because we haven't posted that. So we hope that's the case. But our commitment to not only council, but also to our provider partners is that we are not going to settle, just because somebody's local. We want to have a plus player in that role. We understand this is a very, very important project for not only the city, but for our entire citizenry of Wichita. We will hire an A+ player. Our timeline right now is we'd like to have that person in place by the end of Q2 or end of June. We are willing to go a little bit further out if we have to in order to get that A+ player to commit, perhaps potentially move. We don't know what that exactly looks like. But again, our target date is end of June.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Now I'll ask questions. So I asked about fundraising, which again, this is a 501c3 that the city of Wichita is going to provide, which has provided $5 million for 2025 and 26, but there's still a funding gap, and that funding gap will require people donating services, in-kind services, volunteering their time, picking up trash, even at volunteer opportunities. So that's my ask, is can you please make sure that the entire community knows that there are opportunities for them. If they can't donate financially, they could donate time.
Absolutely.
And collaboration is the key to this whole fundraising of a community-wide shelter that would be available for the city.
No, I agree and appreciate that because this will take a community effort, and everybody has either time, treasure, or talent that they can contribute. This is, again, we have hired a communications team as well. Our consultant, I would say they're not our team. They operate independently. However, part of what their job will be, what their roles is to help get website up, get name finalized, so that once we get this rebrand done, we can get website up, we can start really communicating out. We do have a very clear and concise communication plan. We realize that one of the things as we've been working on the nuts and bolts is that talking about agreements and funding agreements and things like that is not very exciting for most people to read about. But now that we are getting ready to really take on the role of what is it that we're doing, we can start to communicate to people on a very consistent monthly basis out to the general public, to our providers on a very consistent basis. We are going to step up the game on communications significantly over the next, starting now, but throughout the next several months, year, because we do understand that people have to understand what it is we're trying to get done and what their role can possibly be.
Thank you again, Steve, and thank you for reminding the community that they can donate time, treasure, or talent.
Absolutely.
So my second question, big question, is about operations. Mm-hmm. The city of Wichita is not in the business of operating a shelter. Therefore, this agreement is so that this new entity called MacBoard Inc. will be the operator of this entity.
Correct.
Can you talk about, number one, how that transition process right now is occurring, because it currently is an emergency winter shelter that will end on March 31st with a temporary shelter that's operational 24/7 that will then move on as
correct
part of back. So can you share what's the transition period for the operations?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that question. And so our intent currently, again, pending finalizing agreement today, we will be able to move forward rapidly again. In a lot of the conversations we've already been having with providers, our initial goal is to secure a shelter provider, an operator, for the building that will continue operations or take over operations April 1st. In addition to that, we are also working with several other entities that we talked a little bit about medical. We talked a little bit about WPD. We've talked a little bit about food. So all of those conversations, now if we have operating agreement in place, we can now go and say, we're ready to go, we're ready to move, let's get started. The other part of this puzzle, of course, is, again, construction. What parts of this building will be available, to whom, by when? And again, size and space makes a big difference. One of the big issues we've talked about with WPD yesterday was trying to find ways to do de-escalation within the building, right? We have to have a quiet space. We have to have some trained staff that can actually go in and work with folks that are maybe struggling a little bit more, maybe having some behavioral issues that are not really great to have in a group setting. We also are going to be working with folks on finding things for people to do, right? Any of you that have been on tour understand that in an emergency winter shelter, there's really not a whole lot of space to do much. So a lot of folks are in day room and there's, some activity, but it's really, we want to work with additional providers to bring stuff for people to do, to get them, more active than just sitting around, at a plastic table and a chair. And again, that's part of the transition.
And again, today is March 4th.
That's right.
And March 31st is right around the corner. So I wanted to know, again, back to emergency sheltering, really is back to just the very basic needs, making sure that people don't freeze and they have a place that's warm to seek shelter as well as food. And so I know that Humankind Ministries, who is the operator, has been doing a fantastic job trying to make sure that the basic needs are met.
Correct.
And so they have been operating at either capacity or near capacity. So starting April 1, though, it won't be an emergency winter shelter. Can you explain how, again, some of these individuals who, not all of them have been there since the opening, which would be November 29th, but some have been there for multiple weeks. How are you transitioning them to services, even right now, so that, again, April 1, you don't have 200 plus individuals there?
Correct. And so I think a lot of that goes to mindset, right? And you highlighted this, Mayor, is there's a big difference between emergency winter shelter of, survival versus shelter, right? And the goal of MAC long-term and starting April 1 will be, how do we start to get people involved in housing and focused on housing and housing plans? So one of the first key pieces of the puzzle is, how do we bring in additional providers to start looking at housing options and getting people that have been potentially there since November starting to focus on building a housing plan and getting them out of the shelter into something more stable, more current. Now, again, large, big picture, that's the MAC we all dream of, and hopefully is finished by the end of this year or Q1 of next year. We will have a lot more space to do that. But we'll be working with providers, again, to highlight those folks that have indicated they are ready to move or at least start the process. We'll be talking to additional providers on bringing in additional services into the building. Again, we have a space right now for providers to operate a little bit. We'd like to bring in more, and we'd like to have that space bigger. However, there's some additional priorities we have to look at as well. Again, getting back to impact on neighborhood, how do we do certain things that are taking care of the guests to make sure their experience is different. But then also we still have to remember that focus always is going to have to be on housing. Housing first, housing second, housing third. Because this is not a permanent place of residence. This is a place for people to come in, get whatever services they need, whether it's a driver's license, whether it's a social security card, whatever that is, with the goal to help them move into permanent housing successfully.
May I ask one more question, follow-up?
Sure.
I know that there are some providers in the community, because I've received the email. One in particular, Union Rescue Mission, is a men's shelter. They are willing to be in the space even now to connect individual men.
Correct.
to get them out of the emergency winter shelter into transitional housing, which transitional housing are 3-month programs or 1-year programs. May I ask how will that be incorporated once this operating agreement is signed?
Absolutely. That is something that, again, as we get the agreement signed, David and I have been in communication already, and that will allow us to, again, allow the board to have those conversations. And typically what happens there, Mayor, is I go make presentation to board of that partner so that they understand where we're coming from, who we are, what we're planning on doing. And I ask the question, how do you see your role? What would you like to see? And again, as we work together as partners, as long as we don't have any conflict of values or conflict of the way things need to be done, we want anybody and everybody. But Union Rescue Mission will be an integral part of this going forward, absolutely. We understand that.
Thank you, Steve. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve, I just have one quick question. How will you guys streamline the process for getting providers in the door? I know there's been some trouble so far with providers being allowed access inside.
And that's a great question. I understand. We've had that comment from more than one person. And that is something that, again, as we are meeting with current provider, Humankind, right now, that is part of our ongoing conversation, because we do understand that the more people we can get in that are providing services to this particular group of guests, the better off we're going to be. The faster, again, that we can get them in stable and into permanent housing, the better off we're going to be. So that is A, ongoing, and B, we will have as we finish up policies and procedures, we will have an answer for that for sure.
Thank you very much, Steve, James, and Troy, for answering questions from this bench. I think we might still have some lingering questions or comments, but at this time, we will open it up for public comment so you guys can sit tight. But now we will have the public, anyone can address this specific subject, the operating agreement of MacBoard Inc., and you will have up to 5 minutes per person. It appears no one wants to talk about this item, so we will bring it back. There appears to be one individual who would like to speak on this matter.
I apologize, operating and funding something that we need to truly serve our neighbors. But this agreement, it's so lopsided. It honestly appears to have been written by a seller of swampland and public bridges. It has eerie similarities to the ballpark development agreement, which many of you know how much that cost us in both time, talent, and treasure to defend the fact that it was a lousy agreement and it's going to have repercussions years down the road. Some of those similarities are anonymous principals. We have no idea who's on the board. It's on page 12. We have 1 or 2 names, and those may or may not represent everything. The registered address of this organization is a Wichita State P.O. box. Now, I understand we don't have offices yet, and maybe they'll establish a public-facing office in the MAC down the road, but right now that violates the IRS transparency rules. There's a form called the IRS 990 that every nonprofit has to have in the world. I've only had 2 organizations in Sedgwick County ever deny access to an IRS 990. The Chamber of Commerce and another public-private partnership under former ownership, Botanica, refused to show their IRS 990. We have to make sure that people have a physical address where they can show up and say, I want to see last year's 990. And actually, by IRS rules, they have to have the last 3. They've also seemingly inherited a transparency attitude from the Homelessness Task Force. The Homelessness Task Force webpage right now is missing their 4th quarterly report from Q4. Last time I checked, we're in Q1. That report should be online. They're also missing their meeting notes and their presentations from all of 2024. That's got to get cleaned up, and we expect to have public documentation available. You guys can steal my thunder any day of the week when we're on the main mindset of accountability for Kansas Open Records Act or even registration with the IRS. I will publicly apologize for making a comment privately to someone yesterday where I said I can't find the IRS paperwork. I must have been searching under the wrong thing. Yes, computers misbehave for Vince too. It happens. Just so I will, I always send you comments afterwards. So I will have both the Kansas Secretary of State's ID, which is dated October 11th, 2024, so that you guys know that, and the IRS EIN number, which was granted January 24th, 2025. So in both cases, they have registered exactly like they're supposed to. I do believe that we should have the articles of incorporation and the bylaws made publicly available on the city website. On page 4, section B, we write to them that we want them to establish bookkeeping to document income and expenses. Nowhere in this agreement is that basic income and expenses going to be made publicly available. That just seems like common sense. We do have a quarterly report of emergency incidents, but no other quarterly or annual reporting of their finances. We ask that they, take that back, we do have an annual report of outcome measures and monitoring of the programs, but not of the inflow and the outgo. That doesn't seem quite right. To the previous point, we are exempting the MAC board from the bookkeeping requirement. They're being exempt from CORA because we're designating them as a non-public agency. That's just like our CVB. And you've heard issues before about how our Convention and Visitors Bureau is a public-private partnership and they're not accountable to CORA. That's not right. We talk about confidential data that should be communicated in writing. It basically allows them to declare anything they want to as confidential information, and then that won't be publicly disseminated. Unlike, we've already gotten that one. A former unhoused friend of mine does believe that there are a lot of people in this town getting rich from providing supposedly nonprofit services. I think we should have accounting and accountability, and as a certain president taught us, we need to trust and verify. So I hope this works well. I want to make sure that we've got some good transparency. I'll stand for any questions.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I'm sorry, I don't have any questions. My name was on the board for comments after I thought public comment was over.
We'll continue with public comment. Thank you. Anyone else from the audience who would like to speak on the operating agreement with MacBoard Inc.? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench for council member comments. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Sorry, I pushed it too soon. I didn't see Vincent coming down to join us. I just want to take an opportunity to thank some folks that definitely need the accolades. I want to thank Sally Stang, our Director of Housing. I remember the first time that you came and presented to us and said the MAC, and I thought, oh my gosh, I've missed a brand new acronym, what's going on? So thank you for being forward thinking, for being tenacious and bringing a concept such as this to us. Also thank Troy, our Assistant City Manager. I can't even imagine the amount of hours you've put into this project. I know it's been a labor of love for you, so thank you. I want to thank and congratulate the newly 501c3 recognized MAC Board Inc. You are community members. You are people who just care. This isn't in your job jar. There's no expectation for anyone to do it, but you are an excellent example of what Wichita is, where we stand up and take care of each other. I wish you nothing but the best. I'll offer advice if I can, but please, please, please know you are appreciated and supported. I also want to thank Humankind. As I mentioned, I was there yesterday. It was probably one of the most humbling experiences I've had in a long time. And I realized how different my life is from so many. And you know it, but until you see it, and you see people, and you see true human suffering. And I have never seen such care and compassion offered to the residents that were there. So thank you for your partnership and all that you do. It's absolutely not lost on me. I also want to thank the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Coalition Board. We kind of have been muddling through this and then kind of passed the baton to the Homelessness Task Force. So for all of our community partners who have been involved in this process, thank you. I did also want to say to Mayor and Steve, you stole my notes, because one of the things I wrote last night and when I did my tour is that donations are needed. not just from public-private partnerships for funding, but also for food, for clothing items, hygiene items. So no matter what you have, if you can throw an extra tube of toothpaste or, grab an extra blanket or pair of socks, whatever, I saw the need when I was there and people requesting materials. So everybody who is a Wichitan hopefully will step up and be a part of the success of this project. And then finally, I just wanted to make a comment. Last night when I was preparing for my notes, I went to the City of Wichita website and I saw the fantastic MAC website. And it's going to be exciting because we'll update it now. And one of the things that it said is who's going to operate the MAC. And it said, we're still not sure. We know now. So kudos to all those involved. Good luck. And I'm very excited to be supportive of this today. Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Becky stole a lot of my comments, but as she said, I just want to thank everybody that has put so much hard work into this. It has literally taken all of us to get to this point. I would just like to highlight the words collaboration and communication. We can't just say those words, we have to mean those words. Be good neighbors and be good communicators. We're all super busy, but we can send a text message or an email and always know that I'm on the other end, more than happy to help and do whatever I can. And whenever it's time for a motion, I'd be happy to make it.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some final comments. I will be voting for this today because I believe that we need to move forward with the implementation of the MAC board agreement. I do believe that the city has to do contracting better. I'm a landlord, and the idea that my tenants would write the contract and then I would sign the contract is counterintuitive. And so in the future, I think we need to make sure we have a responsibility to taxpayers, and I know that we have a lot of good operators, and I think that MAC Board Inc., knowing the individuals that are serving, will be some of the best operators of this program. But even with the best operators, we have a responsibility to taxpayers to make sure that we have guardrails in place in our contracting. Again, I'll say from the record, I'm concerned mostly about not having board members as part of this agreement, and that I do trust that the organization is going to include the city in their decision-making process, but there are some bad actors that you can't trust when we're writing contracts. And so in the future, I would just like to see those agreements. Speaking directly to MAC Board Inc., Steve and Misty and the entire board, hopefully congratulations if this passes today. I know that this has been a universal support from this council for this mission. I know that's going to continue as well. I speak on behalf of everybody, but we will be supportive, we will move forward. And I do want to thank Humankind as the operators of the shelter right now. You're doing incredible work. You're not just talking about Jesus, you're showing Jesus to individuals in our community, and you're being the hands and feet as well. And so thank you for the work you're doing. I'm excited and I'm thankful that this community's come forward on this project. And I think it's a testament to the citizens of Wichita that this has been a priority, not just of the council, but I think of all citizens in our community as well.
I see no further comments, so I will add a couple more in addition to what has been said. First and foremost, for full transparency so that everyone knows who the MAC board members are currently, they are Kent Miracle, who just got added on at the same time that I got added on as number 6 and number 7 to the board. Also Robin Chadwick, Jason Gregory, Moji Rawson, Gary Schmidt, and obviously Steve Dixon. Did I leave anyone out? Robin Chadwick, yes, I got everyone, so 7 individuals. And again, I am really grateful that Kent and I got added on in February. And again, back on this bench in December, I asked for at the very least having some representation from either the city of Wichita or one of the 7 elected individuals. And the MAC board chose to provide an opportunity to the mayor's seat, and then provided an opportunity to someone with lived experience. So I wanted to commend the MAC board for adding quickly 2 additional seats. I also wanted to say thank you to Senator Moran's office, because Senator Moran's office helped the MAC Board Inc. expedite the IRS application process for 501c3 granting. And so I wanted to personally say thank you as that got passed in the month of January towards the end. Last but not least, as I mentioned in the questioning portion, this will require a lot of fundraising from this community. Fundraising, whether it's through volunteer time, through actual financial dollars. And I know that there are many organizations in our community that want to do great work with helping individuals living in homelessness right now. But the MAC is supposed to be that one-stop location where services will be provided so that they can connect to the resources that are needed, whether it's for mental health, substance use, or just a quick hand up. And I know that that's the intention of the MAC. The intention of the MAC is to be a temporary sheltering space to connect an individual to resources that are available in the community and then launch them out of homelessness. And so being a good community partner with organizations like Union Rescue Mission, Humankind Ministries, as well as many other providers in our community will be crucial for this to actually work. And so while there will be more changes to or amendments to the agreement moving forward, this agreement as it stands right now is the best place to be in order for it to transition from emergency winter sheltering to temporary sheltering and wraparound services. And last but not least, a reminder that the City of Wichita is making a significant investment in operating a solution, not the only solution, but a solution towards homelessness here in the City of Wichita. And that should speak volumes on the collaboration on this bench of all of us, 7, most of the time, saying we're moving this together despite some of the differences or despite some of the further clarifications that we need. So I will be supportive of this as the mayor of Wichita because it is one step forward towards helping us get towards true functional zero homelessness in the City of Wichita. But I will give the honors to Councilmember Maggie Ballard, where the MAC will reside at the former Park Elementary School.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take the recommended action, approve the lease and operating agreement, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much for all the hard work. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Request to set a public hearing for the Community Improvement District for Old Town.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, again, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So this is a follow-up to our discussion late last fall around implementing a parking management strategy. You'll recall back at the end of December, council approved option A, SMID. But as part of that approval, council gave property owners 60 days to submit a valid CID petition. That CID petition needed to include at a minimum a request for approval of a 2% sales tax and to increase all other non-retail payment in lieu of parking agreements to $15 per space per month. As you will recall, currently that is set at $7.50 per space per month. The idea was that the revenue that is generated by this CID would finance the operations, the maintenance, security, and enforcement of time limits in Old Town for both on-street and off-street parking in the public parking lots and structures. So under state law, there's a couple of benchmarks that are necessitated in order to obtain a valid CID petition. Obviously, a legal description of the proposed district boundaries must be submitted. A certified ownership list from the title company for all properties located within the proposed district boundaries must be provided. And then in this case, the CID petition executed by owners of at least 55% of the land area and owners of more than 55% of the assessed value of the land. And then obviously locally, we require a CID application fee of $5,000 in accordance with our local policies and procedures. Okay, so as I said, state law requires the petition to be signed by 55% of the owners by both land area and assessed value. Our local policy requires petitions be signed by 100% of property owners within the district. So with that being said, a waiver of our local policy would be required as part of any consideration of this. Okay, so on February 13th, within that 60-day window that was provided to them, property owners did submit a CID petition. We immediately went in and started evaluating whether or not that was going to be a valid petition. So they did provide the legal description. They did provide the property owner list. They did provide signatures. And so we started going through sort of signature by signature. And we have calculated that owners of approximately 78% of land area and 79% of assessed value have signed the petition. So a little bit of background, there are 181 unique properties within the boundaries of the district that's being proposed. 31 of those properties are owned by the city for infrastructure purposes. And so under state law, we remove any of those properties that are owned for infrastructure purposes. So we reduced that total number of properties used for calculating ownership percentage down to 150. Of the 150 properties, there were 95 unique property owners. So just to clarify, this is different from the 109 property owners that were identified by the petitioners, as several of the 109 property owners either included the city of Wichita or the same property owners were listed multiple times. So as you see here, 31 of the properties are owned by the city for infrastructure purposes. There were actually 3 properties owned by the city that are not for infrastructure purposes, and so those have to be used as part of the calculation, even though the city didn't sign as a property owner as part of the petition. Of the 95 unique property owners, there were actually 56 unique, what I'll call signators, with some signators signing on behalf of multiple property owners. For example, a signator might be the managing member of multiple LLCs, right? And so it was helpful for us to kind of understand the representation of the ownership as it related to the signators. So the following is a list of the top 5 signators and their respective ownership interests. So you see there the top 5 signators, the percentage of the overall acreage that signator and the respective either LLCs or corporations or actual property owner, title holder, what they represent as it relates to the acreage and as it relates to the value of the property, as well as all others owning 2% or less, the totals of those. And then as you can see there, the subtotal again, about 78% of the acreage and about 79% of the value. So with that being said, the CID petition has been determined to be a valid petition under state law. A waiver of the local policy requiring the petition be signed by 100% of the property owners will be required as part of this. To establish a CID, the City Council must first adopt a resolution which sets a date for a public hearing on the matter. That's what we're doing here today. This is the resolution that sets the public hearing. Given the statutory process for notification and postings and time associated with the same, the earliest date a public hearing may be held for this project is April 1, 2025, at which after closing the public hearing, the City Council may adopt an ordinance establishing the CID. So something that we wanted to at least just make everybody aware, the CID petition did include some terms and conditions that are not necessarily covered by the CID Act. For example, there was a requirement in the CID petition for the establishment of an oversight board pursuant to a development agreement between petitioners and the city. It's a little nuanced in the context of, so for example, in a development agreement can only be entered into by property owners who sign the development agreement, right? So if we were to enter into a development agreement, in that scenario, we would have to obtain every single property owner. There's not a provision by which a development agreement can impose sort of conditions on property owners that don't sign a development agreement. A little bit different under the Community Development Law, under the CID Act, right? The other kind of nuance of the CID petition, we drafted an initial petition to provide to the property owners. That petition language was revised by the petitioners, and the petitioners struck language from the petition communicating the city's ability to unilaterally terminate the district and replaced it with language that limits termination to specific conditions. We've been in consult with a bond counsel. We have some concern about this, not really sure that this is truly representative of the council's authority under the CID Act, that councils can terminate these districts. They can repeal the ordinances as they see fit and as they see appropriate. So we just wanted to make sure that we kind of highlighted some of that stuff for you all here today. So with that being said, review of kind of the financial considerations as it relates simply to sort of today and the resolution to set the public hearing. This is a pay-as-you-go. The city will not issue debt for the project. Again, the proceeds will be held by the city and used to finance operations, maintenance, security, and enforcement of time limits in Old Town for both on-street, off-street parking, and the public parking lots and structures. There's no financial impact today by setting a public hearing. Law departments reviewed and approved the petition and resolution as to form. Should City Council want to proceed, it's recommended that City Council waive the local policy requiring the petition be signed by 100% of the property owners, accept the petition, and adopt the resolution setting a public hearing for consideration of the establishment of a community improvement district and authorize the necessary signatures. With that being said, I'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Troy. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, okay, the termination agreement, do we feel that that is legal by state statute to agree with that or tamper with that? And what happens if it's not? Does that just change the contract or this agreement here, the language within the agreement, or what would happen if like the state comes back and says, no, that's not a valid part of a CID?
So I'm going to be really careful here. I do have bond counsel here that can probably better answer that question. So.
Thank you. Mitch Walter with Gilmore & Bell. We've been assisting Troy and his team in the process of evaluating the petition and the resolution for consideration for the governing body today. So to answer your question, Councilmember Hoheisel, it's black letter law that in the state that a governing body cannot bind the hands of a future governing body with respect to a governing body's ability, a future governing body's ability to take legislative action, and the governing body acts through an ordinance or a resolution, but an ordinance is the governing body's legislative action. And so a provision in a petition that's an extra statutory provision, I should add a provision that doesn't need to be in the petition for legal purposes, that the governing body could not terminate the CID, probably doesn't pass muster under state law as being enforceable in a petition. I think that's probably the best way that I can most succinctly put it, is that limits on termination would function as a limit on the governing body's ability to pass an ordinance and exercise its legislative authority in the future.
So what does that do to this petition? Does it mean that would make just that section invalid, or does it put the whole petition at risk?
Great question. I will add that this is a little bit of a gray area in terms of extra statutory provisions in a petition. It's a valid petition, and then it contains the items that are required to be included in a petition for the CID Act. The question of the extra statutory items, I don't think I'm prepared to answer on record as to what the city may or may not be agreeing to if it indeed creates the CID with those extra statutory provisions. So it is a valid petition. I think what the city and the governing body wishes to do about some of those extra statutory provisions in the petition is certainly an item that will need to be discussed either now or in context with the public hearing that's would be set for April 1st.
All right, I appreciate that. Now, this oversight board that they have set up, is that, do we have any other CIDs that something like this has happened with, or is this pretty unique as far as the CIDs go, at least through the city?
Yeah, so we've been digging into some of the history of some of the CIDs. I know there was a question that came out Friday about whether or not we've ever had a CID that's been approved that is less than the 100% property owner. We've yet to come across one, right? We continue to dig. And the reason why I say that to answer your question is no, we don't generally have an oversight committee because the petitioner is, number one, generally 100% of the property owners, right? And so they themselves are somewhat of their own oversight committee, right? Number one. Number two, I would argue we have an oversight committee in this case, that is the city council, right? That is the city, right? That is governing how the funds are being expended, kind of oversight of the revenues and those kind of things. And so I think this one is not only unique in the fact that it has some of these additional requirements that have been baked into the petition. We're not aware of any other CIDs that have this type of oversight committee. Now, if those petitioners have created a pseudo oversight committee amongst their own sort of corporate policies and procedures, we're not privy to that.
Do we think this is legit in the eyes of the state as well?
Thank you. It's not so much a question of whether it's legit in the eyes of the state. I think the question to grapple with is what does the governing body want to create in connection with the creation of the CID, if that's its choice. So whether you agree to create the CID with the oversight board or with all of the contents of the petitioner's petition is a question, or whether you want to explore creating the CID just based on the statutory information that needs to be in the CID and the ordinance creating the CID. And so that's certainly a question that is more policy driven than legal. But the request for the creation of the oversight board and the request for some sort of development agreement between the petitioners and the city, while perhaps difficult or needing to be adjusted in terms of functionality, does not render the petition invalid under state law.
So the last question I have is, on CIDs, we usually put 10% aside for public good, public use anyways. Does that get wrapped into, since we're essentially going for public parking here, does that mean 100% of revenue goes towards parking?
Yeah, arguably to that point, rather than just 10% going to a public purpose, in this case, 100% is going to a public purpose.
Okay, so yeah, there's no special little sidewalk or anything, it's just strictly parking.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Troy. I did have some questions about numbers on revenue generation, which I'm sure you probably would present at the hearing, but now I have another question, well, two other questions. So on the percentage, since the city owned a couple properties, is that why we wouldn't get to the 100%? Or would we even count in the 100%?
So coming back to the numbers, right? So we included the acreage of the 3 properties that are within the boundaries of the district that are not infrastructure related, right? And that's the cinema retail strip center that we talked about a little bit earlier today, the City Arts building, and the museum down there, right? So those 3 properties would actually be subject to the terms and conditions of the CID, i.e. the sales tax generation that would be associated with that. And so we have to include that acreage in the overall total acreage as that acreage and value is determined, right? But then because the city of Wichita didn't sign the petition, right, then that goes against the overall. So theoretically, maybe to answer your question, would we ever get to 100% unless the city signed it? No. But if that percentage was, call it 3%, right? If we ever got to if there was a 97% threshold with the city council acting and approving the CID is in essence, arguably probably signing the petition, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I was just wondering on that. I do have concerns about this language that you just brought up. Do you have any idea if that was a requirement on behalf of the other party for this to be approved by council? Like, would they be supportive of it without that language binding a future council from making a decision?
I was not aware of that, no, that was a condition that they would require. That was not a condition that the governing body back in December that you all had put on that 60-day window and developing a CID petition. And so, no, I didn't anticipate, nor was I aware that that condition was coming. Would they be amenable to removing it? That I don't know either, so I apologize.
No problem. I just have great concerns about that. I believe at our last meeting, Councilmember Ballard even mentioned seeing if this would work revenue generation wise, and I've had some concerns about how this may generate enough revenue, and if that is required language in the future council that may see this not working effectively, that may want to dissolve it, wouldn't be able to, which it doesn't sound like legally that might work anyway, but I just have concerns about that, and it's really kind of making me question even supporting having a hearing on it, because if that is something that they are demanding, this is a different type of CID than anything else that we would have, and then that type of language is concerning for me. So I'm definitely happy to hear more from my colleagues, but I do have some real concerns about that being an additional requirement, and you not knowing about that coming to you too, like that. I don't know, if we're all trying to work together towards something that is a compromise and this gets dropped on there, that's a concern for me.
I'm going to go out of order really quick because it's a follow-up question to that. So when the city provided the language for the CID, these individuals then modified that language. So it goes back to the conversation we just had with the previous business item about contracts. So I'm concerned, and it has been a concern ever since you pointed this portion out, that then it gave the leverage to the individuals who wanted the CID to say, well, this is in the best interest of us, the CID folks, not the best interest of the city of Wichita, which is the citizens of Wichita. So that concerns me. So again, can you just again point out, when did you give the CID language to these individuals? And then when you received back the petition, it was modified from the original city of Wichita language.
So if you'll recall, we immediately following sort of the December action by City Council to adopt Option A SMID and gave this 60-day window, the shot clock, so to speak, started ticking. We engaged outside counsel, started working through exactly sort of how this would work, right, in the context of the provisions of the 2% sales tax and then the special assessments as it related to the obligations for those businesses and residents that were not collecting sales tax, right? How do we frame that and couch that within the CID Act? Hence the special assessment part of that. So we started drafting what we felt was an amendable petition that could then be provided to the property owners for their review and approval and signatures. Throughout that process, I just want to make sure, we're not obligated to do that, right? Under the statute, the petitioners can form whatever petition they see sort of fit, as long as it meets all of the criteria of the CID Act. We were simply trying to kind of go above and beyond the call of duty and actually trying to draft some amendable terms and conditions in a draft CID petition. Whether or not they chose to use that or not was entirely up to them. That was entirely up to their discretion. They could have hired their own counsel and drafted their own petition. So we weren't necessarily beholding them to the language in the petition that we provided them. Again, it was kind of our effort to try and go above and beyond. We do not draft petitions for any other applicants, right? We were just simply trying to be a good community partner, and we drafted what we thought was going to be amenable terms and conditions. And then at that point in time, we turned that over. I don't know exactly what date that was turned over. I'd have to go back and pull that up, but yes.
Are there follow-up questions to that before I move? Are there any follow-up questions to this?
You may have, thank you, Mayor. You may have answered my question or not. That would have been a follow-up. So it wasn't that they sent back language, they maybe struck something, and they didn't tell us as a way to sneak in language. Is it that, were they forthright and these are the changes we made to the CID petition that was sent? Or was it just, hey, these are the changes, or we're just signing the document as is?
So this is where it gets a little nuanced, right? In the context of, we received the petition on February 13th, right? We received the petition on February 13th. We immediately went into analysis, right? And as we read through the language that was provided to the petitioners in consult with our outside legal counsel, these were the things that kind of rose to the top of, well, wait a minute, this language looks slightly different than what we had provided them originally. So what their intent was, I can't speak to, right? What I can tell you is when we received the petition on February 13th, right, this is what we received. This is just our analysis of the information and the petition we received.
You discovered the language change.
Yes.
Was this the only language change that was a part of it?
So I went and did sort of a red line version of the language that was added or language that was stricken. There's some other changes that were made to the petition. Again, we just kind of highlighted the couple that we wanted to make sure that council was privy to.
Okay.
But there are other changes. We'd be more than happy to share sort of that red line version with you all if you wanted to see it.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yep.
So again, the petitioners did not openly say, we changed the petition language. Staff discovered there were changes to the petition originally submitted to them, and you have a red-lined document. Is that correct?
So I was not told of changes prior to us receiving what I'll call the revised petition. It was as part of our analysis did we discover that the language in the petition didn't coincide with the draft petition that we provided them. And so we took it upon ourselves to do kind of the side-by-side comparison. We prepared a red line version of that just so we could see what language was added and what language was stricken. That was just all part of our analysis.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have lots of questions for you. So when you say we got 91 signatures out of 109, when you read that, it appears that you mean we got 91 different signatures, and that is not correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so...
Well, let me make sure if I say this correctly.
We didn't get
We
91 different
received-
signatures.
We received 56 unique signators, right? So, for example, if I were the managing member of 5 different LLCs, right? I would sign on behalf, if I were the managing member, on 5 different LLCs. Each of those 5 LLCs are arguably different property owners, which is the difference between 95 unique property owners. Yes, there are 95 unique property owners, and we received signatures representing all 95 unique property owners. Of those
However,
95.
some of them are duplicate.
Correct.
Okay. If you could go back to the other slide. So, for example, the top 5 property owners, they count for many of the signatures, the majority.
Correct. Correct.
So, like Mr.
So if I added that up,
33%.
3, 4, 5, 6, 60%, if I'm doing rough math.
So it appears that there's a
50%.
couple voices for the majority, speaking for the majority, we'll say.
They have managing interest in those property ownerships. Yes.
Okay, next question is, and I know this is a little redundant, it's just kind of looking at it through a different lens. The signatures are from the property owner or the actual doing business in the facility, in the building?
So the signature has to be representative of the property owner. So there could be an individual who owns a condominium unit, and that property owner signed on behalf of themselves, right? For an LLC, right, it is somebody who has authorization to sign on behalf of that LLC or that corporation or whatever that. They might be one and the same, right? The business might be one and the same as the property owner, or they might be different, but under the CID Act, it has to be a signature of the property owner. If the business is separate than the ownership, then no, we would not accept a signature from the business owner as a tenant representing the property
And the
owner.
reason for asking that is because the 2% is being put on the burden of the business or the customer.
Correct.
That maybe the business didn't have a say-so in if they are renting.
That's a possibility.
Okay. The other thing, and I know that's not exactly what we're discussing today, but my biggest concern is with the CID, the way that it's written today, we are not allowed to capture liquor sales. And in the original projected numbers, we didn't know that, or that wasn't part of the conversation. So I'm worried about meeting the benchmark, even doubling the $7.50 per space to $15, and the 2% CID. That only opens the gap up a lot more, I would assume, because there's significant liquor sales in Old Town. So I'm worried about signing up for 20 years, and I know I mentioned last time, I don't know what the number is, but maybe it's 3 years, we reevaluate, make sure that this is working. But knowing right now that we can't capture liquor sales makes me extremely nervous to right out of the gate commit to something that likely is not going to meet the benchmark of $1 million, correct?
Yeah, we don't know. We've been trying to kind of dig in. The state's been great to work with. We continue to try to work with the state to try to get a better understanding of what this area generates in annual sales that a 2% sales tax on top of would also be applicable to. It's just hard to kind of really zero in and know exactly what that number is going to be. To your point, and maybe council can better answer this, but no, an additional 2% sales tax cannot be added on top of liquor sales. But I'll let somebody else speak to it better than I.
Yeah, the CID, the imposition of the CID tax follows the Kansas retailer sales tax. Liquor is taxed under a different statutory scheme, so the CID tax just follows the Kansas Retailer Sales Tax Act. The question of whether the city could add a 2% tax on liquor sales, I can't answer that definitively, certainly off the cuff, but I'm highly doubtful that could be possible.
Well, I believe it was January was Local Government Day in Topeka, and I did visit with some people in Topeka about, is there an appetite for that, or conversation that we could have, and they did remove that restriction for the Chiefs and Royals projects, but it's not something that they have talked about, which would be great because we have a ballpark that, you know, we could use the liquor tax in our CID there as well. So I know that maybe we could have that conversation, and you know, I've talked to Marley about it already to see, but I just am really worried, and I know we're just talking about the percentage today of the businesses that are okay with exploring this, but I'm really worried because right now we know that we can't do that, and everything with the state is a heavy lift, and so I worry about signing us up for something and being difficult to get out of, knowing that we already can't capture what we anticipated to start with. So I'll let some other people ask some questions, but I'm very concerned.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you so much. My questions are probably going to be more balcony down, and maybe asking you to editorialize a little bit or get your opinion of someone who is an expert in economic development and also been working on this for a long time. Just to confirm, I just want to make sure that I know we are on the page, but anybody who's watching or with us today, this isn't action taken today. This is just setting the public hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. So let's say that today we said we're going to move forward, it does pass, and we set the date for a public hearing, okay? What happens if this doesn't go forward? If the CID doesn't, if we vote it down at that point? Today we're not voting it up or down, we're just voting up or down to go to a public hearing. What, in your opinion, and you and I talked a little bit, but what in your opinion would happen to the city? Like, what would be the next options?
So if you'll recall, this was part of the motion back in December that we were moving forward, council approved moving forward with the parking management implementation strategy, option A, SMID, right? And so everything that goes along with that, if the CID is not approved, then Old Town is part of that SMID, and we would continue with implementation of the parking management system as it was contemplated and presented back in December.
Okay. And I know I should know the answer to this, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm in my mind. So if this moves forward and we set a public hearing, and let's say that the CID was approved, would the Old Town owners still pay for parking stalls on top of the CID? I can't remember.
So the way it's broken out, there's kind of either or, right? Either you are a retail establishment that you're bound by the retailer's laws and you're adding that additional 2% sales tax on top of all of your receipts. That's that businesses and subsequently property owners' contribution to parking and parking management. If you are not a retailer, right? If you're an office, or if you are a resident, right, and you're not a retailer, and it's a little more nuanced than that. There's some really good language in the petition. That's really what I would refer you to for the exact language. But again, balcony-esque type of response. The folks who are not retailers, not contributing the 2% sales tax, we would apply a special assessment annually against that property owner based on how much parking is otherwise required based on the use of the property. That's that payment in lieu of parking provision agreement. and it would be increased. Right now, the anticipation is the increase from $7.50 to $15 per space. So for example, if I own an office building and under the zoning code, I'm required to provide 100 parking spaces. I don't know, I'm just making up a number, right? Under the new CID, if it were approved, that office building, that property owner would be specially assessed $15 per 100 spaces per month for the entire year. I think it's $180 per space. So my math is not working in my head right now, but that was what would be assessed annually if you're not a retailer. So the way that the petition was drafted and provided to us, right, if for whatever reason, now you got to kind of reverse engineer this a little bit, right? If we're going to apply $600 per space per year for operations management, enforcement, et cetera, right? The difference between the sales tax that is generated within the district, whatever that delta is, gets respread amongst all of those special assessments. So one year it might be $15 per space. The next year, if sales taxes are down, it might be $25 per space, or whatever that balance is in order to achieve that cost recovery for the parking management, et cetera. So just want to make sure that we clarified that.
Okay, thank you. And I know some people are probably wondering, why are we asking all of these questions when today we're just deciding if we're going to have the public hearing, but I think some of us have concerns of if it even needs to, go that way. So I just have two more questions. And just so I can make a decision if we should move forward with having this go to a public hearing. What would be the benefits of the city of having the 2% CID?
So I'm going to try to answer it this way.
Yeah,
right?
And I'm asking you to editorialize.
Yep,
I understand.
Yep. Whether the city is constituting, implementing parking management strategies within the SMID, within Old Town, whether those revenues come from the end user plugging a meter, for lack of a better term, right? Or whether that revenue comes from a sales tax or special assessment, right? The goal and the objective is to implement parking management strategies, right? And so it's a shift, to answer your question, it's a shift, right, of who's paying for those parking management strategies. That would be the benefit.
Okay. And then what would be the risk to the city?
The risks to the city would be the recovery of those revenues, right? If all of a sudden it's somewhat cyclical, right? That if sales tax is up, hey, great. If sales tax is down, as businesses move in and out of the district, right? We're having to somewhat totally recalibrate this, and admittedly, there's probably a significant administrative, not burden, but there's a cost associated with administering something like this. Again, because every year we're going to have to sort of recalculate and recalibrate as businesses move in, as a business expands, as a tenant space changes from one use to another. All of those factors are going to come into play every year in calculating sort of who's going to be responsible to pay what.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question came to mind after. Is this CID proposal, is this what we would be voting on if we set the hearing, like this exact language? Or if between now and then, maybe, okay, we understand some of the concerns around the termination agreement, would they be able to change it, or is it just strictly this that we're going to be hearing in a month if we pass this? Set the hearing date.
So we have wrestled with this. I might look to legal counsel to kind of advise on.
very perceptive question. You have a valid petition. Set the hearing to discuss the actual creation of the CID. When it gets to the point, if you do set the hearing and actually consider the creation of the CID, it would be my legal position that you could create the CID without necessarily explicitly agreeing for the extra statutory items that are in the CID. I think whether you want to do that as a matter of policy is a different question to be answered at that point in time.
So just for clarification, you're saying we can alter the agreement to match kind of the feelings or the thoughts of the public?
As the governing body, you have the option to create the CID upon such terms and conditions as you see fit. That's your legislative prerogative.
And the over 55% signatures would still be valid?
I would.
You're earning your keep today here, man.
I would say material changes to the petition and the proposed CID as created as a matter of policy probably would be beneficial to discuss ahead of time, or at least have discussions with the petitioners. I think, again, I don't want to venture into policy here as it's not sort of our purview, but understanding what the petitioners are asking and what the city is being asked to create. And if those two are materially different things, then it's just, I'm going to use a non-legal term, a bit messy.
Okay, I think I hear where you're going.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've had a lot of questions. I won't duplicate any. I just have one probably quick question that I don't think was addressed. Let's say we move forward with implementing a CID. Let's say that there is a property owner in the district that they had plans to implement a CID in the future. Does this preclude them from doing that?
Yes.
And then continuation of that, I imagine, I don't have evidence to support this claim, that there's been a CID in this district before at some point. Even if it's expired CID, is there any period after a CID expires to implement a new CID, or you could have CID future?
Yeah, under the current CID Act, no, there's no, you're not precluded from creating another CID. In fact, you would have to imagine, right, that if this is the city's long-term solution to parking management, particularly in this area, you're probably going to have to add another CID 20-year petition on the backside of this. Otherwise, once this expires, then there's nothing in place to backstop that, if that makes sense. The idea would be that, yes, you would have to continue this process sort of in perpetuity so long as the statutes allow you.
Last question, probably for legal. If we were to, let's say, set a public hearing, and it's the intention of this body to not include the extra statutory items, and we still wanted to get above the state's threshold, is there a scenario where the petitioners could recircle the petition in a week, or whenever, by the time we set a hearing, that they could still obtain the needed signatures with a new petition that addresses the concerns of language that we have?
That would be following the public hearing? I'm sorry.
Leading up to the public hearing. So let's say this body determined today that we were not supportive of the extra statutory items, and we wanted to make that clear that the extra statutory items wouldn't be accepted by the body at a vote of the hearing. Would the petitioners, theoretically, it would be a quicker time period, but could they still obtain or submit a new petition before that hearing at 55%, or is this set a hearing with the petition that we're given today, not any adjustment to the petition that we're given today?
Thank you. I understand the question now. Yes, to answer your question, there would be the option to do that because you have received a petition and you're setting a public hearing on that petition. There is certainly the possibility that the petition that you received could be amended in that interim time period. So the petition as it exists at the time of the public hearing could be different than the form that it takes today, so long as it still has the statutory requirements that have to be in all CID petitions.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Troy. The $600 per space, that includes the enforcement and the meters for downtown right now? Is that the $600 and the parking garages and everything? The meters are all included in that?
So the $600 per space per year is a benchmark of what systems, parking systems, kind of similar in size and scale to what we have in our inventory, of what they're expending on operations, maintenance, security, and enforcement. Okay, so as we previously presented last fall, back in December, right? Yes, that included meters as the vehicle by which the city recovers end user costs, revenues to pay for operations, maintenance, security, and enforcement, knowing that that $600 per space per year is the benchmark for about what a system can expect to, what a system should expect to recover in revenues and what a system should expect to expend in operations, maintenance, security, and enforcement. That's where that $600 comes from.
Yeah, I understand that. So I'm going to take from that, if you don't need to purchase the meters and you don't have as robust enforcement, that $600 figure would probably go down. You don't need to spend the money.
The cost of...
Am I correct there? Or
yes, the cost of the equipment in sort of that conversation is not that significant in the cost. If I said, man, if I had a number, I'm gonna avoid throwing a number out just for, right? It's not a large percentage, right? But again, you still have operational maintenance, security, and some might argue that your enforcement costs actually go up, right? Because if I'm enforcing time limits in time zones, right, I'm now having to not only pass once to sort of audit and catalog when vehicles are where they are, but now I'm having to circle back a second time to determine whether or not somebody has exceeded those time limits or not. Some might argue that actually enforcement without things like meters and that kind of strategy can actually be more expensive. So there's maybe a trade-off there. So regardless, industry standard, we kind of use that 600 as the benchmark.
I appreciate that. As the city gave the original contract or whatever, would that provide that the city could just arbitrarily raise that, say we don't have enough money, we need some more money to do this, we're going to raise that from $15 to $25 a spot? Is the proposed language that city put there would it allow that? Is that why the group put that other? I'm just trying to get in people's minds.
When we drafted the original petition that we provided, just as kind of, hey, here's a petition that you could use that would be representative of the city's terms and conditions, we included in there that it was based on that $600 per space per year, and that there was an identification of a number of stalls. So we put in the original what that number of expected sort of and anticipated revenues would be each year. There was an escalator in there, right, that given inflationary adjustments based on the CPI index, right, consumer price index, that those would go up incrementally year after year. But no, the original petition, I think, was pretty clear in the context of what we're trying to recover is X based on the number of stalls, and that we would do that calculation each. Now, if all of a sudden the city eliminated a parking lot, right, and we struck 150 spaces from the district, then obviously that would reduce the obligation, and that calculation would be adjusted every year, again, also with a CPI index.
So what I understand from that is the city could do that, could raise it if they got rid of a parking lot or something, and had to spread it among less stalls.
The only way the city could raise it, right, is if all of a sudden the city added parking stalls, right? If the number of spaces went up, then you would see an increase in the obligation. Again, if the number of stalls went down, there would be a decrease in the obligation. It's that metric of how much should be recaptured and how much should be generally expended per space per year. That number was not sort of open to interpretation.
Do you view that $600 as a total system, including downtown and Old Town, or just, in this case, just Old Town, being looked at in an individual basis?
So in my kind of personal professional opinion, it's both, right? In the context of, and again, I caveated that 600 number with other parking management systems, right, of other assets. We have a mix of assets. We have a mix of parking structures. We have a mix of parking lots. We have a mix of structures, lots, and on-street parking. It's a pretty good blend, right? If we could say that the percentage was, I'm just going to make something up, 33, 33, 33 of those three, right? That's a pretty good blend of assets that we need to manage. Obviously, that blend is different than other cities. It might be a small city of 35,000, and they have a parking lot, and that's all they have. Yeah, their cost recovery and cost is probably not $600 per space right? But in the blend and the scale of what we have, I think Old Town is also representative of the larger system. There are 2 parking structures in Old Town. There are a number of parking lots in Old Town. There's a number of on-street spaces in Old Town. So I would say, actually, Old Town is sort of a microcosm of the larger system. And so, yes, I would say that that $600 per space per year is not only representative of the city, the downtown SMID system, but it's also probably representative of Old Town.
I think this gives way to fear before that Delano and Old Town might be supporting a new parking garage for the Biomed Center.
Right. Yeah.
We need another $1 million to pay the note on the Biomed Center. Right. So we need to tax those districts more to pay for that parking garage. So maybe that's why they put the language in there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions. If the CID passes, or even if we set a public hearing, that means that no one else within the Old Town district is able to use that tool for 20 years or for the length of the CID.
Yes, that's our understanding, is you can't layer a CID on top of a CID, particularly because the CID that's being proposed here today expands that 2% sales tax threshold.
Okay. Shoot, what was my other question? I forgot. Go ahead. Sorry.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Promise, last question. So I'm looking at the map on the last page of the packet we're given. I don't think it was in the presentation from what I saw. It's kind of hard to distinguish, but there's yellow, green, and red. Which is what? There's not a key associated with it.
So you're referring to the boundaries of the district?
Correct.
So the best way to describe this is that map illustrates the boundaries in the context that the district is bound by 3rd Street Avenue, 3rd Street North on the north, Washington on the east, Douglas on the south, and the railroad tracks on the west. So all of the properties that you see highlighted there in some sort of color is representative of the entire district.
So the colors don't matter in terms of who signed the petition, who didn't sign the petition?
I'm not sure what the colors represented. We went through the petition. The petitioner provided the sort of petition language, the title report that showed sort of every single property owner, and then the signature page associated with that respective property owner. I don't know if it necessarily oriented it to what the color on the map was.
If we were to set a public hearing, could we have a map so we can see which of the property owners supported the project, which ones didn't? I'm interested to see if it's in one region of this district versus another region of this district. And let's say that someone wants excluded from the CID, but they agree to cover the cost of whatever their lots are. They want completely excluded from the CID because they want to invest in a CID in the future. They want excluded from this, but they're willing to pay the cost of their parking. Is that possible, or is it not based on the petition that was submitted?
So again, kind of gets tough of, we have a petition and we're kind of processing that versus.
I would just say that the petition as amended, names could be taken off and properties could be taken off. As far as submitting a petition that meets the statutory requirements, again, it seems to be more of a policy choice whether the city would want to consider the creation of a sort of a patchwork CID that perhaps had certain properties omitted based on their future plans to perhaps create a CID or not. From a legal standpoint, it just has to pass muster of having 55% of the owners of the specific district requested to be created and 55% of the assessed valuation.
So that goes back to my question of the geographical boundaries. So let's say the geographical boundaries are contiguous and someone wants excluded because they have future plans for a CID. As long as they make their parking self-whole in our agreement, so then they could implement their own CID in the future, as long as the contiguous properties are fine with it. So that's why I'm just interested of where these properties are, what that looks like on a map, to see if there's even a possibility of excluding. You know, if it's piecemealed in the middle, that's probably much more different than if it's, you know, at the end of it excluding a property.
So to answer, yes, we could work on a map.
And both of them would have to do with policy changes at the council, whether or not we accept 100% or whether we move forward with excluding part of it in an application. Both would be policy determinations from this body that would be not set in precedent of what this body has determined in the future. But there's no legal considerations for it. It's just policy and what the will of the body is. Understanding correct? I see you nodding. Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I remembered. Can you speak to if the CID passes? There's been a lot of conversations about that money would stay specifically in Old Town. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So under the CID Act, the costs that are identified, right, and the revenue and the projects that are associated with the district are generally limited to the area within the boundary of the district. There are ancillary, what I'll call ancillary improvements that those dollars can go to outside of the boundaries of the district, but generally speaking.
Yeah, that's correct. So the CID Act, one of the statutory items that has to be in the petition and in the ordinance creating the CID is a description of the capital P project. So the description of the capital P project basically limits the expenditures that the revenues from the CID can be expended on. So for all intents and purposes, yes, the revenues of the CID have to go to pay all costs associated with the parking operations, maintenance, repairs, et cetera, within the defined CID.
So it wouldn't just go into the parking fund? Or it would, but like.
Yeah, it would. There would be somewhat of an audit trail of that. Yes, as the revenues came in and we knew we had matching expenses associated with them, we might use the parking fund because we're paying one contractor, right, to do that, but it would be a proportionate share based on the volume of their work within the district boundaries and not the work that they're performing outside of the district boundaries. Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, now I'm confused.
Okay.
Because I think that's different than the answer you just gave me. As far as that fund could be used for the whole parking system, including downtown. You said it could be. Now we're saying that it just can be used in that district.
So
Which one?
So let me see if I can differentiate. The response to your question was a holistic question around the cost annually per space on just general revenues and expenses, right? So my responses to you were holistic in the context of, well, yes, Old Town probably does require approximately $600 per space per year in administration, operations, maintenance, enforcement, et cetera, right? If the CID is not approved, those costs don't go away. It's blended within the larger parking fund, parking management system within the SMID. Those costs don't change, the revenues don't change, okay? If the CID is approved, right, the revenues and the expenses don't necessarily change. What changes is now I have to be a little more accountable in knowing that I have an operator, and that operator is managing, I'm going to make up a number, 8,000 spaces, right? The proportionate share of our management agreement based on the number of spaces within the district, that's all I can use from the revenues from the CID sales tax and from the revenues from the special assessment. I can only pay a proportionate share of that contract obligation, right? But the maintenance costs I can specifically attribute to, yep, that's a maintenance cost directly attributed to that lot or that structure. The enforcement of time limits can be specifically attributed to that particular parking space in that particular sort of district, right? We can get really granular on exactly the expenses and the revenue associated with where those dollars come from, but that's the distinction between whether or not the CID is approved or not and the responses that I provided you of just holistically about $600 per space per year. Did that help?
It does. I'm still confused.
Okay.
Because I brought the example of Delano and Old Town possibly paying for a parking garage for the biomed center.
Okay.
And I got the impression that that could happen from you. Is that incorrect?
When you're looking at an entire parking management system, right, all of the costs and sort of all of the revenues are spread across the entire system, right? I mean, we do that sort of in local government, right? I mean, the costs, property taxes that are received, right, are spread across the entire city. We don't specifically allocate more revenue to an area that generates more property taxes. It's the same kind of concept, right? As part of a system, there is a blended revenue and a blended expenses across the entire system. So whether the CID is created or not, now we just have to do a little more auditing of what that actually looks like, right? But that spread doesn't change. We can only allocate those revenues to expenses within that district, which is why I also kind of suggested that it's probably a microcosm. It's probably representative of the larger district. We're going to see comparable costs in Old Town. Now, in regards to like Delano and Old Town contributing, right, you also have to understand that those, we'll call them sub-districts, right, also benefit from improvements and revenue and expenses associated with areas outside of their sub-districts. You can't look at each of those districts in a vacuum. None of them will really support themselves in and of themselves. It's like a real estate portfolio, right? You're going to have some properties that perform better than others. Those that don't are subsidized by the entire portfolio. I mean, it's good to have a picture in a portfolio of what any one property or sub-district is doing from a performance-wise, right? But it's all part of a management system.
As I understood from the bond council, In this case, the CID, you would have to allocate it, not among the whole system, you'd have to allocate it in that area.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct. Yep. But we're not going to go out and hire a separate operator. Does that make sense?
You could.
You could, but it would be more expensive.
You're presuming that, but it could be. It could be.
Yep.
Could be cheaper. You never know. Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no individuals who would like to speak on this item. We will bring it back to the bench. I'll add a couple of comments. Okay, now we have more. I'll start off by adding this subject regarding parking and downtown parking. Delano, downtown, Old Town, has been obviously at the forefront of the conversations over the last year. When it comes to Old Town specifically, and when I saw this green sheet with the verbiage that then does not bode in the best interest of the city of Wichita, which is its citizens, all of its citizens, not just one little area, I was concerned, and so I immediately started asking questions to Troy, and it's still, after all this discussion, it just further proves that I'm still concerned about this petition. In addition, the petition that the state requires for a threshold is 55%, but the city of Wichita's threshold is 100%, which has not been reached by this petition. So it has met the state threshold, but it has not met the city threshold. And so with that, I will not be supportive of this. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to set a public hearing for it. Doesn't mean we have to pass it at the public hearing, but I'd like to learn more about it. Possibly take that language out of it, have a conversation with the petitioner to see if they would be willing to take that language out of that, that you're not comfortable with. But I think it'd give us more opportunity to talk about it and stuff.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not comfortable with the current petition as presented. I do believe that we should give the applicants the opportunity to present a petition that could be heard and could be accepted by this body, so I'll be voting to set a public hearing. Again, my concerns regarding are the extra statutory items that are mentioned. I'd also be interested to see, based on the map, if there's a way you could get to 100% of petition owners and allow others to carve themselves out. That may not be possible, but I would need to see changes in the petition for me to support this at the public hearing.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Like yourself, I have a lot of concerns with the language here. I don't think this goes far enough in terms of protecting the city, especially in the future. I don't think I'm going to be supportive of this because I think we could spend time actually working on something that we can come to some sort of agreement to a little later on. So I'm not supportive of this one. I just want to give an explanation.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Old Town is in my district, and so I have had many conversations. Bless Troy's little heart. I bother him all the time with all the questions too. For me, it's not so much the petition, although it's a little bothersome that a few people have such a large voice. For me, the problem is the numbers just don't work. I mean, it would be a stretch for the numbers to work if alcohol was included, and that is a huge, heavy lift to work with the state to get them to allow us to use the liquor tax. And I don't even know, what that would be pulling the liquor tax money from, whatever they use all of the liquor tax money from. I don't know what that would be pulling from programming or whatever that might be. So for me, it's more about the numbers. I don't want to get us in a position right out of the gate knowing it's not going to work. All of this could go away by just doing paid parking, and that doesn't mean we have to put parking meters in front of everybody's spaces. There's plenty of other communities that do, you know, kiosks or a sign that says you're in this zone in this space or whatever. It doesn't mean we have to saturate our beautiful downtown with parking spaces everywhere. There are other options. This is getting way too complicated for a really simple issue. So for that, I will not be supportive.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I am actually surprised. I came in today supportive of this going forward. Again, as we were trying to work with folks in Old Town, but the language is something that I am really concerned about. And as it's been explained, the petition was signed by every individual with that language in mind. So more conversations would have to happen. And just even hearing the legality of that, I just have a lot of concerns about that. I had concerns about revenue generation coming into it going forward and if there were any gaps, but hearing the discussion today and looking at the proposed language that would potentially, again, the intent, I think, was to potentially tie the hands of the council in the future. I just have a lot of concerns about that going forward. I do appreciate the comments of Councilmember Ballard. It is true with this parking plan, you can't have kiosks set up, so you don't have to have a parking meter in front of every space. But I just have more concerns now than I did previously with going forward with this. So I will not be supportive today either.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments. Troy, may I ask you one more question? I agree with Vice Mayor and other council members that I think that we should move forward, right? And at least have a hearing. But before I make my final decision, if we vote today to have a public hearing, it doesn't have to be this that comes before us. It can be this addressing the concerns that my very thoughtful and wise council members have brought forward. Is that correct? If we have to have, or do we have, if we vote to put it on public hearing, it's this document with nothing else?
To the response of, and to reinforce legal counsel, sort of no, right? In the context, no, in that what has been presented to you today could be amended by the petitioners.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. So if we're voting today, if we vote in the, if any of us vote in the affirmative for, and I'm just going to go on record, I have concerns with this, but I have hope that it could come to something that could be good. It was our original intent. So, but that doesn't mean if we do get to set a public hearing, if that passes, that I will be supportive when it happens. I'd need to see the significant changes that have been discussed. So I just want to go on record that I will be voting to have a public hearing so that we can pursue options. Thank you.
This resides in Councilmember Ballard's district, but she voted in the negative already or spoke out loud. So Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be clear, Troy, if this gets voted down, that does mean we will have paid parking in Old Town. Is that correct?
This means that if you do not approve the resolution today setting a public hearing, then we can't have a public hearing and you can't create a CID. That tells us that we need to move forward with the original option A, SSMID SMID, that was approved back in December.
Was option A approved or per this option? Or this option, per this option, then this option's gone, so it's approved then?
So,
is that how you view it?
So back in December, the council approved. Option A, SMID, which is the Option A parking management system within the boundaries of the SMID. Remember, we excluded Delano. There was an off-ramp, so to speak, right, for Old Town if they were able to obtain and get a CID approved that had the terms and conditions that council set forth, right, to achieve cost recovery associated with parking management, that would have given Old Town the off-ramp. If the CID doesn't get approved, the underlying parking management implementation strategy exists and has been approved by council. That's our interpretation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, with a motion to set a public hearing for consideration of the establishment of community improvement district and authorize the necessary signatures.
Oh, we have Councilmember.
Well, he can, if anybody wants a second.
I'll second.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Glasscock and a second by Councilmember Tuttle. We have now discussion. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, so understanding the question that you just answered, would it be possible for us to extend that deadline that we passed with option A, council policy, to extend the deadline to come back with another CID essentially? Could we extend it to like April 1st, the April 1st meeting?
I mean, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? That you're the legislators. You can guide and direct us however you so choose. Every day that kind of goes by, right, that we're not out there implementing the parking management system that was approved back in December, we're kind of on hold until this gets worked out, right? Because there are implications associated with bringing back an amended agreement with the car park. There's implications associated with what equipment do we buy, what equipment don't we buy, right? So again, we'll follow the lead of City Council. This is certainly within your purview to qualify this however you see.
It was the target date for that beginning of June or beginning of July?
So back in December when we told, right, our goal was to try, we took into consideration sort of this 60-day window. We were going to try to do a soft launch June 1st with sort of a hard launch, fully integrated, implemented July 1. It's going to be pretty tight to get us to that at this point.
So would this push back the date on the entire parking plan?
I would say yes, because again, at that point in time, we're not sure what the final resolve is for Old Town. And so we're sort of sidelined a little bit of just what equipment do we buy, when, where, and how, when do we bring back an amended car park agreement? Because when we bring back an amended car park agreement, right, we're going to need to know what does that look like in Old Town? What does it not look like in Old Town? And those numbers may change slightly depending on whether we've got a CID in Old Town or not.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Legal, Jennifer Magana.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Glasscock, I apologize. I didn't hear all of your motion. Did you read all of the recommended action?
No, I excluded part of it. There's part that said accept the petition. I have concerns about the petition as submitted. And so how do we handle that language? I think given the will of the body, the petition, or given the conversation here, the petition as presented will not be accepted.
I was just not questioning. I just didn't.
Oh, no, you're good. I just didn't know if I have to do the words accept the petition or.
To that, outside counsel speak to that specific question.
Without explicitly accepting the petition as presented, I think it's proper to acknowledge receipt of the petition by the governing body.
Okay, so I will change the language of my motion then to consider waiving the local policy requiring a petition to be signed by 100% of the property, or I move to consider waiving the local policy requiring the petition to be signed by 100% of the property owners, receive the petition, and adopt the resolution setting a public hearing for consideration of the establishment of community improvement district and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
So, Jennifer, just to be clear, would that still be the original, even though it was modified language by the council member who presented the motion, which was seconded by Councilmember Tuttle, or would it be now null and void and restart the motion process?
It was just an informal amendment, or clarification, if that's the will of the motioner and the seconder.
That's my intent.
Councilmember Tuttle? Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Glasscock, a second by Councilmember Tuttle, and we still are in conversation. So Councilmember Ballard. No longer on the board. I will just add a clarifying. We keep saying December, December. I just want to be clear that on December 17th at the Wichita City Council meeting, the Downtown Parking Plan Implementation Strategy, Option A SMID, was approved by a majority of the council, 5-2, with 2 no votes, Mayor Wu and Councilmember Hoheisel. So while we say the council, it was a majority of the council with still 2 that said no to A SMID, even at that point. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion does not carry with 4-3. It is 12:45 almost. We will take a 15-minute break and come back into council chambers to continue the council meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, same here.
because now this has trajectory of, I believe what Assistant City Manager Troy Anderson mentioned back in December 17th,
Next item.
2024.
We need a point of clarification regarding the
This council
last.
voted approval 5-2 regarding the downtown parking plan. So can you please now address how it will be moving forward, given that the petition will now not move forward?
So, Mayor, members of council, so again, our interpretation, our understanding of the council action back in December, majority of the council voted to implement a parking management system throughout the self-supported municipal improvement district, SMID, under the sort of option A model. I don't have that stuff here before me today. I'm more than happy to kind of share exactly what that looks like. In December, when council approved that, there was an exception, there was an off on that, that if the town was able to create a CID, that we would not implement the parking management system to do throughout the rest of downtown, that we would employ slightly different management strategies. To your point, without a CID, that underlying parking management strategy, based on the vote today, tells us, advises us that that's the direction that we need to move forward, is the option A SMID parking management strategy.
So can you please address one more time, with option A SMID, which was approved again by the majority of the council on December 17, 2024, and because this new petition that was brought forth did not move forward, you are going to implement despite a majority of the council saying they wanted paid parking in downtown and Old Town back in December 17th of 2024.
I guess I don't understand the question. You said in
So
spite
will there
of?
be paid parking now in Old Town?
Yes. That's our interpretation and understanding of the action that council took back in December.
From the actions taken on December 17th, 2024? Or based off the actions today just on the petition itself?
Both. So if you'll recall back to December, the city council meeting, the motion was to approve a parking management implementation strategy that was option A, which included metered, paid parking. We shared sort of the hours of operation, we shared the rates, et cetera. That was the underlying basis, that if a CID were not implemented in Old Town, that parking management strategy would be employed. So we're combining both the action that took place in December and the action today that gives us the guidance and direction to proceed with some of the next steps that we need to take to continue to implement option A SMID.
So back to the petition and this option A SMID voted on December 17th, I have a question regarding how we're going to implement this, because currently they're still paying $7.50.
Correct.
Which were rates from 1990s. That's point number one.
Correct.
They're still paying for 1990s fees. So now moving forward, what would happen in front of this council to re-talk about the negotiations regarding the parking fees, which in the petition it said it would increase to 15, but without the petition, what happens with those specific, those parking spots?
Gotcha. So there's at least two. There's actually a couple more that might be coming as well, things related to towing and those kind of things. But as it relates to the operator's agreement with the car park, we know that we've got to bring that back. right? So that is an amendment that will be coming back in front of city council. We knew that they had to come back regardless. So we have an amendment with the car park that has to come back. And if meters are going to be installed in Old Town, one of the other things we're going to need to do is go amend the zoning code, right, to strike those requirements associated with, or amend those requirements associated with parking and parking demands associated with uses and zoning in Old Town. There's some language in the zoning code that has to be cleaned up regarding parking and parking requirements. So because that was the impetus for the payment in lieu of parking agreements. If you eliminate the parking requirements, there's no reason to have parking in lieu of payment, a payment in lieu of parking agreements. So we're going to need to bring back an amendment to the zoning code to sort of eliminate the driving force behind those. So through the amendment and through those amendments to the zoning code, that clears the way for arguably a July 1 throughout the entire SMID, including Old Town. The meters, not necessarily individual meter heads, they could be kiosks, they could be mobile app type signage, right? We want to be very sensitive to the proliferation of things like meter heads, the proliferation of signage, right? We're working through all of that right now for the remainder of the SMID, for the remainder of downtown. That July 1, none of those businesses would need to pay those payment in lieu of parking agreement contracts anymore. They virtually become null and void.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the clarification you offered, that meant the majority of this body voted to just implement the paid parking as similar to downtown, correct?
Correct.
So to give this body another chance, I'm going to reword and offer a different motion so we can have this. So I move that the city council set a public hearing to consider a petition if the petition is signed by 100% of the property owners, and adopt the resolution setting a public hearing for consideration of the establishment of a community improvement district and authorize the necessary signatures.
May I ask a question of legal really quick? And please correct me when I'm wrong. Before we proceed, it's my understanding that the only time a decision can be changed, reversed, is if the prevailing party addresses it. And unfortunately, I didn't mean to say we weren't in the prevailing party. So the Jennifer, correct me when I'm wrong, because I usually am, but we've had this situation happen before, and I just didn't want us to go down a rabbit hole.
No, you're good. I guess my understanding would be I'm not bringing up the same motion. I'm bringing up a different motion.
And that's kind of the way I see it. I think, you're absolutely right, Councilmember. Thank you for thinking of it. That is something I had thought about. There is a process for motion to reconsider that has strings on it. I think, Council, if your intent is that this is not the same motion.
My intent is it's not the same motion.
And it is not in my mind either. It is not reconsideration, but it's a good question to ask. So I don't think it's reconsideration of the same motion. I think it's a new motion.
Thank you.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, I'll simplify it. It'll still be a different motion than the first one, but I'm going to use the recommended action from staff for this one, just for clarification for everybody, because it is a different motion than I originally presented. The original motion was to receive the petition. My motion now is that the city council waive the local policy requiring the petition be signed by 100% of the property owners, accept the petition, adopt the resolution, set a public hearing for consideration of the establishment of community improvement district, and authorize the necessary signatures. So what's as presented here, it would just allow us to have a public hearing regarding this whenever that is to be determined by staff.
Second.
When there's clarification, when there's 100%.
I adjusted when I repeated the motion this time I think that's the will of the body based on what we're saying right now. But right now it's just to set a public hearing. The applicant could probably listen to this council and determine a path forward for them or not. And
remind us one more time, Troy. So right now, this current one only has 77%, correct? It has about almost 60% of the acreage has said yes to this petition, because all other owning 2% or less the 19.65%?
They signed it, yes. So in total, specific 77.93% of property owners representing the acreage signed the petition. 79.27% of property owners representing the value of their property in the district signed the petition. So it exceeded the 55%, but did not meet the 100%.
With this motion that Councilmember Glasscock has in front of us, would it then would then the petitioners have the burden to find the 100%?
Based on the motion I presented, no. A member, I guess, could offer an amendment to require the 100%. But based on the motion I offered the second time, it's a little bit language than the first time when before Councilmember Tuttle had comments. So I moved the recommended action on the green sheet, which is different than what I had done previously.
So I will offer the friendly amendment that I would second this if it was 100% of the petitioners.
I would say it's not a friendly amendment.
I think that's a substantial amendment. I mean, it's up to you to accept it, but I think it's substantial.
I think that's probably the will of the body, given the conversation we've had now, and so if they can't get to it, then I don't think it's viable, so I'll second it.
And I think we need to clarify your amendment.
So my amendment is for 100% of petitioners to sign this in order to move forward. And it's a substantial amendment, right? So it would require a second.
Yes, it would. Troy's going to speak to that.
So clarification, 100% of the property owners, not necessarily 100% of the petitioners. I know it's a clarification, but 100% of the property owners would have, so I'm a little confused. So the distinction between before the break was to waive the local policy, acknowledge receipt of the petition, and adopt the resolution. And your motion now is to not acknowledge receipt, but to accept.
My change is the green sheet.
Okay. Correct, you'd have to waive the policy.
Yeah, I don't know how we can, I may be confused. I don't know how we can accept the petition, Mayor, as is if we don't have 100%, as to your friendly.
So in that situation, because right now not 100% of property owners have signed, would that give the opportunity to the petitioners to go find the remaining so that they can't get to 100%?
And I wish bond counsel has left, and I'm going into gray area here. I don't know the answer. I don't know with certainty.
I guess you could say, if you wanted to come back to you're not accepting the petition because the petition doesn't have 100% ownership based on the amendment. So you can't necessarily accept the petition because it doesn't have 100%. But you could acknowledge receipt of the petition. You're not waiving the local policy anymore. You're acknowledging receipt. And you're setting the public hearing, giving the property owners the next 30 days to go obtain the rest of the owner's signatures.
Clarification, if the mayor's amendment, if she withdrew the amendment, we would still have this debate if we set a public hearing. So this conversation could still happen. We could still determine whether or not we want 100%, and that could be determination at that meeting instead of a requirement of a motion.
I think the answer is yes. Sorry. The question is, can we still discuss at the hearing?
Whether or not we want to accept the petition at 100% for something else. We set the public hearing, but we could still use that as a factor.
Discussion?
Yes, as a discussion.
It's for you to decide whether at that time.
So the body can still make the determination at that hearing if we don't have 100%, that we still could deny the permit, or we could deny the CID or accept the CID.
I believe that could be a factor.
That, again, pushes us back to the date that has already been determined, which is April 1st. Is that correct?
I don't know. April 1st.
That's the date on the resolution. we just have to set a date. So the resolution specifies the date. So if you want to choose a different date,
The earliest it can be held is April 1st. It can be after April 1st. But while he's looking at that, I just want to make sure I understand how your motion now is different than the motion made before the break.
So my motion before the break was that we would set a hearing to consider and then receive the petition. My motion now is that we will accept the petition.
I thought that's what it was, and then I thought it started to change again. And, okay.
Yeah. So we'll accept, not receive.
So you have a motion. Mine does not have a second, so goes back to the original motion. Is there a second?
I seconded it.
We have a motion and a second. Now discussion. Councilmember Ballard.
I just want to go on the record. I know what we're talking about today, but no matter how many signatures we have, we still are not going to. The ultimate goal is to collect money for parking. This does not accomplish that. For the record, liquor tax or not, we're still not there. We're not getting there. It doesn't matter how many signatures we have. We can still have the conversation, but we are a long ways from talking to the state, getting that accomplished to be able to collect the liquor tax money. We are not there. Regardless how many signatures there are, this is not fixing the problem just by having the public hearing. So just for what that's worth, we're still not collecting $1 million. We are far from that, regardless of the hearing.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, what is materialistically different from the staff's recommended action as compared to Councilmember Glasscock's motion?
From his motion before break?
Or from staff's recommended action?
I think right now he is taking staff's recommended action, this motion.
So this motion is taking staff's
Word for
recommended
word.
action. And that was different than what we voted on before the break.
It is.
Okay. All right, yeah, thanks. I might have a question here in a minute.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I voted for the public hearing. This is my 7th year on council, and I've never seen anything like this happen before. And I think we're wordsmithing just to change a vote. And I think that's a precedent that is very scary. I am disappointed that what I voted for didn't pass, but I'm not sure we should manipulate the system in this way. And I'm leaning into legal, and I believe you, but and I'm getting tons of emails and texts from people saying this seems like a manipulation of a system. I just want to go on record saying that. Jennifer, my question then is, if the motion that has been made and seconded passes, then we will go back to having a public hearing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, to address Councilperson Ballard's concern, could the petitioners go back and, because the city staff set the number to start with, not knowing that liquor tax would not be included, at least at this time. Could the petitioners go back and change it from $15 to $20 or to make up that difference? It wasn't their fault. The city staff gave them the number to come up with.
The language of the petition can't surely change the amount of dollars raised. Hold on, but in terms of the 12 or 15, I don't know where that comes from. I technically, I don't know. I just know that the statute requires the petition say substantially the dollars raised. I'm sorry. Just give me a moment on that.
the $15 per space per month special assessment, the $15 number was provided to us by representatives of Old Town. the sales tax and the $15 per, will that get us to our goals of cost recovery? We don't know, right? Because we don't know what the sales tax is actually going to come in. So then, as the petition was somewhat drafted, the idea is that whatever the sales tax is created, whatever the delta is, whatever the difference is between what needs to be recovered and what has been recovered with sales tax, that needs to be spread across all of the non-contributing property owners. Again, 1 year it could be $15, the next year it could be $25. We don't know what that number is yet because we don't know what the sales taxes are. If they only generate $400,000 a year in sales tax and we've got to recoup $1 million, now you're spreading $600,000. That might be $35 per space. We have no idea. Those were just numbers that were provided by representatives of Old Town who thought between the 2% sales tax and that $15 per, that would get you to the $600 per space per year, but we don't know that. Yes, we're not sure, to your point, whether or not their projections took into consideration the fact that you're not layering on a sales tax on top of liquor sales. That could have a significant impact on the actual sales and the 2% sales tax revenue that's coming in for the district.
So what I'm hearing you saying is they may have known that liquor's not included. Is that what I'm hearing? And that they gave you the projections and they did the research on the sales in that area? Who did the research and said this is the sales and the sales tax in that area? Did you do it or did they do it?
The representatives from Old Town said that they think that their district is generating about $40 million in sales annually. They did not specify. We have done some internal evaluation analysis of other CIDs to try to understand whether or not those projections include those anticipated sales or not, compared to our other CIDs, which are a known entity of square footage and mixture of uses, and the sales taxes we're receiving from the state. No, those are not consistent. And that's why there's a thought that maybe those original sales tax projections included alcohol sales, and that's why there's a concern that it may fall short.
We don't know that.
We don't know that.
And what I'm hearing you say is, and when we don't know that, it could not include liquor sales. We don't know that since they did the research.
Yeah, and we won't know that until a year, almost a year and a half after it's stood up and we're actually receiving sales tax.
Now, what I'm also hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I'm hearing if it does come up short, you will spread that among $15 parking fee people. The ones that are $15, you'll go back to them and say, hey, okay, we need more money. Didn't meet our projections. Maybe it's because liquor sales weren't included. So instead of 15, we need 20. Is that correct?
Yep.
So we will come up with the money one way or another.
Theoretically, yes.
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Councilmember Glasscock.
The only final comment I have is that there is a clear difference between the word, if I accept something, and I also just acknowledge receipt of something. So I just want that on record, verified from legal, that's two very different motions. It's not trying to change the system. There are two very different understandings of both words, and I just want that on the record.
And again, this motion is to, as recommended, which is to waive the local policy requiring the petition to be signed by 100%.
So substantively different.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Man, I think there's a lot of confusion and a lot of things going different ways right now. I wonder what the appetite of council would be to extend maybe for another 2 weeks their deadline for a CID proposal to be presented to council. That way they can work on a better CID. We can get a number of these questions answered. What does that process look like, Troy? Do you think 2 weeks would be enough for them to kind of? Gotta love the evening meetings, right? We could go April 1st as well. I'm just trying to be mindful of any potential deadlines that we're pushing back in regards to the overall parking. So I just offer that for discussion, and I'm also curious as to what that looks like on our part, if that's doable, if we think the applicant could do that within 2 or 3 weeks.
I can't speak for the applicant. The pushing this out, right? 2 weeks, you're right. March 18th is, because there's no meeting next Tuesday. So the next meeting of the council is March 18th. At a minimum, if you do that, we're going to have to bring back an amended resolution, which for all intents is okay, right? Because the date of the public hearing is in the resolution, so we'll have to amend the resolution specifying what that new public hearing date is, because that's going to have to get pushed out as well because of the advertising and the notification process, right? There has to be a number of days since the resolution is approved by city council. So it pushes the process out, right? And again, I can't speak for the petitioners, though, on what they can or are willing to do, so.
Okay, I offer that just for discussion at the bench and see what everybody else thinks.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I know I'm being redundant, and I know I disagree with legal, but again, I asked the question during the discussion before, if this doesn't pass, Troy, what happens? And Troy said we had paid parking. That's what we would do. I wanted to have the hearing so that we could have continued discussion. Again, my phone is blowing up with people saying this is the least transparent thing they've seen. So I still want the hearing. If it comes to that, I will vote for it, but I want to absolutely go on record that I do not think this is an appropriate action of this council. I think we're finding a technicality or a loophole somehow, and that really, really bothers me because all of us have made a commitment, to follow the system, to follow our policies, to follow our processes, and to be clear and transparent to the community. And again, I'm sorry I'm being redundant, but I just want to go on record, and I do not approve of the way this is going forward.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'd be interested in what blowing up means, because I think we probably have different definitions of that. And regarding Councilman Hoheisel's comments, revisiting the petition by April 1st, or revisiting the petition by March 18th, the applicant can still revise the petition. They can still bring that forward by April 1st. And so we're actually giving the applicant more time to revise the petition by April 1st than we will by March 18th in that meeting. In regards of a delay, we need action. The first time we debated this, since I've been on the body, and this has been a discussion a lot longer than that, was January 9th. So we're 1 year and 2 months into this. The community needs an answer. They want us to move forward. If this motion fails today, then we will have paid parking in Old Town. I think the community wants an answer, and if that's the will of this body, then I'm willing to accept that if this motion fails, and that'll be implemented. But the community deserves an answer instead of just continuous pushing down the road.
And I will address both Councilmember Tuttle and Councilmember Hoheisel's concerns. As I mentioned, the two biggest concerns I had with the green sheet was specifically language that was added by the petitioners without the City of Wichita's consultation. And had it been pointed out by the petitioners instead of hidden, that would have been much more transparent. Rather, it was staff who had a sheet that compared it to their original language, and they redlined it saying these are the changes. So that was number one concern. Number two concern was the one that I brought up last Friday, which is, are we setting a precedent when we are supposed to have 100% of petitioners sign, and in the past that has not happened. In this case, yes, the state is 55%. The City of Wichita's ordinance says 100%. And in this situation, not 100% of petitioners have been consulted or have given their feedback. So if voting in the affirmative to Councilmember Glasscock's motion will allow for the petitioners to go back to their community, Old Town, and ask more individuals if they're for this or against this, and to sign the petition. And now that we have the language that is not part of a CID, they would strike that from any further signatures, then I would be in the affirmative in this situation, given that Councilmember Hoheisel has said he wants to hear how the petitioners can change it before the council yet again, we have a date, April 1st, which would give them even more time to try to modify the language.
You're right, just jumping in. I don't know if we accept the petition. I think the petition can't be, new signatures can't be added at this time. If the motion is to accept the petition, it is the signatures there or what's on there.
And the language as is will stand, including the information on the last paragraph. CID petition includes terms and conditions that are not covered by the CID.
Yes.
So again, it was language that was not brought by the petitioners to our attention as the city of Wichita, but rather it was staff who then said, we gave you a petition, now there's a modification to the petition and you didn't even point it out. So I do believe that that's not transparent. And so that to me says that had staff not pointed it out, it wouldn't have even been on our green sheet. So that's deceptive to community members. Vice Mayor Johnston.
I was just going to point out that it's going to be impossible to get 100% because the city owns 3 parcels. So unless we vote to vote affirmative for those 3 parcels, we can't get 100%. There's also the theater there wants a CID of their own, so they'll never sign it. So it's impossible to get to 100%.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. As I've listened, I do agree with Councilmember Tuttle now in the sense that the wording is different, but it's essentially a second vote to have this hearing, and I have never seen that. And there's an ability to change your motion in a way that would allow for that, but essentially the majority of the council has already answered this and said that there wouldn't be a public hearing for this. So I'm voting against this motion because the majority of the council has already kind of decided that. But I don't know if anybody else will maintain their votes, but it does now sound like just a second opportunity to have a public hearing to allow for some changing of language that was submitted deceptively initially to the city of Wichita.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Call the question.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'll be voting in the affirmative because I thought we should have the public hearing before, but again, I echo what Councilmember Johnson said. This isn't the way that this should be happening. So I'm not voting because I believe in this motion. I'm voting because I want to have the public hearing.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those, Mr. Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion does not carry 4-3. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Child care licensing grant application and award.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. The first of 2 items I have before you this afternoon is a request for approval of the annual child care licensing grant. Just some background for you. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment contracts with the City of Wichita for the provision of child care licensing and educational services for all of Sedgwick County. Payment to the city is made via a grant for which the city must annually apply, and the reason why we're here today. The city has received annual grants and provided related services for more than 40 years. The city's contract responsibilities include providing orientation sessions for all prospective providers, conducting initial and subsequent annual surveys for all licensed providers, providing consultation as requested, complaint investigation, and performing compliance checks that are needed, and providing professional development training. We have a really wonderful staff. Adrian Ladd leads our group, has done so for a long time, and they do a lot for public outreach, including an annual training event. The next one that is this coming Saturday, 4th Annual Training Palooza, again on March 8th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Adrian told me this morning that this is full, just as I think it was last year. Other engagement that our staff does a really good job with and advocacy are things like the Early Childhood Advocacy Day, which was early February of this year at the Kansas State House. Staff, along with Councilmember Tuttle and others, met with lawmakers to discuss the importance of early childhood programs and legislation. Also currently working on some local ordinance issues with law and the planning department. There's a recent ordinance change allowing up to 12 children in family child care homes. Also, through the zoning code, we are currently exploring an ordinance change that presently requires that providers live in the home where care is provided. These efforts are especially looking to provide more child care opportunities for the community. The current grant award that expires this June is just over $416,000. We expect the same amount for the grant award for state fiscal year 2026. The adopted 2025 budget includes just over $228,000 for expenses exceeding the grant allocation. These general funds are partially recovered via fees charged for services provided. We will be undertaking a fee analysis in 2025 to encompass potential legislative changes that are on the horizon now that could impact the fees that we are able to charge and recover. With that, staff recommends that City Council approve application and acceptance for the KDHE licensing grant for state fiscal year 2026 and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. Just a quick question. I think we need to ask this with every grant opportunity nowadays. Is any of this federal, like pass-through grant, or is it just straight from KDHE?
As far as I'm aware, it's straight from KDHE.
Okay, thank you.
But good question, and I appreciate you asking that. We're trying to be very cognizant of that, too.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. Thank you, Gary. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, Gary, for the presentation. And Gary, I just want to give you also just a kudos. Since you've been Public Works Director, you've really become keenly aware of child care and child care licensing, and I know the staff really appreciates that. I want to thank Adrian and her team for all you do above and beyond. I've been on ride-alongs. I've seen you interact with child care providers. The most important thing we can do to address the child care issue, which essentially is a workforce issue, is to make sure that people go into the field of being a child care provider and stay in the field of being a child care provider. And you and your team foster and nurture anyone who is interested in that process like no one I've seen. So I'm extremely grateful for that. You are making sure that our city builds planes and teaches kids and fights fires and all the things because they have childcare for their children. So thank you for what you're doing. I truly am grateful and appreciative, and I will be incredibly supportive.
Councilmember Tuttle, I know that you're an advocate for this. Would you like to make the motion?
I would. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate that. I would enthusiastically move that the City Council approve the application and acceptance for KDHE licensing grant for state fiscal year 2026 and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Restoration of the utility late fee.
Mayor and council members, Gary Jansen again. This item is a request for restoring a utility late fee This is a follow-up from our meeting late in 2024 when we talked about utility rates at the time and had a request to increase the late fee. As a result of that, we're coming back here for discussion of what that late fee currently is not in place and a request to restore that. So I've got a lot of information to share. I'll try to be efficient, and I'm sure there'll be some questions at the end or as we need to, but I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. So some background, prior to January of this year, the Wichita Water Utility assessed a 1.5% late fee to all past due water, sewer, and stormwater bills. In December of 2024, staff proposed increasing the 1.5% late fee to 5% to improve cost recovery and better align with peer utilities. The City Council declined the increase at that time, and the formal action eliminated the authority to assess late fees entirely. Staff is now requesting the authority to assess a 1.5% late fee be restored. So following up to that December 3rd council meeting, the primary focus of this item is for restoration of the late fee authority. We also had discussion on other items during that council meeting. So I want to come back to some of those. A highlight of key topics is included in this presentation today, including overview of our billing and collection guidelines and statistics, particularly related to shutoff for non-payment, payment arrangements, and fee waivers, comparison of Wichita's late fee percentage to peers and local utilities, and outreach efforts for our 2 assistance programs. Our current ordinance requirement for delinquent accounts, I want to provide you a summary of what the ordinance says, and then we'll talk about what's actually in place. The utility is required by ordinance to issue a delinquency and termination notice 5 days after a bill is due. The notice is required to state that service will be terminated in 5 days if the bill remains unpaid. This ultimately gives customers a 10-day grace period before service is disconnected. In practice, we do not do that. Service is not terminated within 10 days of the initial due date, and I'll explain to you why and what the thresholds we have set at this point in time. We have over 12,000 delinquent accounts at any one time, including right now, and so to provide ample advance notice and extend the opportunity to avoid shutoff, additional procedures are in place. From a resource standpoint, over the course of time, we have made a determination of what we can handle related to, again, 12,000 delinquent accounts at any one time. Overdue notices are provided regardless of the amount. Due to the current resource limitations, an overdue balance must be at least $400 and the account must be at least 61 days past due before being scheduled for shutoff. So again, that's considerably past the 10 days by ordinance. We couldn't make that happen if we tried. We're trying to work with our customers. We're trying to be diligent and balance what it is that we're doing to help them out, but also be diligent within the processes of running the business that we've got to keep going here. Based on 2025 rates, some low volume users may not reach this amount, this $400 amount, for as much as 6 months. So again, we're not following the current ordinance, trying to be lenient, and ultimately that could have some negative consequences, but I want to talk to you about where we've been and the value of what this late fee has done for us in the past. So to look at this from a little bit different angle, what I just covered with you, we'll kind of walk through the process from left to right. So when a bill is sent, payment is due within 25 days, and there's a 3-day grace period. After 4 days after due date, at the time that the late fee was in place, the 1.5% late fee was applied to the outstanding balance. 10 days after the due date, a postcard encourages contact with staff and offers help. And I'll show you what that postcard looks like in a moment because we have changed it since we spoke with you in December. All bills that anyone receives from that point will show current and overdue balances, and those postcards continue monthly, as does the late fee, until such time that the balance is paid off. As I mentioned, 61 plus days past due, shutoff is scheduled when balance reaches $400. Staff calls and emails, again, based on our resources, 400 accounts per week, warning that shutoff for non-pay is two business days away. So if you do the math, 12,000 accounts we are able to call and email 400 accounts per week. That takes us 30 weeks to be able to catch up to all 12,000, right? It's what we can handle. It's what we've been doing. I think it works fine. But there's a long period of time here that we're stretching out the time value of the money. The late fees continue to be applied each month, and that's necessary to continue to recover our costs for everything that we have to manage here and process to keep this going. In the absence of a late fee, this could really, these numbers could really grow. And that's one of the reasons last time we actually were suggesting, it was part of it, with the cost recovery, and something I'll talk about here in a little bit is to incentivize making payments, is why we were asking at that time about consideration of even a higher late fee. But if nothing else, we definitely want to request reestablishment of the 1.5% today. The postcard that I mentioned looks like this. I just want to highlight the one thing that we've added since the last time we spoke with you in December. This past due notice says that you've got a payment that's due, and if not, will be subject to disconnection. We did add that payment options or assistance programs may be available. That was not on this postcard in the past. This is the first thing that people see outside of if they happen to call. Later in the presentation, I'll show you a little bit more about what we've done to promote this information so that people know we have assistance programs, everything is out there that is available for them. So we had previously talked about payment arrangements. I want to provide more details on how the payment arrangements work as set up by our staff. Customers are allowed 3 payment arrangements in a rolling 12-month period. They must owe at least $400, the same thing we talk about. That is from a resource standpoint for us to be able to manage these payment arrangements. We have thousands of payment arrangements each year. I'll show you more data on that in just a moment. So a customer, again, is allowed 3 payment arrangements in a rolling 12-month period. Arrangement number 1, they're required to put down 25%. Arrangement 2 is 50%, and if they have a third, that's 75%. We are trying to protect our customers as much as possible and not let them extend even more and more debt, because we don't feel like that's going to do either side any good. So to look at other guideline information, written guidelines were first drafted in December of 2018. Last revised in February of 2023, includes the information that you're looking at here. Payment expectations must be realistic and based on the customer's needs. After the down payment, the customer is given up to 11 months to pay the remainder, and income limitations do not apply. So if somebody calls, if somebody reaches out and says, I want to be able to get on a payment plan, we will set them up on a payment plan. I don't have all of the details right now. A lot of these payment plans are broke. If you look at the numbers over time, most people don't stay with them very long, but they do get started down that path. We do offer that. I think our staff does a really good job of working with people as much as they possibly can. And I just want to reiterate again, income limitations have nothing to do with this. We will work with anybody who asks. Looking at late fee waivers. So some examples of when late fees are waived, and then I'll talk about how this is done from a staffing perspective. We will provide a one-time courtesy for customers who typically pay on time. Anytime an error is made by the city, and that can be a variety of things, sometimes related to technology. When a leak adjustment investigation is pending, if a customer is on a fixed income and they have not received their check by the due date of the water bill, we will waive a late fee in that case. When an account is in collections, the late fee may be waived as part of the settlement negotiation. I'll talk about collections more here in just a moment. When an account is delinquent, the late fees may be waived as an incentive for the customer to make a payment. We recognize that each situation is unique, and so frontline staff is empowered to waive late fees and other fees up to $75 in reasonable circumstances. The supervisor approval is required to waive fees above that, and any fees related to equipment damage, and all fee waivers pass through at least 2 staff members. So I think we've got a good process in place. We're trying to be nimble, we're trying to be flexible. We want it to work with folks as much as we can and allow fee waivers when it makes sense. Fees are intended to recover costs from the individuals generating them. When fees are waived, the expense is ultimately passed on to the rest of the customer base. The utility strives to maintain a balance between helping individual customers and protecting the customer base overall, as I mentioned before. With over 160,000 accounts, it's impossible to capture every potential scenario in which a fee waiver might be requested, but I think we're in a pretty good place, and we've seen a lot of things over the years to be as consistent as we can throughout this process. We talked before about late fee comparison with other utilities. What's on the right is what we showed you in December. Our I-35 corridor peers ranges from 1.5%. Oklahoma City and Tulsa were the same as us at the time, up to 10% in Fort Worth. The question was asked about our wholesale customers and the late fees that they charge. So just so it's clear, we also charge a 1.5% late fee to our wholesale customers. What they charge beyond that is up to them, and we have no control over. But as you can see on that list, it ranges from 5% all the way up to as much as 18%, 5% being the low. There's some variability throughout, but that would show you what all of our wholesale customers charge. And again, I just would mention that's beyond, we charge 1.5% to our wholesale customers if they're late. Whatever they do beyond that does not impact us. That's just what they do with their own customers. So looking at delinquency rate, going back to the 12,000 accounts that were past due in January of this year, and then talking about some numbers related to shutoff and payment arrangements. At the end of 2024, almost $23 million was past due of those 12,000 accounts. Just to give you some idea of what our customer base looks like, 90% is residential, 8% is commercial, 2% is wholesale and other. Other generally includes fire protection, lawn services, retail volume contracts, internal water utility accounts, and industrial extra strength type accounts. We do have a full list available in our annual report. Moving to the upper right, when we do get to a point well beyond that 61 days, but at least starting at that point, shutoffs for non-payment have been around 11 to 12,000 per year over the last 3 years. 2024 was down as shutoffs were suspended for a significant portion of that time due to the cyber event, just to our lack of ability to communicate with folks and to be able to move forward. The payment arrangements I mentioned before, it's about 20,000 of them over the course of 3 years. Not all those stay in place, but I do think they have provided value to many of our customers, and we want to keep that going. I wanted to show this as a particular item to give you some idea of how we look at cost recovery and break costs down. And this is related to the actual cost of shutting someone off for non-payment. This is not covered by the late fee, but it is covered as a direct fee. That doesn't mean we always get people to pay it, but this is a direct fee not related to the late fee. We looked at over 12,000 work orders were averaged to determine the amount of time it takes staff to perform a shutoff, and we came to a $42 fee. I won't go through every one of these in detail, but I do want to show you that we do get very granular with this, and we look at our actual time, our average cost to do this, and because we want this to be as relevant as possible. We look at 10 minutes of administration time is just under $8. We even break down vehicle time and fuel as only $2.64 per each one. I think we're probably being generous, but that's okay. We've looked at this, again, on average of over 12,000 work orders. The materials needed is $8. This comes to a grand total of $42. Costs associated with the multiple postcards, emails, and direct phone calls from staff providing customers advance notice that their service is at risk of disconnections are not included here, but are included with the cost recovery that we need to realize that I'll show you in just a moment. So talk about collections. When services are provided but not paid for, the utility attempts to recover the cost through a collection process. When collections are unsuccessful, the amount becomes a bad debt expense, which negatively impacts the utility's revenue bond debt coverage ratio and is ultimately passed on to paying customers through future rates. That is, you've heard me mention that several times. That's one of the reasons why we think it's so important to keep a late fee in place, to do everything we can to incentivize payments. Costs that were recovered through collections from 2022 to 2024 averaged about $800,000 a year. However, We also have averaged $2.4 million in unrecovered costs expensed as bad debt. And this is one of the places that we feel that the late fees need to help offset at least some portion of that. Looking at direct costs of managing late payments outside of the bad debt, there's multiple items here. Printing and postage, staff time to manage the shutoff for non-pay, batching referrals to collections, processing revenue from collections, managing payment arrangements, which we talked about, is a considerable cost, and our collection agency fees is almost $350,000 a year. So if you keep in mind those two numbers, the $2.4 million of bad debt, the $350,000 a year, the average annual late fee revenue when we were at 1.5% is $1.2 million, which we need for cost recovery for a lot of the reasons we've been talking about. That fully recovers the $350,000 cost of managing late payments and partially offsets the average bad debt expense of $2.4 million. So all in, we've got $2.75 million of average cost each year and a late fee revenue of 1.2. So similar to tiered rate structures that promote water conservation, which we have in place, the application of a late fee by any business like ours is an effort to influence customer behavior. And this is something we talked about last time. The AWWA has a manual called Principles of Water Rates, Fees, and Charges, and it states that a late payment charge can be an incentive for prompt payment. This charge recognizes the time value of money and other added costs. We have talked to our utility finance experts, NewGen, about this too, and they echo that this is common across all utilities to at least have some level of late fee. For comparison, the KCC's billing standards for regulated water, gas, and electric utilities call for a 2% late fee on all delinquent balances. So across the utility industry, public utilities typically have a higher late fee than private utilities, which are limited, again, by these KCC regulations. So, you know, for what it's worth, if you look at what gas companies and electric companies do and the others on the private side, it can be considerably higher. And sorry, I said that the wrong way because that's capped at 2%. Let's move on then to assistance programs overview. And we talked about this some before, but I wanted to summarize for you again. The water utility offers 2 assistance programs. Both programs are funded by customer donations and a 0.1% water and sewer rate revenue that has been in place as directed by the City Council since 2015. Customer donations more than doubled after introducing online giving options in 2024, which has been a really good deal. And I'll talk about on the next slide. The utility does not have the means to verify income eligibility, thus it relies on partner organizations which are already verifying the same for other programs. 2 programs we have is the H2O program, the Help to Others. It's administered by Center of Hope. They provide a $100 credit on the water bill once per calendar year, and that must be past due. Income eligibility is less than 125% of federal poverty level adjusted for family size, and it is available all year. I do know that Center of Hope works with other programs, the Salvation Army and others, and when customers reach out to them, they also, what we've been told and we've seen, they're able to provide additional assistance. The Rate Relief Program, which is administered by us, by the Wichita Water Utility, with data from Evergy's LEAP program for the income eligibility, offers a $50 credit on water bill once per calendar year. Past due is not required. Income eligibility is less than 150% of federal poverty level. This is available all year long. We actually made a change to that from the last time that we talked because I think it makes sense. So between these 2 programs, each customer could receive from city available funds up to $150 a year in relief. Just looking at a quick summary, the top 3 lines are the H2O program numbers from 2022 to 2024. Bottom 3 are rate relief. We assist 400 to 500 customers a year, anywhere from $25,000 to $40,000. That bottom line, that extended rate relief in 2023, was a one-time deal requested by the council that offered up to $36 to help those who were eligible. Private donations in 2023, I mentioned, were only just over $4,000 for the whole year. Because of how we changed the ability to do that in additional outreach, this year we received almost $9,000 just as of July 31st. So we've already doubled that just in half the year. So it's going to be additional assistance funds available. Okay, so I'm getting close to wrapping up here. We talked before about assistance programs, outreach. This is where we were prior to December when I talked to you the first time. Outreach efforts have grown over the past several years. They now include a direct link on our website, direct customer contact with city staff, signage in City Hall, the annual contract with assistance agencies. We provide flyers for those. Promotion at Evergy's LEAP events and website, Connect LEAP events and website. Promotion at the DCF's LEAP events. We had staff participate in the United Way's Navigating Utility Bill Assistance Lunch and Learn. Added in 2024, we had outreach at community centers, and we plan to extend that to all of them in 2025 using lessons learned. From that, we've extended the outreach, especially based on your input in December. So the following activities have been completed or scheduled with the city comms team since that time. Promotion at all Wichita libraries, promotion in the community resource guide. We do show this now in our water bills. It will be mentioned annually at the mayor's media briefings when discussing water rates and quarterly posts on social media. So we've taken some extra steps to make sure everybody understands what's available for them, for the assistance programs, and everything else that is that we do. So to recap, the authority to assess a 1.5% late fee was eliminated with the most recent water rates ordinance. If restored, late fees will resume April 1st of this year. With that, staff recommends that City Council approve the 1.5% late fee and place the ordinance on first reading. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for staff? I have a question for you regarding the 1.5% versus 2%. Knowing that we're not fully capturing all of the $2.4 million in bad debt, do you think that 1.5 is enough, or even the Kansas Corporation of Commission actually has a agreement that 2% should be the number for their late fees?
Well, if I just throw the numbers at you again, 1.5% in an average year generates $1.2 million in revenue. Collectively, between the late fee, management fees, and the bad debt, we're at $3.75 million. So even if you went to 3%, we're only recovering, and I know you didn't ask that, Mayor, but I'm just running some numbers real quick. Even if you doubled that and went to 3%, we would still only be at $2.4 million as far as cost recovery. So splitting that somewhere would be, if I can do my math, 1.8 million probably is where we would be at with 2%.
My concern with this is simply that this is passed on to all water customers when bad debt is not collected. So to me, the rest of the citizens of Wichita, if they do pay on time, would then at some point, because we do have to raise the rates, and I know that's just one of the factors, that then everybody else is paying for the mistakes of few.
That is our concern too, Mayor, and I mentioned that a couple of times throughout the presentation, and the reason why we think it's so important to try to keep these late fee in place, and that was the reason why we started down this path of looking at even a higher rate, because we are not recovering what our costs are and even close to any part of that bad debt, and it is being passed on to those who are paying their bills on time.
Are we setting a tone in the city of Wichita that we are okay with having delinquencies to the point of 2.4 million if we don't get that back up to the proposed, which was 5%?
I don't know if I can speak for that for others. For what we do, and I can't speak across the organization. We have 160,000 customers. We have a large utility. Some of the things I talked about throughout the presentation, we have to wait until we get, just because of our resources, and that's okay, because we're trying to balance here, right? We don't want to add more staff and just add to the cost burden, but I believe, and one of the things we talked about before, if we set the late fee at the right spot, our hope is that we are going to incentivize a lot more people to pay on time, and we could start to see some of these numbers coming down. If we can stop them from getting to that point to begin with, it's hopeful that we don't end up with as much bad debt that needs to be collected. That would be our hope. I can't speak for other communities, but if you look at the others, we're as low as anyone. And I don't know what their success rate is, but I think it has to be a factor.
I just want to ask, you said the right spot. So what is staff's recommendation on the right spot?
I think based on what since you asked, Mayor, I think based on what other communities are doing and trying to look at the balance between where we need to be with revenue collection to offset those costs, I would go back to our recommendation from December and say that we think 5% is the right place to be.
And then last but not least, on the green sheet, I know you didn't put this in the presentation, but in the green sheet, it does specifically say a customer consuming 3,700 gallons would pay about $62.44 per month based on 2025 rates, with a 1.5% late fee on the $62.44. That late fee would be 94 cents.
Correct.
But if it was the 5%, it would be about $5.
5% would be $3.10.
Sorry, $3.
Yeah.
Because of that, do you think that that would help with curbing the number of late and delinquent accounts?
I would speak for myself. I can remember it, and I don't offer this as trying to sell you on something, but I know there was a time when my wife and I struggled to pay bills, and it would have made a difference. Trying to look and see where late fees are. That's just a personal reflection, nothing more than that. But we believe, based on what we've looked at, other communities have done, what we've talked to New Gen about, and I think the 5% just makes more sense. I think it's more in line with where a lot of other communities are, and probably is still within expectations. The 94 cents does not feel like a lot of incentive to necessarily pay a bill when the average bill is $60.
Thank you. So it's staff's recommended percentage, which was presented to us in December, of 5%, despite the fact that currently we're just trying to reinstate it back to the previous late fee of 1.5%, correct?
Correct, and hoping not to push my luck. We just wanted to come back to you to where we had been, but wanted you to show the numbers because I didn't have all this for you in December and where we were at. I think 5% still makes sense, but I would ask for whatever the council would like to do.
Thank you very much, Gary. I see no further questions. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I see no one else making a motion, so I will move that the City Council approve a 5% late fee, place the ordinance on first reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to offer a substitute motion that the City of Wichita approve the 1.5% late fee, place the ordinance on first reading, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second on a substitute motion. Now further discussion. There are two on the list. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Yeah, I'll speak to this a little bit. Also being in a position where we've had to count change before to kind of pay our bills. I don't think 5% deters anybody. I think most of the time that this comes up, it happens. This isn't people trying to game the system for the most part. It's poor people who just kind of struggle to pay their bills sometimes and are a little late sometimes. So I feel like this passes that down on the people who are struggling also. So it's a little extra tax, a little extra rates. Again, I understand it's a couple dollars here and there, but we would be raising this as opposed to continuing our past policies. So I will be supportive of the substitute motion.
We have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will just add my comments of why I will be voting no. I know that staff took a long time in coming up with the 5% back in December, and I believe that cost recovery has to be part of the city of Wichita's sole responsibility, because if not, it will then be borne by the entire system. And in this situation, a 5% increase on a bill that's $62 would be about $3 with a 5%. And again, when we're looking at the system, and the biggest thing that caught my eye is that the expense of the $2.4 million in bad debt would then be passed on to the rest of the customer base through rates. That concerns me. And so I think that the 5% that staff originally recommended is reasonable, and it would discourage people from not paying full their water bill as well as sewer bill, as this is utilities. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for Jennifer. Now, having been through a revote once, I don't want to do it again. If the substitute motion is defeated, and then the motion
It goes back.
That's
is
correct.
defeated,
Oh, and then
where are we at?
then you have no action today.
No action. We got to do it for another meeting.
A completely new motion could be made at that time.
Today?
I mean, right now, this is to place on first reading, so.
First reading, okay. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And just ask a clarifying question. Mayor Wu did make the original motion of the staff's recommendation, right?
She did.
5%. Okay.
Staff's recommended action in December was 5%,
Yeah.
but staff's recommended action today is 1.5%.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification. I have had significant conversations with Gary and his team talking about, because of the drought, this is also another factor, and the utility will be impacted significantly this spring unless we see significant amount of rain. So I am not going to be supportive of the substitute motion. I think that I hate to make an increase or have fees or anything that could be burdensome to our community members, but we're looking at really potentially, chaotic situations in the future with drought, and so we need to think about the entire utility and all of our users. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I will be supporting the substitute motion. I'll echo the same comments of Councilman Hoheisel. This is to get people in compliance. This is not to make money or close debt. We'll still be losing it on that. And so I'll be supporting the substitute motion.
We have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Extend interim controls for HPC 2025-11.
Hello, good afternoon. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department here to present this item. So this item is, it's not a zoning case. This is an item to consider whether or not to extend the interim controls which prevent a demolition permit from being issued for the demolition of the Crown Uptown Theater. The recommended action is to take action as deemed necessary by the City Council. This item is being presented today because council members have inquired about the status of the demolition permit and also the interim controls. And so this is an opportunity for that discussion. In terms of the process for this one is outlined in the municipal code. I know when we talk about historic preservation, we talk about sometimes the federal register, sometimes the state register. Well, in this instance of interim controls, we are talking just solely about the City of Wichita process. So it's in the municipal code. So for this process, demolition permits involving undesignated historic resources are routed to the planning department from MABCD. The preservation planner then may place interim controls on the property prohibiting any alteration or demolition for up to 30 days. And the city council may extend the interim controls for up to 180 days. And that 180 days is counted from the date that the application was submitted to 180 days out. So it's not an additional 180 days on top of the 30 days. In terms of the property background, the Crown Uptown Theater at 3207 East Douglas was constructed in 1928. It is not listed on any register of historic places, so it's not on national, state, or Wichita registers. However, it is identified as an undesignated historic resource by the city of Wichita. So here is the aerial. Here's an image, I'm guessing from around the 1950s, 60s, somewhere in there. And here's a more recent image. So in terms of the overview of the process to date, in September 1998, the City Council approved the undesignated historic resources list. That's the list that includes the Crown Uptown on it. On February 5th, the applicant submitted a demolition permit. That same day, the preservation planner placed interim controls on the property. On February 13th, the preservation planner sent an email and certified letter to the property owner, notifying them of the interim control period that shall end no later than March 7th. Per the municipal code, during the interim control period, the preservation planner shall work with the property owner to provide alternatives to demolition, or if demolition is the conclusive alternative, staff shall document the resource with photographs and/or measured drawings. On February 20th, the preservation planner sent a letter to the applicant requesting thoughts and feedback on alternatives to demolition. As of this morning, the applicant has not formally responded with any thoughts to that letter or those alternatives. On March 7th, the interim controls are scheduled to expire. The interim control period extension, if approved, can provide opportunities to continue to explore alternatives to demolition and to determine if the property should be listed on a historic register. If the property was to be listed on a historic register, then a review process would be required for demolition, and the demolition may be denied. This is a similar process as what we've gone through with a couple of cases recently. Again, the recommended action is to take action as deemed necessary by the City Council. Here's some photos of the Crown and surrounding properties. I'll just kind of go through those pretty quickly. Here's the interior. Back to the aerial. So in terms of City Council action, staff would recommend that you accept public comments on this one because it's not a zoning case. Again, you've got a number of options. So one of them includes extending the interim control up to 180 days, which would be August 4th. Another option is to do nothing, and then the interim controls would expire on March 7th. Of course, there are other options, but those are the two that are highlighted. And so with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have a lot of questions. This is just regarding the rest of the process too. I know on a lot of zoning cases, there are factors that we have to consider, factors that we have to make a decision based off of. Are there the same factors we have to consider now, or what factors can we consider?
I'll address that, and then I'll look to law to correct if any, but no, there's not. So the golden factors do not apply to this one because it's not a zoning case and because this process is outlined in the municipal code.
So we can consider any factors when it comes to this.
And I will look up the code on this one just to ensure. Give me just one moment and I'll look to the code.
I would concur there are no golden factors to be considered.
Scott, that's acceptable now. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Further questions for staff? I have several. So first and foremost, can you tell me, is this a public or private property?
This is privately owned.
Privately owned. During the time that it has been privately owned, has the owner of the property come forward with wanting to put their building on, whether it's the local registry, the state registry, or the national registry?
I can tell you, to my knowledge, not this present owner. Also, I've heard in some discussions that there may have been a previous owner who had attempted that. We reached out to that individual and unfortunately were unable to get in touch with them. So we tried to leave a message, but their voicemail was full.
So currently, this property, which is privately owned, is not on a local, a state, or a national registry.
That is correct.
Can you tell me the process for local, state, and national registry application, and does it require a private property owner to comply or request?
Okay, I'll answer the second question first because I think that's an easier, more succinct one for me to address, which is the process is slightly different. So for the national, I can tell you that if the owner objects to the nomination, then it does not proceed. At the state level, we believe that that is similar. We received this question in advance and we're still reaching out to the state to confirm, but I believe it's the same as the national process. If the owner objects, the application for state listing does not proceed. With the Wichita Register, it is slightly different, and we've had some dialogue going on among staff in multiple departments on this one because there is a portion in the code, in the municipal code, that indicates that if an owner objects to it, then it changes the vote requirement at the city council level. Just a moment, I think I've got, it requires a 3/4 majority, I believe. Let me check that out.
Top of my head, I believe that's right, Scott, but.
Sorry, I've got multiple codes just in case different questions came up. Here we go. Yes, sorry, it's 2/3. Sorry, 5 out of 7. Now, you should know that there's been a pretty extensive dialogue just in the last couple days among staff about this one because it refers to when individuals are owning more than 30% of land, property, or area within a proposed Wichita Register Historic District, when they object in writing and file with the city clerk in person or at the public hearing, then a 2/3 majority vote is required. And so there's some of the language that we were looking at in the current interpretation is that if the owner of a single property that is being proposed for listing on the Wichita Register should object, then it would trigger that requirement.
Further questions regarding the registry. How long does it take for local, state, and national registries to determine if a property is going to be listed historically?
Sure. Well, as far as the national and state, in looking at the online resources available for both of those websites indicate that applicants should expect a 12-month to 18-month process in order to determine whether or not it will be listed. Now, of course, that listing process requires an application that requires some historic information. I would say we have some of that is available for the Crown, but perhaps not all of it. So in some ways, you get a little bit of a jump start with this property, but I don't believe that it will shorten that up by much. The Wichita Register is a different process, and for that one, apparently we have not had a property get listed solely on the Wichita Register since, I believe staff told me, since 1995. So it's been quite some time. We don't have a recent one to go back to. But I would estimate that the Wichita Register process could be done within the 6-month time period and possibly even 4 months. And here's why I speculate that is speculation on my part. It is because there's a nomination form that is submitted, then the Historic Preservation Board holds a public hearing. There are requirements for public notice prior to that hearing, 15 days for mailed notice, 10 days for a public sign. Then there's a complete application that can be submitted depending on the result of that public hearing. Then it goes to the Planning Commission. Then there is another round of public notification, and then it goes to the City Council.
Couple more questions, sorry.
Sure.
What are the benefits of being on the national, state, or local registry?
Well, Some that I can think of right off the top of my head is, number one, you get the recognition of having a historic building. So you can have this plaque on there, you can get that type of recognition. The second thing is, at the federal level, you're eligible for tax incentives. At the state level, that is also true. There are tax incentives. At the Wichita level, there are not, to my knowledge, there's not any Wichita tax incentive. However, there are historic loan programs, which I believe the property would be eligible for.
Can you explain further the historic loan program?
Ooh, other than all I can address at this time is just to say that we do have one. I'm sorry, I'm not very well versed on the specifics of that program.
I think it would be important to know because there are only financial incentives at the national or the federal, the national and state levels, that at the local level, there are no financial incentives. I have heard that this, if it would require the time frame, how the property owner would be compensated if the process would either require them to shut down or not be around for some time. How would they be financially compensated if they chose not to operate?
No procedure for that, Mayor?
So the historic loan program would not be able to pay for that?
Know about the historic loan program.
I would comment that the historic loan program, just based on my small knowledge of it, is that it's generally for improvements or enhancements to the property, refurbishment to the property, not for operating expenses. Furthermore, I would just add to that the discussion today is about whether or not to extend the interim control period. The interim control period just refrains the owner from pulling permits or the city from issuing permits for demolition and for modifications that might have an adverse effect to the property. It does not prevent them from operating the property.
Similar to other demolition reviews the city does, there's no procedure for compensation during that period.
Thank you for the questions regarding the 3 different registers and also what would be an incentive. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I have a few additional questions. Since February 13th, when the planner had made this designation, has anyone in the community started a petition to add either registry?
I am not aware of one.
Okay, so we haven't been made aware of a movement to add something to registry.
No, and I guess I would add to that too that we have not received an application for listing either. So.
What is the penalty for demolition? So if the applicant decided just to demolish the property tomorrow, regardless of what vote we take, what is the penalty?
I'm going to consult the municipal code and see if there's anything in the historic section on that.
I think what he's looking is it would be demolition without a permit, and I don't know the penalty, but there needs to be a permit for demolition.
Yeah, so if someone just demolished the property without a permit.
Yeah, that's something we'd have to research.
I mean, I'd be interested in that before I vote today, if we can try and get that answer. If there's a criminal penalty, if it's just a fine, what the fine is, if it's nominal or if it's a significant fine. I think that contributes probably to this conversation as well. While we're looking at that answer, the next one would be on page, well, you don't have to do it. What benefits does I'm trying to pull up the exact language, the undesignated historic resource offer? Why would someone put their building on the undesignated historic resource?
And I don't know if that's done electively by property owners. I get the sense that that is done by the city council in recognition of historic significance, that it is a property that is not to the level that it's been through the action to get it listed. I think the sole benefit of that in my mind, besides having a little bit of prestige, is that it raises these questions. I believe it was the way that the municipal code is written. I believe that the intent was to flag properties that are an important resource not listed, and should they come up for demolition in an instance like this, that there will be there's a possibility of a review process.
I think in the future there's a fear of if there's that level of designation and then there's another level of designation, another, like what do you have to achieve to be able to have this conversation and make it easier maybe for applicants in the future? Because I don't know the difference between this, so I imagine a lot of other people in the community don't know. Regarding, is there anything in a code that would allow for the preservation of the facade, solely the facade of the building? So let's say if the applicant wanted to tear down the structure, is there anything, any determination to save the facade of the building?
Have to look into that. I'm not aware of preservation for just a facade. I think we'd have to, I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
ECD may know that.
Yeah, I don't know that when it comes to a demolition permit, whether there is the ability for the city to impose additional conditions beyond the property owner simply checking the boxes of disconnecting utilities and going through the correct process. Now, if a building is listed, I have seen this in other communities where that can be a mitigating factor to that the property owner will preserve the facade, but that is something that comes up through the historic preservation conversation. I'm not familiar with the process through the demolition permitting process.
Okay, I believe I probably have two more questions. You said the applicant hasn't answered the letter dated on, oh gosh, I can't find, February 20th regarding the 5 options.
And we have not received a letter or an email that I'm aware of. The applicant is here today.
Okay. The last question I have is really regarding precedent. So my home was built in 1920. Theoretically, if we were to offer a stay on this demolition permit, could anybody, theoretically, also without my will, put my house on a historical registry, start the process where then I'm prevented in the future from using my property how I would see fit?
According to the municipal code, it is possible that there could be an application submitted, but let me cover that real quick because there are only certain people who can submit an application for the property to be placed on the Wichita register. Again, with the knowledge that at the federal and the state level, if the property owner objects, the application does not go forward. So for the Wichita register, who can nominate it? It's property owners or a minimum of 50% of owners of a district. The second one is a majority of the Historic Preservation Board. The third one is a majority of the City Council. And the fourth one is other if accompanied by consent of the owner. So in order to not have the consent of the owner to initiate this process, it would take either a majority of the Historic Preservation Board or a majority of the City Council.
So theoretically, we could prohibit any person in the community and would designate their property without their will from this body with the current codes.
It would initiate the process. It doesn't mean that it would be added. That ultimately it will take the Historic Preservation Board, the Planning Commission, and then finally it will come to the City Council for a decision about whether or not to list it.
Okay. Last question I have, one of the rationales for extending the interim control period, or actually the interim control period, is regarding documentation, measuring, drawing the schematic side of the preservation of the building. So let's say if they move forward with demolition, we can at least record the historic nature of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long, one, has that process begun? And two, how long is that process?
That process has not begun in the sense that we've not collected any additional photos or documentation beyond what you've seen in this PowerPoint today. How long would that process take? I don't know. We have not done that in a very long time, so I don't have an estimate for you today.
I have some heartburn that maybe we didn't start moving forward with that when the demolition permit was applied for, because then automatically we have to extend it if the goal is the preservation of the historical nature of the building, the drawings and the schematics, why that wasn't started when we denied or that we held a stay on the demolition permit. So that's just a matter of, I think, in the future, making sure that we cross all our T's. Thank you. I think that's all my questions right now.
I'm just going to add a couple of things. The property owner did email all of us yesterday at 4:29 p.m. and it was sent to all council members. So it does have a response to the letter from the Wichita Metropolitan Planning Commission dated February 20th. So there is a response from the owner, and as you mentioned, the owner is present today. I do have a couple more questions, and maybe these might be for the owner, if the owner is willing to come forward.
Hi, Lily.
Wanted to know if you are interested in allowing the city, or in this situation, the Historic Preservation Board or the council, to put your property, your private property, onto the local, state, or national registries.
I am not.
And second question, would you consider selling your property?
Anything can be for sale.
So any community member, we've heard a lot of feedback from this community wanting to preserve it, but we keep reminding them this is not a public property, unlike Century 2 or the former Central Library, which are public properties. This is a private property, and so it would be back to the private owner to decide whether or not he would want his property on the register, as well as whether or not he would want to sell his property.
Correct.
If there are members of the community who are interested in buying your property, how can they get a hold of you?
info@kismetconcerts.com. I have a question, actually, and it may be for Scott. The process for you guys to arbitrarily take private property and put it onto a landmark status in Wichita, is it that you need all three of those things to happen, that you need 50% of the owners, and is that in the entire district, which would be District 1? So you need 50% of the people that live in that district to vote to do it. Then do you need a 2/3 of the city council, and then there was a third hurdle. Do you need all three of them or one of the three?
So one question was about who can nominate it, and the reference to a district is actually for a proposed historic district. It's not for a council district. So in this instance, then the property owner, or if it's a district of multiple properties, 50% of the owners of those properties. So I think that was one of the questions. The other one was about the vote threshold. Is that right?
Right. I'm just curious, is you've got three hurdles there, right? So one of them is 50% of the people in the district, right? And that's the historic district, correct?
Should I go ahead and address that? Okay. So in terms of a hurdle, this is just simply who can submit, who can nominate it.
Let me simplify for you, Scott. So you said that
under ordinance, public comments are directed only to council. If you have questions, you can converse, but they should not be back and forth between speakers.
I believe we're still in the questioning phase, have not started public comment, is that right?
You can conduct it how you wish.
We will ask, if you have a list of your questions, Scott will be able to answer. Again, because we're in the questioning phase of, it's the council members that are questioning, and I did ask you specific questions. I will direct that specific question so that Scott will have the opportunity to respond.
I'll repose those to you. So first is the Crown Uptown Theater in a designated historic district? Go ahead.
If you don't mind listing all your questions, and then Scott will be able to answer all the questions at once.
So if it's in a historic district, is the vote of 50% of the people that are in that historic district business owners in that district, just exactly who votes and in what district? If that is the case, is it the fact that you're going to take, so let's say that 50% of the people in whatever district we're trying to identify that we're going to vote in, they vote yes to hold us up or landmark this building. Then does it have to come to council? Then does it have to go somewhere else? Or does it any one of the three will put this building against our will, which is basically a take, and controlling the asset without our permission or our want?
Are those your remaining questions?
That's for now, yeah.
So I will ask Scott those questions because I believe that this is only for the Wichita Register, not for the state or the National Register, and because Wichita has a specific ordinance regarding this, and you reminded me that the Wichita Register has no financial dollars that are tied to it, like a tax credit at the state level or a tax credit at the national level. Here, it's just for recognition purposes and the possibility of applying for a historic loan program, but there's no other financial incentives to be on the Wichita Register.
To my knowledge, that's correct. And I will confer with staff when I get back to the office and then provide you an update if I find out otherwise. But that's correct, because the state is able to offer a state tax credit because of the nature of how they collect their finances. The same thing with the federal. At the local level, there's just not that mechanism.
And so now I'll ask the question that the property owner asked, is to apply for the Wichita Register, it would require either or all, number one, the property owner, or the Historic Preservation Board, or City Council by majority vote, which was supermajority vote, right? 5 out of 7?
In this instance, I do not believe that that supermajority counts for just the nomination. The nomination is just getting the process started for the final vote about whether or not it actually goes on the list. If the owner objects, then yes, it does trigger that majority, extra majority vote that's needed. So I think to address Mr. Brown's question is that, yes, there are certain hurdles and thresholds that need to happen at different stages. The first one to even get the ball rolling is to nominate the property. And in this instance, because it's a single property, it can either be just the property owner, a majority of the Historic Preservation Board, a majority of the City Council, or another entity or organization or person, as long as it's accompanied by the consent of the owner. So that one is one hurdle, and then you go through the process of, so that's the nomination, then it goes to the Historic Preservation Board, and they're going to consider it. Then it's going to go, and there's going to be a public hearing there. So there'll be public, invited and advertised. Then there's a complete application submission. So an even more in-depth form needs to be completed and submitted. Then it goes to the Planning Commission. They're going to weigh in on it. And then ultimately it comes to the City Council for a final decision.
Thank you, Scott. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The only comment I want to mention is I did not receive the email from the applicant yesterday. My email address was spelt wrong. And so Councilwoman Ballard forwarded me that so I could review his response.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment.
Hi. I did prepare a speech, but I'm going to address a few things that were brought up during the when Mike Brown was up here, and also Dalton, what you asked about setting a precedent about your personal property. I also live in a home that was built in 1917, so I feel that I would not want my personal property just added to a national registry without me enacting that as a property owner. However, I do think that a public building that has been cherished by so many members of the community is vastly different than both of our private properties and or even a different commercial property that has not had the same significance to our community. So that's the first thing I wanted to address. Secondly, Mr. Brown came up and said absolutely no, he would not consider adding the property to the historical registry. However, I would encourage you to go back and look at publicly recorded meetings that we have all been at where he has stated during his occupancy increase that is something that he would be willing to do. So I would wonder what has changed his mind so vastly and to be so hard set on that no when he had originally said yes, that would be something he would be willing to look into. I believe that was at the last building meeting that was hosted about his occupancy increase. Now I will read. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, my husband Stephen Hull, owners of the building directly connected to the Crown, and residents of College Hill, Robin Van Huss, Art Davis, owners of multiple College Hill commercial properties, Trish Hillman with the College Hill Neighborhood Association, and Arthur Allen with the Hillcrest, along with 404 signers on change.org, a protest that has not even been actively advertised to save the Crown, on top of hundreds of social media comments. So that was also asked, is there a petition? There is one kind of going around, but I think in general the public is also confused as what we can do to help promote to get this onto the National Registry. We would like to urge council to vote to enact the 180-day waiting period regarding the demolition permit filed for the Crown Theater. I still wholeheartedly believe this is a strategic tactic by Mike Brown. It is my firm belief that this delay is crucial to safeguard a significant piece of our community's history. It seems to me that Mr. Brown's intent behind the demolition permit is to exert undue pressure on the council to concede to a capacity increase. Such tactics should not influence decisions that have long-term repercussions on our community's architectural heritage. Regardless of its formal designation, the Crown Theater holds immense historical and cultural value for Wichita, and more specifically for the College Hill neighborhood. As we move forward with the overlay plan for College Hill, one of our primary objectives is to maintain the area's architectural integrity. The Crown Theater is representative of the historical narrative we wish to preserve. While I'm a property owner and a staunch supporter of property owners' rights, these rights must be balanced with the collective interest of the community. Zoning laws serve as a testament to that fact that property rights are not absolute. As stewards of historical sites, we have a duty to protect these landmarks from irreversible changes. Allowing the demolition of the Crown would undermine efforts to preserve our city's heritage, which the council has prioritized by investing in the College Hill overlay plan. Demolition of the Crown is not just the demolition of a building, it would be the demolition of cherished memories and symbolism to Wichitans. Whether it's the memory of attending children's theater with your grandparents or engagement pictures or brothers' memorials or fun nights with friends, this building is more than a building. It's the symbol of memories and many Wichitans' first or only experience of the performing arts. To allow demo of the Crown would be the demo of history, culture, and nostalgia for our community. I urge the council to deliberate thoughtfully and act in favor of preserving the Crown Theater. Let us protect a cherished symbol of Wichita's past for future generations. Thank you for consideration and dedication to our community's heritage. Thank you.
We will continue with public comment.
Goodness, it's afternoon. So good afternoon. I'm surprised that there are only two of us here speaking to see that this building be preserved. I came representing 200,000 people in Wichita, probably more. These are the artists who have participated at the Crown Uptown until the current owner bought it. Before he bought it, I was there dozens and dozens of times for everything. Recitals, dance performances, theater, movies shown by Tallgrass, memorial services, and so on. I haven't been there since. I do know that the capacity in that is no way that anybody who walked in that building would know that you couldn't possibly put 2,000 people in there without dire physical consequences. I know of a building in Wichita that was torn down that had 3 designations, local, state, and federal. It doesn't necessarily mean that it would be preserved. I'm talking about the value of this building as an architectural gem, as a viable venue, which is desperately needed by our community. We really have missed it, because we were not allowed to go back in when the new owner came along and canceled contracts with local companies, and we miss it. We need this size of a building, and need this size of a venue for performances and all the other things imaginable that could fit into that lovely place. One of the reasons it hasn't been designated yet is that if a building has historic preservation, you can't make any alterations on it. And I know until quite recently, when Jay Basham owned it, he got a grant to put a new marquee up. And I don't remember the amount of money he received for that, but it was in the 6 figures grant to put a new marquee. He could not have done that had it been on a registry. So that's one of the real reasons that buildings and owners are reluctant to put it on a registry until or unless everything is already done that they need to do to maintain these magnificently built and beautifully constructed, and I mean constructed for permanence. It will stand there as long as we allow it to. I don't know what else I can say, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you. please, 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 let us keep this building. Whatever you can, I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I made a few notes here. I also own a building in District 1, just a few blocks down from the crown of town. I recently purchased it. It's in disrepair, and I'm very proud of the fact that we're able to make that part of this beautiful town look a little better than it is right now. I'm here, as others have said, that I'm concerned that we're putting the crown of town in danger. Potentially losing something beautiful and loved. However, I don't believe this is a real issue at hand. The issue we need to address is allowing the new owner, Mr. Brown, the option to run his building and his business as he sees fit. The city has provided alternatives to the proposed demolition permit. Unfortunately, ignored on those alternatives is the original request for increased capacity. It is my belief that government entities and small groups of individuals should not have the power to make such a significant impact on the way an owner is allowed to conduct their business. Decisions made on the Crown today have the potential to either allow the Crown to become an even more thriving center for arts or potentially fall into disrepair, but potentially even be removed. As a responsible community, we should welcome innovation and be prepared for challenges to our status quo. This is how wonderful cities like Wichita flourish and grow. The Douglas Design District and College Hill residents often talk of plans to improve the commerce, prosperity, walkability, and overall pride in this beautiful part of Wichita. The Crown was built in 1928 with a capacity of 1,500. The current capacity number was, my understanding, was reduced by the prior owner only to mitigate tax liability due to the fact that taxes are or were assessed based on capacity. It could be assumed the prior owner was not able to maintain necessary cash flow or profitability. Otherwise, that owner wouldn't have attempted to avoid this tax, which would entail a sacrifice of revenue and ultimately could not afford to maintain the business. My recommendation is to allow the new owners of the Crown to make their own decisions with this historic building. Let them make the Crown a place people want to be. I know many of us have fond memories of visits to the Crown. However, I would challenge all of us to consider the last time we bought a ticket for a show. I know for myself it had been about 40 years. Meanwhile, I always enjoy seeing the marquee shining brightly on Douglas during my commute to and from my office downtown. Also, many people don't want to accept this, but businesses must make money. Otherwise, they cannot stay in business. They cannot pay taxes, maintain jobs, resources, and in this case, provide entertainment. And as a business owner, Mr. Brown is trying to make the rational business decisions to make money so that that building can maintain in good operation. Let's also keep in mind that no one is forcing people to buy tickets to these events. I believe the capacity issue will resolve itself based on how willing people are to buy tickets. Buying a ticket will be a decision based on many factors. One factor is ease of access. The city is walkable, especially the College Hill area. Wichita also offers a variety of options for private and public transit. Most importantly, it will come down to the quality of the product the new owners of the Crown can deliver. We seem to be limiting that ability by delaying the proposed capacity changes. I believe delaying Mr. Brown to continue with his plans is unnecessary and would be an irresponsible overstep by our community. Government entities should encourage innovation and partner with owners to progress and develop. Too much wasted time will kill anything. Let's stop wasting time on this issue, meekly threatening the owners with failure by delaying important decisions. That is not strong leadership and does not reflect well on our city. Lastly, I am far from an expert in the entertainment industry. I don't believe there are many in this town that are. Mr. Brown is an expert and a successful owner in this industry. Let's allow him to do what he does best and move on. Thank you.
Just state your name for the clerk, please.
Matt Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench, and we'll start with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few more follow-up questions for Scott. Number one is the 180-day hold there's two possible objectives. Number one, is it to prevent the demolition and give the public the ability to add this to the registry? Or number two, is it to preserve the historical history in line with the Historical American Building Survey?
Yes, one is to consider whether or not to list it. The other one is to consider alternatives, which can include doing that survey and historic inventorying of the structure.
Going back to the follow-up to my questions that I had previously regarding penalty, did we figure out what the penalty of demolition is if they were to demolish it tomorrow?
It is not clear because it's deep into the IBC and the IEBC codes. We're just not confident we can say that there are penalties. We believe it's just a violation of a code. So it would be, okay, you're here. Okay.
So, yes, Councilman. Chris Labrum, Metro Area Building and Construction Department. So our penalty in this case, based on the code, would merely be an increased fee for not getting the permit in advance. So that the permit for a commercial demolition is, I believe, $50. So that would increase his fee to $150. The main objective is to ensure that it was properly permitted and then that the demolition was inspected. So, and that it was left in the proper state at the end of that. So really any penalties associated with that would be anything that a historical significance was placed on the building. The code would really not enact much of a penalty.
Given that's not a historical building, Mr. Brown could take a wrecking ball to it tomorrow for $150.
And the only penalty, that would be the only penalty I, as MABCD, would have at my disposal at this point. It would come down to any other legal or historical planning violation of another city ordinance or code.
So let's say we still decided to put a 180-day interim hold on this today. He could do that tomorrow.
That would be a possibility, I assume, council member. So
okay,
once we noticed that was taking place, we would levy a stop work order on the property and to stop the demolition. So that would be a factor.
Okay, and then the last question, this was probably for Scott, regarding the schematic question too. Did we consult to see maybe how long it would take to do the Historical American Building Survey, the HABS?
Yes, I have not been able to because I really think that that's something we would have to hire a consultant to help us out with. There are historic preservation consultants who have experience doing this, and so that would be the avenue that I would look to for that. It's just a matter of contacting them and asking what their estimates would be for a structure of this size.
Thank you.
Before we continue with comments, are there any questions left? I have one question for you, Scott. Yeah. One of the public comment individuals mentioned that this is a public building. Can you address if any public dollars have been used to renovate or in any way help this structure be in existence?
Oh, I'm not aware of any, but my knowledge to that is not very broad or very deep. So, but I'm personally am not aware of any.
So again, this is a private building, one more time.
It is privately owned.
And so one of the questions I have received over the last week, people have compared it to the Orpheum Theater, which is a nonprofit, and that is a building owned by the Orpheum board. But in this situation, this is very different. While they're similar in the building structure, they're very differently owned. One is nonprofit, this one is privately owned. And again, what we would be doing from this council, according to what is being presented, would we be overstepping as a government into private property rights since there were no public dollars used to build this building?
I'm going to take that as a question, and I believe that that's the reason why this process works the way that it does, that it comes before the city council is to answer that question. And so I think it's a question for the city council to determine what's appropriate and in the best interest of the community.
But again, no public dollars, unless you find that information. There have been no public dollars, so taxpayer dollars, to renovate or create this building.
Again, not to my knowledge, but again, I would only know about it if it was brought to my attention. We besides providing some input in the Wichita's historic loan program, we generally are not involved in public funding for private structures.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with comments from the bench, beginning with Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just information only. Celeste Reset is my appointee for the Historical Board, and she's passed on some information today that is interesting. There's a Senate bill, this is from her, there's a Senate bill that was passed, moving now through the House, that would expand historic tax credits to 45%. So a possibility for state historic tax credits. So just information only from Mr. Brown.
Are there any further questions? Because it seems like that was a comment with some sort of, and I would be curious to ask the property owner if that has changed your mind in allowing your property to become a historic property.
Look, as I reiterated in my letter to all of you, and Dalton, I apologize for misspelling your name. I don't know how I could have done that. It's very common, not uncommon name there. But look, we never intended to have any other plan for this building other than arts and entertainment and for it to be a part of this community for the next 100 years. Only until such time that we had the issue with capacity that arose, and then we got to this point where we are. We've been to 2 planning commission meetings. The planning commission has approved this request twice. You guys sent it back once. You voted it no the second time, all knowing what the outcome would be, and I covered this in my letter. As I stand here today, in my heart, I don't want that building to go away, but as a fiduciary responsibility to myself, my partners, and my family, as that building sets, the way that it is restricted in use is not feasible. Now, if you guys want to come back to the table, and it's like I've not reached out to the community. I haven't done all of these things. I reached out to Chris last week. We had lunch at a fantastic place that I thought only had sandwiches, but they had killer meatloaf. Old Mill Tasty Shop, I'm going to give them a free spot there. It was fantastic. You know, and up until I walked in here to the last council meeting, we were literally emailing each other trying to get to a solution to how we can get around the bureaucracy that is stopping this building from doing what it needs to do. You know, in my letter, I covered the comments of, you know, College Hill's a fantastic neighborhood. Wichita's a fantastic place. I've been up in Wichita for almost 30 years, you know, and I've shared this with all of you. I worked for Jack at Candlewood. I came back and did the buildings down at the Scottish Rite place. I increased capacity there with no issues. That building is, you know, constructed completely different with no real fire protection safety. So if we're really talking about a life safety concern, it doesn't exist. I spoke with Chris Dugan, who was your fire marshal yesterday, confirmed again that he has no real issue with life safety in that building, and I would encourage you to ask him personally. The issue that he had when you asked him last time we were here if he approved my request to increase capacity, and he said no. That was because he thought that you were asking, does you improve it as it was written, for him to be solely responsible for him making the decision, and that he did not support. He does not have a life safety issue with the number of people that I'm asking to put in this building. So what I would come back to you guys is, I only went looking for other alternatives for this site after we were restricted from operating it as we felt that we should have been. None of this information showed up in the title work. And quite frankly, your historic process of picking properties out by driving around in 1991 and saying they're historic without the property owner knowing, there are a lot of things, and a key word that I want you guys to remember is taking. And I'm sure that your legal office knows what that comment will mean, but pay attention to it. As I said in that letter, I'm open if you guys can get around your capacity restrictions and the fear mongering that is happening, just like with Andy's Custard. There was going to be a huge traffic issue. You had all of these complaints. There was going to be crashes and runs. That restaurant's been there. I don't know how many traffic accidents have caused because of a backed up drive-through line. Just like I sent you drone footage when we had a full house. Surface lots open, people parking on Douglas, people standing out in the middle of the streets taking photos. Traffic's not a problem, walkability's not a problem. People aren't parking in the neighborhood directly behind the Crown or near it because the surface streets, the street lots are full anyway from residents by the time it gets to the evening. So if we can get around all of the anxiety and of change and help Wichita grow and let me generate tax dollars. We've got 4 or 5 other assets up here we'd like to develop, but the pushback from the city and the community to developer, I mean, if you're an outside developer paying attention to this, and I know a lot of them and they pay attention to what we do, why come to Wichita with all of this effort and work when you can spend your cash somewhere else? I mean, I want to be here. We've made a ton of friends up and down Douglas, from Belmont to Fiorito, the guys at Our Coffee in your district. I mean, it's a great city. But this type of restriction back to developers that aren't doing anything that's not a code issue, this is a code issue. It's not an emotion issue, it's a code issue. Not today it's not, but the reason we're here. So if you guys want to come back, I think these guys have gotten to the math, looking at the architectural drawings. We can get to less than 2,000, and I'm agreeing to it, to 1,750. I'll put the building on the National Register. I'll put it on a local landmark status. But if you guys get the capacity, do you have the ability to vote for it today? And we can just end all of this and we can go forward. Otherwise, you can restrict my ability to operate a private piece of real estate in a private business, shun me away from ever coming here again to do business, and probably a few people that I know, which that's not a threat, it's just a reality. When you like somewhere and you're treated well, you'll come back. I think we can do a lot for the city. I want to be here. I think that it's a sad day. I mean, I've never torn down a historic building. I'm a preservationist. Every building that we've developed in the past is historic and being preserved. That's all I have for you guys. But if you guys, anybody have the ability, I don't know legally if they can make a motion to do our stuff here today, but I'm glad to, do something. And one thing that we've done is I anticipated you guys holding us up. So when you see content happening in that building over the next 6 months, it's not that I was bluffing or that, I don't have intentions to redevelop that site. It's that I need to mitigate my losses that I've been experiencing every day there by not being able to operate the building to its fullest extent. Thank you for your time. I hope that we can resolve this.
And again, we cannot do any of that from this bench. That would be taking away from the process that actually is already in existence. So to answer your question, the answer is no. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Before I say what I was going to say, I would encourage everyone to go back in the record. Listen to Mr. Brown say that they've had nearly and he stopped, probably going to say nearly 1,000 people, capacity is 850. So that drone footage is probably from an overcapacity facility. I was actually going to make a motion, and I moved that the council extend the interim control period to a total of 180 days, which is August 4th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I asked the question about schematics, which we didn't get an answer in terms of the preservation for HBAS, that should be the decision this body's making of how do we preserve the historical nature of it if the property owner chooses to demolish the property. And so without that knowledge, I can't vote to extend it arbitrarily 180 days. I believe that property rights are universal, whether that be a local guy or an out-of-state guy or a good guy or a bad guy. Property rights are universal. And I believe, and it has been articulated, this is a private building. Whether that's commercial or residential, it's still a private building owned by a private operator. And I believe that we have rights to life, liberty, and property. I think the Fifth Amendment, the Due Process Clause, protects that. And when I took an oath from this bench, it was to uphold the Constitution. And regardless of my personal feelings about the preservation of the building, I do want the building preserved. I'll say that on record. I hope that you do not tear down the building. It is part of the fabric of Wichita. It's part of the history of this community. I've attended numerous events there. My parents have, my grandparents, and as a Wichitan, I'm urging you not to do so. However, I don't believe that as a council person, I can direct you to save it in this capacity. And so I'm not doing this for you. I'm not doing this for the applicant. I'm doing this because I think all of us have personal property rights and that those should be protected. I don't know where we stop. I don't know where the collective history has greater stake than an owner and an individual owner at one point. And at what point does that sway? What levels of feelings does a business or does a building have to give someone for then us to be required to keep the building. I think that's arbitrary and can be interpreted differently per different people. And so again, I struggle with this. I love the building. I want the building preserved. I want to keep the building, but I also can't in this capacity force you to keep the building. I can just ask you to do so. And I would hope that our historic board, the Historic Preservation Board, proactively works with the consent of the owners to add other buildings in this community that are part of our history and integral to this community proactively to the board, so we don't have this conversation again. So when a future individual purchases a building, they know what they're getting into instead of retroactively adding this. And so that's why I can't arbitrarily support the 180 days. And I don't think a few of my questions, again, regarding the schematics were answered, but please do not tear down. Please be a participating member of this community and preserve the building.
I will add a couple of comments, and it really goes back down to, I know that the very first individual who spoke talked about property rights, and the other portion that you talked about was being a public building. And unfortunately, according to staff, there were no public dollars to prop up this building. And as also a patron of attending events at the Crown Uptown, and as a longtime Wichitan, I do believe that it is a historic piece of our Wichita history. But because a private property owner did not have that opportunity prior to knowing that it was going to be either forced upon him or not even at this point, he has previously said he's not willing to go through the process to put it through the national, state, or local registry at the moment as is. I don't want to overstep government's role here. And so I actually will have a substitute motion rather. The substitute motion will be similar to the 180 days, but I would shorten that if that would allow staff time to, whether it's the community time to have this discussion further. So I will provide a substitute motion for the council to extend the interim control period for up to 30 days from the date of receipt, so an additional 30 days, and today's receipt would be March 4th.
I'll second.
So this would allow time for the property owner, whether to talk to community members about selling the property or any further discussions regarding how to preserve it. Because again, from hearing not only from community, we want and we're asking that you preserve this building, but it is this private property owner's right to determine what he would like to do with his property. And as someone who stepped up to the plate and said he's also a preservationist and does believe in preserving these beautiful historic buildings, we are asking that you would work, whether in selling the property or talking about how it can be preserved. So I'm asking for 30 days, and that's my motion. Is there a motion?
It's already been.
Oh, sorry. I have a motion and a second for the substitute motion. Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah, my question, again, thank you, Mayor, would be for Scott. I know I've asked this previously. Sure. If this motion were to pass today, could we have, at whatever disposal we're able to, the Historic Preservation Board go in, start a survey to record the historical integrity of the building? So if the applicant still chooses to move forward with demolition, we'd at least have the history captured for the building.
Yes, we can make efforts towards that. At a minimum, with the owner's permission and cooperation, we can have staff go in and photograph it. To the level at which a historic survey is necessary, we can also reach out to consultants to find out what that would take in terms of financial resources and time.
Question for the applicant then, would you, in good faith, work with the city to allow city planners to go in and record the historical nature of the building within the next 30 days?
I'm not going to commit to anything today. What I will do is that in the 30 days, I'll be glad to sit down with you to discuss it. But I don't think good faith has been presented on my side. And if you want to accuse me of breaking the law again, I think you better be able to prove it. Mr. Johnson, thank you. Look, again, the solution to this is sitting down and working with fire and planning department and letting us get to the capacity. That's really it. That's the savior of the building. Beyond that, I don't know what else to tell you.
I would say I would also encourage decorum from the bench as well. And Mayor, I don't think I can support that if the applicant also isn't willing in good faith to allow us to record the historical integrity.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, would you be willing to sit down with the residents in that area and tell them of your plans for 100 and such?
As we go forward with our development plans, they'll be made public.
Okay, say that again, please.
As we go forward with development plans, they will be made public.
Okay. I think it's important to have a conversation with the neighbors too. I would encourage that.
I'm going to ask one question. I think it was regarding the demolition of this property. Again, the only current penalty is $150 if the applicant chooses just to go ahead and demolish.
So, and yes, Mayor, so that would be according to our code based on that permit. So if they were to begin that without a permit, they would incur a fee that is as per code, as per current ordinance. With that note that we would also stop that demolition as soon as we noticed that it was occurring. We would have to get the building to a safe condition, the property to a safe condition based on whatever progress had been made. Then any other penalties associated with that would have to be based on other city ordinances. They would not be addressed by our codes.
There's nothing that prevents the property owner, even if the council votes on 180 days, which is the previous motion. The one that I have presented is 30 days. Whether it's 30 days or 180 days, that property owner would not have any repercussion other than a $150 penalty for wrecking this building.
And to clarify, Mayor, so we would not be able to issue a wrecking permit for the building. So that includes utility shutoffs. In this case, is where, for example, there's a shared wall. So that's one reason we require a contractor to demolish these kind of buildings, and they would have to produce a plan with that, et cetera. So that of course, would not be in place and would have to be rectified if the owner was to proceed without a permit. So, but yes, accepting the fact that that situation, the fact that we could not issue a permit, there's no specific penalty within the building code and the MABCD codes for removing a building.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I would just encourage the property owner to go back to this meeting on YouTube and watch the entirety of this item. And maybe there's a different interpretation of the language that was used, but that's all.
I'm sorry, I know that there are others that want to speak, but once public comment has ended, it does come back to the bench and only questions can be asked of staff or the owner. So we currently have a substitute motion of 30 days, same language, just a reduction in the time. It's been seconded. Any further discussion regarding the 30 days? I see none. We will vote on the substitute motion. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion fails 4-3. We will now go back to the original motion, which is 180 days. Any further discussion regarding 180 days? Again, I will say that that was the compromise I was willing to make with the 30 days, but the next one will now be regarding the same exact motion, but it's a change in time, which is 180 days. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion now passes 6-1. 180 days passed. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Con 2024-247, conditional use request in the city to allow short-term rental in the SF5 single-family residential district generally located on the west side of North Baden Avenue and within 350 feet south of East 2nd Street North, 227 North Baden Avenue.
Good afternoon. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department again for this item. So for this case, the applicant is requesting a conditional use of this property to use it as a short-term rental. This case is being heard today because the District Advisory Board and the Planning Commission have both recommended denial. There have been protests submitted against the application, and the third reason is because the applicant has appealed the decision of the Planning Commission. In terms of the subject site, as you can see here, the subject site is located on Batten Avenue between 1st and 2nd Streets. The property address is 227 North Batten. It consists of one ownership parcel. The site is developed with a single-family house and garage, and it is zoned SF5, as you can see here on the map. The white color is SF5. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they would like to utilize the property for a short-term rental. In terms of context, properties surrounding this site are zoned SF5 and developed with single-family dwellings. In terms of the staff report for this item contains information on the review process for short-term rentals, a history of the previous administrative permit application to allow short-term rental is also included. In terms of review, on January 23rd, the Planning Commission held the public hearing for this item and recommended denial. In support of the motion, the Planning Commission commissioners indicated that the short-term rental could be detrimental to neighboring properties. The Planning Commission also indicated or cited the number of members of the public who spoke against the application at that meeting. 5 members of the public spoke in opposition at that meeting, citing concerns of safety and the transient nature of short-term rentals. There were no members of the public who spoke in support of the request other than the applicant who was present. On February 3rd, the District Advisory Board reviewed the request and recommended denial of the application. In support of that motion, the board cited Golden Factor, believing that the short-term rental would be detrimental to nearby properties. Multiple members of the public spoke in opposition to the request at that meeting, citing concerns over safety and, again, the transient nature of short-term rentals. 10 protest petitions were received against the application, with 6 of those representing properties within the protest area. Those equaled 33% of the protest area, which exceeds the 20% threshold. So therefore, a supermajority vote, 6 of 7 votes, would be required for any approval. On February 5th, the applicant filed an appeal of the Planning Commission decision, and that appeal is included as an attachment to the staff report. In terms of recommended action, it's recommended that the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and deny the requested conditional use and authorize the necessary signatures. That would require a vote of 4 of 7, just a simple majority on that one. In terms of alternatives, an alternative is to override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and approve the conditional use. That would require 6 of 7 votes because of the protest petition. And as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration, again, requiring just a simple majority for that. In terms of process, City Council policy is that the public hearing for planning agenda items occurs at the Planning Commission meeting. According to the policy, the City Council does not typically receive public comments on zoning items. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images and graphics. So again, here's the zoning map showing SF5 as the predominant zoning in this area. Here's the aerial showing single-family uses as the predominant use in the surrounding area. This is the map from the comprehensive plan. It recommends residential uses in this location. Here's the site plan that was submitted as part of the application. Here's a protest map. Again, it was 33%, so over the 20% threshold. And here are photos from the area. Looks like it was a little snowy that day. And here's the subject site with the application sign in front. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff?
I see none, and I know that these are items that do not get public comment, so we will keep it right here at the bench. This does, Councilmember Glasgow.
Sorry, I just have two quick questions. What is the density of already approved short-term rentals in the area?
You know, that came up during the Planning Commission meeting, and it's my recollection that it was somewhere around 7 or 8 of them in this particular area.
Like in the, is it Sleepy Hollow?
It's uptown.
Uptown area. So within the uptown area, there's.
Oh, Crown Heights. I'm sorry. The recent case. Yeah.
As a West Sider. Okay. And have any of the other ones been denied in this area?
Interesting question. The answer to that one is that, again, for the short-term rentals, there's a process where there's an administrative permit that can be applied for. That's generally the first step. And if more than 50% of the abutting and adjacent property owners protest that, then it's a denial of that. This property went through that process and was denied based on protests that were submitted. That's described in the staff report. I didn't provide that as a verbal overview. However, there is a property that is just on this same block but across the street that in a similar fashion was protested to the amount that it too has been denied and is the owner is now pursuing, we understand, a conditional use application.
So what percent of our short-term rental applications are denied in the community as a whole?
It's very, very small. I venture to say I think the number was close to 300 that we've processed, and only a handful, I'd say 5 or less, have been denied because of that protest. Okay, and again, I can get you finite numbers, but that's just my recollection.
That's close enough. The follow-up to that would be, out of those 5 denials, theoretically out of 300 approximately, have all 5 of them been denied by MAPC as well?
This is the first one that's gone through this process to this degree. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. Councilmember Johnson, District Number 1.
Thanks, Mayor. There was a lot of robust discussion about this at the District Advisory Board as well. And the property owner just seemed to struggle to answer some of the questions and talk about what was initially communicated with the neighborhood versus what ended up happening. Looking at the fact that both MAPC and the District Advisory Board denied it, I would move that the City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC, deny the requested conditional use, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Bless you. Motion passes 6-1. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Con 2024-282, conditional use request in the city to allow utility major in the SF5 single-family residential district, generally located on the north side of East 21st Street North and within 1/2 mile west of North Oliver Avenue.
Good afternoon, Scott Wadle again. So for this one, as you heard, the applicant is requesting a conditional use to allow utility major. This case is being heard because the District Advisory Board and the Planning Commission recommendations for approval have different conditions, and I'll describe that in a moment. In addition, there were also protests that were received against this application. About the subject site is located at the northwest corner of Fountain and 21st Street, so generally to the north and west of 21st and Oliver. The subject site is approximately 1.2 acres in size. It consists of one ownership parcel. It is currently undeveloped and is zoned SF5 single family. The applicant, in terms of the request, the applicant has indicated they would like to utilize the property for an internet exchange point facility. The applicant has stated that the development of the site for the internet exchange facility is part of a federal grant and is a collaboration with WSU. Based on the information provided by the applicant, the internet exchange point falls under the use utility major in the zoning code. That's why you see that term coming up. And a site plan was included as part of the application materials submitted by the applicant. It shows the proposed building and related infrastructure such as parking lot and air conditioning units. The applicant has indicated that the building will not be occupied most of the time, and that the air conditioning equipment is similar to systems for residential buildings, not the larger scale systems typically used for data centers. In terms of context, the subject site is surrounded on all sides by SF5 single-family zoning. Properties to the north and east are developed with single-family dwellings. The house directly to the north is in use as a short-term rental. Property to the south across 21st Street is developed as part of the WSU campus and the baseball complex. And property to the west is developed with a fraternity house for WSU students. In terms of the staff report for this item contains information on landscaping and screening. In terms of review, on January 23rd, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for this item and recommended approval with some conditions, and I'll read those. Their vote was 9-0. 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the conditional use application at that meeting. So the MAPC conditions include that the site shall be developed and operated in compliance with all regulations. 2, that the development of the site conform to the site plan that gets approved. And 3, that if there's any violation, that they can lose their conditional use. These are fairly standard conditions. On February 3rd, the District Advisory Board reviewed the request and recommended approval per the Planning Commission, but with some additional conditions. And that vote was 7-1 with 2 abstentions, so 7-1-2. Multiple members of the public spoke in opposition to the request, citing concerns of traffic, safety, and how the development would affect property taxes. The additional conditions that the DAB recommended consist of the following. One, that the exterior shall reflect the residential character of the neighborhood to the north and east of the subject site. 2, that any subsequent buildings on the site would be located to the west of the original building, which is shown on the site plan and attached as part of this staff report. And then 3, that there should be a 70-foot setback from Fountain Street. Or I should say Fountain Avenue. There we go. 5 protest petitions were received, and 4 of those properties are within the protest area, and they accounted for 39% of the protest area. So that exceeded the state 20% threshold, and so any approval requires a supermajority or 6 of 7 votes. In terms of recommended action, it's recommended the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and approve the requested conditional use with the MAPC conditions, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the City Clerk to publish the resolution after approval. Again, requires 6 of 7 votes. Alternatives include that you can override the Planning Commission and adopt alternative findings and approve the conditional use as recommended by the DAB. That would require 6 of 7 votes. You can override the Planning Commission and adopt alternative findings and deny the conditional use. That would require 5 of 7 votes because it's an override. Or as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration that requires just a simple majority of 4 of 7 votes. And just a note about the process, the public hearing occurs at the Planning Commission, and the City Council typically does not receive public comments on zoning items. With that, I'll take you through the graphics and photos. So here's the zoning map. Again, it's colored in the white color because it's SF5 zoning. Here's the aerial, again, showing it's undeveloped at this time. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing it's recommended for new residential development. Here's the site plan that was submitted. It shows the entrance coming off of Fountain and the small parking lot, the structure itself, and then the chilling equipment. Oh, and I would also point out that it shows landscaping materials as well, so existing trees and proposed. This is the protest map, again, showing 39%. And then, again, rather snowy with this one, but these are properties across the street. This is the subject site. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I like that new graphic you're putting showed which direction the eye is going.
Oh, we try.
It's helpful. I just have one quick question because it's addressed in one of the letters, and I just want comfort regarding that. One of the protest petitions said that they were concerned about potential environmental and health risks. They mentioned the long-term effects of transmission or emissions from a facility with close proximity to residential homes. Given that it's close to 29th and Grove as well, are we confident about the risks? I imagine studies went through, and I imagine MAPC took that in consideration when they were voting. I just wanted assurance of that as well.
Yes, I guess what I would add is that from the dialogue that was shared at the Planning Commission meeting and even a development review application meeting before that and at the DAB meeting, my understanding is that this is a prefabricated building that is built to very substantial standards. Within that building, essentially what is happening is that fiber optic lines and data connections are being made, so they're being brought up. So it's not introducing any kind of chemical process or any kind of engine other than a generator that would be at the site for emergency purposes. So it's very low intensity in terms of producing any emissions or chemicals from the site.
That was never a concern of staff.
No, it's not, based on the description that we've received. And in fact, our biggest concern was about the chilling equipment based on what we've seen in other areas. And to know that this has been described as more residential scale air conditioners and not the industrial data center, that has alleviated, I think, a lot of the concern that staff had of integrating this in the residential area.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for staff? This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district, District Number 1 again.
Today is District 1 Day. There was substantial conversation about this as DAB as well. Many in the neighborhood speaking about it and some concerns about placing this in a residential neighborhood. With those discussions and really taking into account what was said at the District Advisory Board and going through MAPC, I think the fact that this is adjacent to an arterial kind of alleviates a lot of those concerns. So I do not have a problem with moving forward with it. There was one request from the DAB that I do not agree with, so I have a different motion than the DAB motion. And that is that I move to override the MAPC, approve the conditional use with the MAPC recommended conditions with an additional condition or conditions that I'll get to in a second, place the ordinance on first reading, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the ordinance after approval on the second reading. The additional conditions is the landscaping shall be 1.5 times the requirement of the Wichita landscaping ordinance. Any subsequent additional buildings on the site will be located to the west of the original building, which is shown on the site plan as part of the application. There shall be a 70-foot setback from Fountain Street. And in support of this, I offer the following. The additional conditions will help reduce potential negative impacts to nearby properties. I also want to encourage the property owner to develop the site with drought-tolerant plants and to model the landscaping of the wonderful work that's being done at the Barton Building on WSU's campus.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Public Housing, Section 18, disposition application for Group 3C.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Steve Burt. I'm the Assistant Director of the Department of Housing and Community Services. In 2017, the WHA Board approved a rental assistance demonstration application to HUD to convert its entire portfolio as 2 projects. The multifamily senior properties, 226 units at Greenway Manor, McLean Manor, Rosa Gragg Garden Apartments, and Bernice Hutcherson Apartments, and then single-family homes, 352 units scattered across Wichita. WHA was successful in securing a tax credit investor, HUD loan, and gap financing for the multifamily senior buildings. WHA was not successful securing financing for the RAD conversion of the 352 single-family homes. In May 2021, HUD convened a national panel of repositioning experts to evaluate options for the single-family homes. They determined restricted RAD rents would not support debt service needed for requisite repairs. A tremendous expense of managing and maintaining single-family homes made a RAD conversion infeasible and recommended disposition. This is Group 3C that we're talking about today, and it is comprised of 137 single-family homes and 7 non-housing properties comprised of 10 parcels. To go through them, 29 housing units at Arnold and Mathewson in District 1, 28 housing units at Murdoch and Grove in District 1, 2 non-housing properties of Ash Park and 1 non-housing vacant lot at 2607 North Pyatt in District 1, 1 non-housing vacant lot at 2312 Random Road in District 1, 45 housing units at Hydraulic and Berkeley in District 3, 35 housing units and 2 non-housing vacant lots comprised of 5 parcels at Central and Ridge in District 5, and 1 office building at 332 North Riverview in District 6. The original plan was to submit the remaining units for disposition under HUD's Section 22 voluntary streamline conversion after the portfolio dropped below 250 units per the regulations. On September 6, 2024, the director of HUD's Special Application Center informed the Wichita Housing Authority that HUD would no longer approve Section 22 disposition applications due to a federal lawsuit. On September 10, 2024, that director informed WHA in writing that they would accept a Section 18 disposition application for the remaining units with a scattered site justification. This disposition under Section 18 of is under the Housing Act, to be sold at fair market value through either the city's Office of Real Estate and or the MLS by contracting with a real estate broker and or auction firm. Properties will have no future affordability restrictions, though preference will be given to owner-occupied use proposals and or for investors who maintain affordability for future tenancies. We are requesting tenant protection vouchers for existing residents, and residents are provided relocation counseling and relocation costs are paid by the project. There were some environmental issues identified. All occupied units were tested for radon and each tested below the HUD threshold. The occupied units are scattered and satisfy all HUD radon testing requirements. 10 properties in the 1400 to 1600 block of East Arnold have been identified as having asbestos-containing materials. The asbestos-containing materials does not present any health hazards unless the site that tested positive is disturbed, i.e. during rehabilitation work. Buyers of these properties are provided an operations and maintenance plan developed by Spectrum Environmental Services. And while HUD does not require abatement of this asbestos, if someone were to rehabilitate one of the houses that had that, they would need to follow the guidance in the plan. No additional mitigation is required. 20 properties are located within a HUD and FEMA-defined floodplain. Those are the 2002 to 2500 block of East Murdoch, the 800 block of North Poplar, the 2100 to 2200 block of East Random. These do not impact the ability to sell the properties, and the Housing Authority would be required to continue to carry the flood insurance on the properties until they're sold. If federal funds are used in the acquisition of any of those properties, a restricted covenants would be placed on that property. Additionally, 2 properties at 838 North Grove and 828 North Poplar had vapor intrusion tests that exceeded HUD standards for benzene. Elevated benzene levels is not consistent with what would be found in a chlorinated solvent plume. Benzene levels can be elevated by emissions from burning coal and oil, benzene waste and storage operations, motor vehicle exhaust, evaporation from gasoline or other solvents, and tobacco smoke. Those same 2 properties at 838 North Grove and 828 North Poplar had vapor intrusion tests that exceeded HUD standards for benzene. Neighboring properties had test results with no contaminants above HUD threshold limits. Vapor mitigation systems were installed in both properties, but subsequent test results still exceeded standards. Full unit cleanout and additional vapor mitigation systems are being installed as recommended by Spectrum Environmental and approved by HUD. And once testing shows successful mitigation, the properties then can be sold. Wichita Housing Authority has completed or has underway the following activities as required by Section 18 of the Housing Act: appraisals, resident consultations, resident relocation counseling, home ownership resource counseling, local government consultations, and environmental review. The authorization to use grant funds is expected to be received from HUD any day. The application cannot be submitted to the Special Application Center until the authorization to use grant funds is received. Sales proceeds. Total appraised value is $13,374,100. $12,583,000 of that is the 137 units with an average of $91,847 per unit. $670,000 of that is the office building at 334 North Riverview. And then $121,100 is the remainder, and that is the vacant parcels and park properties. Proceeds to first pay off pre-development loan from the failed RAD conversion and costs associated with disposition, with remaining to seed Section 8 rental projects and other activities to increase the supply, availability, and utilization of low-income housing as approved by the Wichita Housing Authority Board. There are some of those units that would be built in conjunction with a multi-agency center. HUD will not permit proceeds to be used for any other purpose, including affordable home ownership. There's no impact to the general fund. Wichita Housing Authority will request that HUD allow net sales proceeds to fund Section 8 rental projects and other activities to increase the supply, availability, and utilization of low-income housing in accordance with HUD Notice PIH 2020-2023. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the resolution as to form. It is recommended that the City Council approve the resolution and the submission of the inventory removal application and Section 18 disposition addendum to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for 137 single-family homes and 7 non-housing properties comprised of 10 parcels from the Public Housing Authority and authorize the necessary signatures. And I stand for any questions which I may or may not be able to answer. I have staff in the room that may be able to help me.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, could I ask you a question? Honestly,
Oh, you walked in.
She has sat here and waited literally 7 hours today for this item, so I would feel horrible if you don't get a chance to say something.
No problem.
Now, these houses, now that we're putting them out for sale like this, dispositioning, a lot of them are grouped up. Like we talked about the 45 on South Hydraulic. So this does provide an opportunity for us to look at maybe some group plans or some affordable housing plans centered around a lot of these houses are grouped together. Could you just chat a little bit about that kind of for the public's benefit here?
Under the Section 18 disposition application, HUD will have no more restrictions on the properties, but that doesn't restrict us from imposing our own if we chose to. And so the 45 units in what we call South City down at Hydraulic, you know, that is a grouping. There are actually 13 units there where we've already rehabbed them significantly. And we deliberately transferred our largest families with 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 family members into these newly rehabbed homes because we knew if we issued them a voucher, they would be really challenged to go out into the private marketplace and find a unit to use that voucher. So it's our intent that grouping to be able to sell those as a group, as an investment opportunity. These families have agreed to this, which allows them to take their tenant protection voucher and project base it. So that is an example of one project that we know we're going to move in that direction with 13 of the 45 units down in South City. That leaves the remaining, 37 units, or 30, I gotta do the math in my head, 32 units down there, could be made available as a group, because, developers see economies of scale with this. We also have the group at Arnold and Mathewson. It's another grouping of properties where it might make sense for a developer who wants to come in and maybe leverage other funding resources like tax credits or other funds to be able to have bigger impact in neighborhoods. Country Acres is the next one, 35 units over at Central and Ridge, highly sought after. Another opportunity to come in and make a whole neighborhood turn around.
So if there's a developer out there or a community partner who would look at this and would like to invest in this and come up with some sort of a plan to address, again, affordable housing, what does that process look like?
Well, once we get permission to dispose of the properties, and right now, like I said on Friday, I don't have high hopes that this is going to move quickly through the HUD systems. This is our largest group, more than double the size of any other. We expect 2 to 8 months for them to approve this. We'll have some time to be putting together information and evaluate potential opportunities going forward before we get, because once we get approval, then we have to issue tenants 90-day notices before we can sell too. So we absolutely know these groupings are likely not to be made available for actual purchase till the end of the year or early next year. We do have a listing, an email listserv for developers who are interested, and there's over 400 developers who've indicated that they're interested in finding out when these properties become available, and we will be reaching out and sending notices through that listserv.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment. And there's no one from the public, so we'll bring it back to the bench. I will go ahead and move this item. I will move that we approve the resolution and the submission of the inventory removal application and Section 18 disposition addendum to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for 137 single-family homes and 7 non-housing properties / 10 parcels from the public housing portfolio and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
We'll begin with appointments. Council member appointments, beginning with Council Member Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I would like to reappoint to the District 1 Advisory Board Abby Boatman, Katie Brozek, and Joseph Shepard.
Council member Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few different appointments. First, I would like to appoint Superintendent Dr. Justin Henry to a full term for the Ethics Advisory Board. In addition, Jerome Castillo for the Land Bank, James William for the Sustainability Integration Board. I would also like to reappoint my eligible members on the District Advisory Board, including Stephanie Yeager, Jonathan Walden, Alan Oliver, Wally Bell, June Johnson, Gentry Thiessen, Alex Garcia Vieiro, Harry Willis, Gage Hunt, and John Whitmer.
Council member, Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to reappoint Randy Timmish to the Wichita Sustainability Integration Board, and reappoint DAB members Rachel Thomas, Stacy Watorsky, Dennis Clary, and Grace Coyne.
I see no further appointments. I move to approve the list of appointees.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will now have council member comments. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I had 2 things. One, I've talked to Scott Wadle about this, but just some of the concerns around short-term rentals as we continue to look at our policy. I'd like to request staff look at best practices and policies from comparable cities or other cities in general to continue to improve our practices going forward, and also how we address short-term rentals in our comprehensive plan and zoning. So that's one thing, but I did talk to him earlier about that. And then 2, regarding the Crown Uptown, I would like to request staff work to draft a resolution or ordinance to start the process that would nominate the Crown Uptown to be placed on the local Wichita Historic Register for council consideration.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had a chance to talk to all of you about this. We have an issue with kind of hotel licensing, permitting, kind of some of the rundown hotels, especially in my district and out west as well. So I'd like to take this opportunity to request that staff put together a workshop to look at doing away with hourly rates at motels and hotels, and also potentially permitting as well. So just letting us know what all options are on the table and see what direction the council chooses to go in.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite everyone, including council members, to the reopening of Westlink Library. It will reopen on the 24th, which is a Monday, kind of soft opening. However, if you want a early look at it, you can have breakfast, our District 5 breakfast, Saturday the 22nd at 9 a.m. Also have Stephanie Wise there, who also say a few words, Sedgwick County Commission. So invite all of you to come. It looks nice on pictures, and so we'll go in and see it. And we can have tours and things too. So
What do you serve for breakfast?
my wife is fixing egg casserole,
Oh.
oatmeal casserole. I'll have bacon, orange juice, and coffee. I'm going to eat the bacon.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Residents should be getting their Sedgwick County Appraiser's Office notice. Just a reminder to all residents that they can appeal the value or the classification. I know that I've gotten a lot of calls about this so far. I want to remind the public that we do not have anything to do with the appraisal process. That's the county and the state. My home personally increased 17.3%. The rental property I have increased nearly 23%. So I imagine there'll be a lot of appeals in this process as well. I just want to remind citizens they have the opportunity to do so.
See no further comments. I will just add one, again, an invitation to the State of the City address, which is open and free to the public on Sunday, March 16th at 5 p.m. at the former Central Library. Doors open at 4:30. Again, it will be live streamed like any other meeting, and it is the State of the City address and inviting the entire public to attend. And now, before we can actually adjourn, we have to read this. So we are not done yet. Sorry, council members. There was an email. All right, so I have to read these verbatim. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 10 minutes to receive information on mediation in a lawsuit pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, pending litigation and legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest. In addition, I also move, do I have to do it separately?
It'd be better if we could do it separately. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with this one that requires 10 minutes. I have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
We say no.
Motion passes 7-0. Now I have another motion. Actually, there are two more motions, everyone. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 15 minutes to receive information on another lawsuit pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, pending litigation, legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. One more. Oh, okay. 7-0. All right, one more. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for an additional 10 minutes to receive information on a civil action to collect debt pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, pending litigation, legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. So in total, we will have 35 minutes for executive session, and we do need a tiny break. Can we begin the executive session at 4:15?
Sure.
With the additional 35 minutes? So 4:50, we will return to the City Council to adjourn.